The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors. Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Good afternoon. We are back, and we're moving on into a new heat, Team Peru. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Next to me is Isaiah Walker. We're going to see some amazing clips of CMC Media with Brother Chance Oz, Eli Visions, Tomo McPhoto, and T. Tapasoa, along with Brother Blaze. Check it out, gang. But yeah, right now we have the team in the lineup. And Team Peru, Isaiah, Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Crystal Baldical, Gabriel Villarin, Alvaro Maltpartida, and these guys after Sunday, Isaiah, with some big surf, last heat of the day. These guys are looking to get some scores today.
Yeah, day one and day two was awesome. It was a little death-defying, though, and pretty rugged.
Yeah.
And these guys had to battle some rugged conditions, but today we got more calm but beautiful.
There they go.
Still treacherous to the normal human being.
Yeah.
And great surf action happening right now. So exciting to see Team Peru out here. I mean, we've seen them over the years. It's cool. This is an international event in many ways, even though the Hui really tries to celebrate our local talent. We also have, as you saw this morning, Team Japan.
They put in their time.
Team Peru. So here we go. Got a rider paddling.
Castillo
pulls
under
into
the
it,
hood,
still
weaving.
Traveling, comes out.
That was legit. Double hands behind the back,
handcuffed
with the
bow.
I love it. Way to start the heat, Team Peru. I was worried about you guys on Sunday. The waves just got massive and just rolled over all of you guys, throwing boards, duck diving. I mean, that is handling your business. But now,
let's see a replay of that one. Takes off deep. Pulls up under it, pumps him, pumping, working out, avoiding the foam ball, puts the hands behind the back with the bow. 3 pumps to a beautiful score. That is awesome. That was a great one. I was watching
Joaquin.
Was that Joaquin de Castillo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful
Castillo.
Pump. Beautiful
More
read.
Waves out the back. The waves
it's getting
are
groomy out there. I don't want to knock it, but it looks like they're going to get some degrees of that pipe A-frame, maybe some back doors.
Well, I was on break on that last heat. I was still, I mean, you can't not look at the waves, and so I was watching, and man, I saw a lot of good rides in that last one. Saw Shaden Picaro get 3 good ones in that one heat.
Loved it. Big Island boy right there. Hey, what do you mean break? I seen you working over there, Professor.
Speaking of Shaden, we're going to go down to the beach where Mahina has got him with the mic.
It's Aloha Friday here. I'm Mahina Maeda. I'm here with Shaden Picaro. Everyone's calling you Shado Pacaro, but I call you Shado Shades. It seems like you're kind of getting that whole rhythm going in that heat, and I feel like you did a really, really great job. Just talk me through a couple waves that you had in that heat.
Yeah, I had some really fun rides. I kind of rushed here. There was like crazy traffic, and I was really anxious, but I just calmed down and I just kind of like trusted that if the wave was going to come to me, it was going to come to me. I think that's like the coolest thing about this contest. It's like I've done a lot of other contests, and it feels like a competition where you're trying to beat the other guy. But in this event, it's like everyone's so good, and like, the teams out there like, Shado, you're getting the good ones, and I'm like, bro, it could be any of us. There's no difference between me or the other guy. It's just we all kind of get our time, and I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful to get a few waves.
How special is this moment when you did kind of have an accident last year? I think I was out surfing around the same time as you. How do you feel with the comeback, especially with that heat going into pipe?
I feel like, we all get destroyed out there and we take a lot of beatings. But, I've gone through a lot of life changes. And recently I've just realized, like, how much I belong out here and how much I just really love this wave, like, with all my heart. And I feel like I'm just trying to channel that into the wave, and there really is just no comeback. I feel like it's just everything's happening for me right here, right now, and for all of us. But yeah, I don't really know. It's just I'm taking it as it comes, and I'm just so grateful to be alive and amongst this beautiful energy. And shout out to the Hui and everyone to put on this event. PK putting me in this contest. Replacing Kelly Slater is a big deal. So I kind of had that pressure, but I was like, okay, let's just do what Kelly would do. Maybe let's just stay busy, because I know he wouldn't just be waiting out the back. So learning something.
Well, it's amazing to see you, channeling that Kelly Slater energy. And, you just mentioned to me before we went on live, but it's so funny to watch us here because, I grew up with you in Lawns, and it's so amazing to see us kids growing up doing what we we love best, and you're catching all amazing barrels, so hopefully we can see you more out there. Any words you want to say at the end?
Thank you, Mahina. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm so proud of us. Like I said, we used to be watching this contest, and I come in, and it's a dream. Like Kahanamoku, he's like my brother, and then Koa and Luke is the next up and coming, and it's a beautiful team. But it's really a dream come true to like surf with Kalana, especially. Man, we've been through everything together, like the dark, the light. Family. Like we're straight up like as close as it could be, and it's really a dream come true because I don't have a brother like a that surfs with me. My brother's a lot younger, so he's like that brother of mine that I get to share surfing with. And yeah, I'm stoked. Thank you to my boards. Boards feel amazing. Love you guys at the shop, right there.
Well, thank you, Shado, and best luck to you for the rest of the heats and stuff, and hopefully you and Lons can get like a great split peak. And back to you guys up in the booth.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Shado, just what I mentioned, like he had
Frothy.
3 keeper scores, I think.
Yeah, I think so,
I mean,
couple
solid
in
ones.
One.
Backdoor, that wave he had at backdoor in that last heat, deep, and that was a long traveler. And then 2 lefts at pipe. Awesome job. I think he's going to probably climb that leaderboard after that one heat alone.
He's stained in our memory banks of, this is all about barrel riding, and from day number 1 into Sunday, and now we're here on Aloha Friday. Very exciting.
Yeah, Shaden Picaro originally from the Big Island of Hawaii in an area called Pohoiki. Mm-hmm. And we've mentioned before how Pele has claimed much of Pohoiki and the surf breaks down there with the recent lava flows that came and consumed the coastline down in Pohoiki and Champagne Ponds area and Kapoho and that whole stretch, miles and miles of coastline, just to show that and remind us that our islands here in Hawaii are still alive and growing in real time.
Real time.
But heartbreaking for a surfer to lose. And over the last 20 years, we've lost about 15 surf spots at least. And we have a rider up. Looking for the barrel.
Gabriel?
Slows down.
Nice.
Gets a little coverage. All right.
That was legit. That was a quick little pipe, but he slowed down perfect in there.
Gabriel.
18:28, yeah. No stranger, been coming over here a long time. Got a cover of Free Surf magazine. He's been in 2-page spreads.
Awesome,
Got
yeah.
some stats in surfing coming from Peru.
The water angle of this one. You can see most of the time he's setting up here, trying to find the barrel, waiting, and very end of the section, he gets it, comes out. You can see he's got the vest on. It's called the impact vest that keeps you safe, a little bit of float, live action, a little too deep on that one.
Castillo again, maybe, getting a second wave. You know, for Gabriel, you noticed if he grabbed off the takeoff on that last wave too early, he wouldn't have made that you know what I mean? So that was a good read, you know.
Had to pump to get to that final section so he didn't get closed out on.
Pipeline, if you don't have that, you know, we call it the Jedi reflex, that, you know, just the most sensitivity on the way you put your toes on that leaning in rail to heel, to that, just that balance in between your feet. If you don't lock your line and you're not riding out confident, see you later. Huli maka flip.
So this morning, Ezra, we've been talking about this patch on the side of our hats here, 50th anniversary. So some of our conversations have been taking us back to what Hawaii and the North Shore looked like 50 years ago, as we're looking at our beautiful coastline here of the North Shore and Ehukai Beach Park. Aloha, Isaiah Walker, along with Ezra Rodriguez here at the Backdoor Shootout, sharing with you time in the surf and a little bit of story time and history and culture. So something we love about the shootout. Ezra, we're able to celebrate, as you said the other day, past, present, and future.
Oh, yeah.
And love it. And so 50 years ago, 1975 and 76, the Hui Backdoor becomes an official group and up and riding out the back. Slowing down, pulls into this one.
Oh, double grab.
With the spit.
Nice first wave.
Joaquin de Castillo. Beautiful waves. You can see that groomed side offshore wind. The Kamua'e wind's blowing from the east-northeast. Got a paddler here looking at this. So you see that boil. Sometimes people reference the boiling. It's essentially these, you have the contours at the bottom of the ocean have like these caves and stuff, and oftentimes that air will get pushed up through it and create a boil effect looking. You hear people talking about taking off either on it, behind it, or next to it.
There's a few of them, but there's the main one.
Yep. And, I mean, people talk about different places as well. See a replay of that last one. Trying to slow down. A little bit of shoulder there. Unable to get super deep, but still making it look easy.
Oh, his kick out looked really Tamayo Perry-ish. I was just having a moment. Shout out to Tamayo Perry. I know you're watching over us. This is, you love this wave, and we'll never forget. As these guys let this little inside one go. It's got a foam chamber. Not much scoring capability, but still that beautiful mist.
Here we go out the back. Taking off. Looking for a barrel ride. Ends up kicking out. Not much to offer on the end there. Alonzo Correa.
Alonzo did have one when we last ran that was a real legit pipe wave. So he has something under his scorecard. But these guys are already Team Peru with their third surf. This is now their fourth. They're looking to, get some big scores on the scorecard. And the way they're getting scored is from a 1 through a 10, 5 being an average score. Anything going above a 5 into the 7s and 8s are going into the good range. And then we have room for 11 and 12. There's their brother from Peru. I believe he's a stand-up athlete from our stand-up Duke specialty event. As you can see, down towards off the wall.
So you can see some wind. Interestingly, the flag was blowing downside, so we call that side shore. So it's blowing off the side, and but pipeline it handles that. As you can see right here, if there was any more north in that angle, it would ruin ruin the surf.
The flag looks worse off than the surf.
Right.
You know what I mean? Sorry, Maui, when it's, windy over here, you guys are laughing at us.
Oh, here's a bomb.
1343. These guys would usually spin, but it's steep and tall, and sometimes these guys want to slow down, and they want to cosmetically go underneath the hood of the wave and ride inside the barrel, we call it, the tube, the cavern. Sometimes the cavern of love or the cavern of doom. Pipeline and backdoor is just something amazing, even without the surfers, Isaiah, out there. Just watching it, mind surfing. People come from all around the world and just watch it when nobody's out as well.
So 50 years ago, not to just jump right back into
the
historical timeline here, but 50 years ago was when we were talking a lot about like the advent of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, voyaging and other things, and what some have termed the Hawaiian Renaissance. But interestingly, surfing was really there was a period called some would call the Hawaiian Renaissance of surfing, took place 70 years earlier. So by the 1970s, when we have this Hawaiian cultural renaissance, surfing is very thriving and popular, and there's a lot of activity. However, at the turn of the 20th century, in the end of the in the early 1900s, some would say that surfing experienced a revitalization. I'm careful with my terminology on this because some have erroneously suggested that surfing died and that it disappeared, in the late 1800s. But we know that's incorrect. But there were definitely fewer people surfing in the early, late 1800s than there were, say, 100 years earlier. So when Captain James Cook arrived in Hawaii in 1778, 1779, he noted that surfing was everywhere, rampant. People on surfboards
was
everywhere.
Was it frowned upon, Australia? No, right?
I think. Well, what happens in Hawaii? The reason why there are fewer people surfing in the 1800s than there were in the mid 1800s, primarily because Hawaii was battling with rampant disease, you have the decline of Hawaiian population due to introduced diseases, smallpox, a variety of other ailments, including sexually transmitted diseases and others. So it's a real tough time in Hawaii for the population to be able to recover from a lot of those ailments, health ailments. But nonetheless, people are still surfing. And especially in the early 1900s, you have a group of surfers in Waikiki that start to really popularize the sport. And that's where people would refer to that time period as this revitalization of surfing culture and surfing activity. And with the likes of the Kahanamoku brothers, the Kaupiko brothers and family, there were several others. George Freeth, who was Hapa Haole, meaning he was part Hawaiian, a mix of Hawaiian and Haole, was one of the early surfers at that time. Duty Miller, the Keawe Mahis, and the Kahanamokus, and all these Hawaiians in Waikiki started to really, revitalize the culture of surfing in Waikiki. And from there, it kind of grew into this really famous, popular sport. And now we have, famous, popular surfers right here. Billy Kemper from Maui.
Last year's champion. He's getting ready, checking in with my second dad, Manny DeSoto, right there from Makaha Beach. Make sure you guys check in with him. This is a jerseyless contest, but you must check in. Make sure you guys are there. So there he goes down the infamous Chandler Legacy steps.
Yeah, Billy Kemper does good in all sizes of surf. I mean, he's won events at Peahi on Maui. He's accomplished surfer in the big waves and in the smaller stuff, and has definitely had a strong showing at Pipeline over the years at the Backdoor Shootout. So then this group of Hawaiian surfers, some of them were, they had clubs that they would refer to themselves as the Moana Gang or the Hui Nalu Club.
Oh, they were right in front of the Moana.
Right in
this
front of
is
the
like
Moana.
The just of becoming the Waikiki Beach Boys.
Right. Yep. And Duke Kahanamoku is a young man, a teenager in this time period. 1905, 1906. You have these group of people I'm referring to that started to really thrive in Waikiki with canoe surfing, surfing
and
tandem, and starting to hang out and have a good time. And right around that time, you have an increase of visitors coming to the islands on these steamships. One of the more popular ones called the Lure Line, and others. And they'll come to Hawaii and hang out in Waikiki. And these surfers put basically surfing on the map as visitors would come, and then you'd get photographs and eventually video clips, and then they became these local celebrities, like these icons, and the likes of Kahanamoku, who went out and really taught us how it's done. Now this man here, JOB, has taught us how it's done at Pipeline, both lefts and rights.
Staying psyched.
Always a fun character to watch.
Woo. A little late, right up into the foam ball as this thing imploded and didn't really get him a traveling. But, taking off, that's the way. Gabriel Villarin, I believe.
Pulling up in this one, dragging, stalling, gets spit there.
Textbook,
awesome
backside
ride.
Hand drag. Nice. 7:40 left for Team Peru as they're doing pretty good right here in their fourth surf. As we told you guys, this format, only one like it.
Water angle here. You see him dragging that front leg, trying to slow down. It's going a little fast. But nonetheless, great ride there from our Team Peru.
So as these guys were frothing in front of the Moana, there was a lot of rich history. Like, that was where you're talking about surfing coming back, that brotherhood on the beach. You know what I mean? That stoke.
Exactly. Right? And from that group, we have some celebrities like Kahanamoku, and even George Freeth as well, who travel outside of Hawaii. Heard you talk
about him many times.
Yep, and as they travel outside of Hawaii, they bring surfing with them.
Was he a really good surfer, like out of the pack?
Yes.
Little details like that, like one of the alpha guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, George Freeth, yes. George Freeth was actually senior to a lot of the Kahanamoku brothers. He was a little older. He was like, a few years older.
So you got to make sure you get a ripple.
Yeah, he really brought surfing to Huntington Beach. Right. So Huntington Beach, oftentimes referred to Surf City, USA, although there's kind of debate between them. And
do they debate that that's not him?
No. I mean, debating like which city is Surf City, USA, whether it's Huntington Beach or Santa Cruz or what have you. But no, George Freeth went up to Huntington to establish this. There was a hotel and a train line that went through, and they're trying to really popularize that beach area. And he was at the forefront of teaching people how to surf. Got a crew of young kids that he taught how to surf, and was thriving there in California. Kahanamoku traveled throughout the world, especially as he became Hawaii's representative through the United States with games at the Olympics in all around the world, starting in 1912 with his first Olympics, and then for the next 20 years he was in a variety of Olympics around the world. So Kahanamoku took surfing around the world to far-flung places like the East Coast of the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, and everywhere he traveled.
East Coast, you know what I mean? What we see now.
And what's cool is, like, when he went surfing, even though he's a humble guy, oftentimes they would put on these exhibitions similar to what we're doing here today, where you have an event where you have a crowd on the beach and people want to watch and observe and cheer. And he was a showman in the water, and he held many events on his own throughout the world as he traveled. Sometimes they said at some of these locations there'd be hundreds and even thousands of people on the beach watching him.
Yeah.
And then he would do a variety of things. Like they said in Australia, Isabella Latham, he took her out from the beach at one of his exhibitions, brought her on the surfboard, and showed them how tandem surfing worked.
He's done it before, though, he's done this.
Done that before, but as he traveled
to
Australia and elsewhere, he showed them all the different types of ways that you ride waves, including with a wahine up on your shoulders as you're gliding across the turquoise, beautiful walls.
I wonder how many copycats right after that day, just to see that.
Well, it is cool, and they say that, they were amazed. I mean, Duke made a surfboard while he was in Australia, left it there, and it becomes kind of the iconic surfboard that represents the kind of the dawning of surfing in Australia. Now some do point to the fact that like there were some people in Australia who were, beginning surfers before his arrival, but he showed them how to ride the wave properly, and showed them how to catch the wave before it was breaking. Because
that's so cool.
When you don't know how to surf it, and maybe when you're first learning, you ride what's called the whitewash, where when what we're looking at here on the screen, this white water is foaming, you try and like jump into it and let it push you. But as we know, the better way of catching waves is as it's breaking, as we're seeing our professionals out here today at the Backdoor Shootout, catching the waves as and right before it breaks, so you can ride much faster and control your speed and glide and flow on what we call the face of the wave.
Oh, they're getting some sets too now. I mean, one set coming in particular, maybe a 4-pack.
We also have a squall coming through. There's going to manage this wind and rain in the barrel. Gets covered.
Joaquin, I believe. Alonso Correa. Okay, Alonso got the helmet. He's already got 3 waves. That one's not going to be a keeper.
Here's another one. Stalling, dragging, pulling in, staying in it.
Oh, that was legit.
Comes out.
That's Joaquin Di Castello. Oh, Cristobal. Okay, Cristobal, Decal, Gabriel Villarin, and Alvaro, one of their team captains. Looking for him. Was injured last year. He'll be coming back. I wanted to ask, when he went up to Australia, were they surfing up there already?
That's what I was saying.
Because there's
not
such
many,
good
very
surfers.
few people. It was before.
So this was the beginning.
This is the beginning.
Oh man!
I mean, and those who were trying to surf at that time when he showed up were just, here we go, replay action.
Alonso
just getting a little bit covered, get some shade from the rain and squall that's hitting us right now.
I see that.
But even though, they're saying that there were some people who already were learning to surf in Australia when he arrived. So they had some people who were trying to surf, but even those folks were trying to surf based on what they had learned that he was doing in Hawaii.
Such rich history, because when you go to Australia, they love surfing. You still
it's a national sport.
Andy Irons up in the billboards. It's not hard to get signatures from their state. They can spit sand to make point breaks. I just love it. Shout out to Australia out there. Harley Ingleby, what's up, buddy? And from there.
Yep. So from there, Duke, as I mentioned, that he was traveling the world during Olympic Games. He was also traveling to do a variety of different exhibitions, surfing and so forth. So we're at this event, the Backdoor Shootout, celebrate Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku.
Oh, yeah.
Born and raised in Waikiki, Oahu. Actually, he was born in Honolulu, but his mom's side of the family, Pa'oa clan, was right there in Kalia, Waikiki. But proud to celebrate our kupuna in the surfing world.
Big time.
Everyone, despite your ethnicity, can look to Duke Kahanamoku as, in many ways, the father of modern-day surfing, as he's referred to, because he spread the surfing like the Johnny Appleseed, if you know anything about that history. But shared that aloha throughout the world.
Not just an Olympian, but amazing stuff he's done. And shout out to another Olympian out there watching, Carissa Moore. What's up, mama? Starting a new chapter in life, and also making history with her as the seconds come down in this heat. She was the first wahine when me and you and Rocky were sitting. They had the WSL women's in the Backdoor Shootout, so she made history. Awesome. So, hey, guys, we'll be right back. Ezra Rodriguez, Isaiah Walker, go grab something to eat and come right back for this next heat, the North Shore Boys. Aloha.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Hey, aloha and welcome back to more action of the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku and presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. And there's Team NSB, North Shore Boys, Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, and Jamie O'Brien. Quite a lineup. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker. How's that, bro?
That's a
strong team.
Strong team for sure. Saw Jamie O'Brien this morning before the contest get some really good ones. So we're looking forward to more action here today at the BackDoor Shootout. Still young. Still we're in the third round.
Yes.
So we ran round 1 on day 1, down round 2 on day 2. Today looks like we're going to run round 3 and round 4. We'll get hopefully be able to do both 2 rounds today of action.
Yeah, I know round 3 is a guarantee because we're already in heat number 7. And then we'll monitor the conditions. You know, there's flashes of a little bit of a tricky wind, some rip, but I think overall there is enough on offer to get us through. There is a lot of swell coming on the way. We have one day where we can't run on Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, but we are going to the 16th for this holding period. So, it's nice to get those couple of days done. Yep. And then we were on standby, off on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So 4 days off and kind of chomping at the bit this morning, getting right back at it for this third day.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. The BackDoor Shootout. We ran the first 2 days, and so we still, like you're saying, Rocky, still have a window of opportunity for a few more days. But today it was a good call. Yesterday was one of those. In the morning it was really rugged. Yesterday afternoon, however, looked like it was probably a possibility to run, but probably the right call to wait for today, because this morning waves are beautiful. We've seen a lot of barrels and a lot of successful makes on this day compared to the other days. Were awesome too, but more treacherous, depth defying, and fewer makes than today. Already just in this one round. In fact, in the past couple of heats, we've seen surfers getting multiple keeper scores. So I was mentioning Shaden Picaro had 3 really good scores in his heat this morning. So there's a lot of great opportunity for building your scores today.
Yeah, I want to say shout out to our sponsors. We mentioned Keiki Beach Bungalows. We saw some commercials in the scenes at that beautiful place. So mahalo to Keiki Beach Bungalows. Also, North Shore Club, a community by Arete over there at Turtle Bay. You notice the area out beyond the Palmer Golf Course getting some tune-up and some work there. They're removing a lot of invasive species and going to replace them with native plants. I got to give a shout-out to Hui Maliola, the restorative plant company, Kapaliku, Matt Sherman, and Rick Barbosa, the heads of that. And they've done a really good job at Turtle Bay as a whole, replacing, when you do projects these days, you have a quota now you need to replace with native plants. And they went above and beyond that number. So Rick and Matt, you guys, mahalo. And they're doing lots of good work over there for the North Shore Club. No,
it's cool. And, I've learned a lot lately that as you restore certain ecosystems, then it becomes a synergy amongst the different endangered and endemic plants, and as they like to thrive together. And so it's cool to see, especially, and our coastline needs it too, because oftentimes when you rip the coastline of the native species of plant life and stuff, it contributes to erosion and other types of things.
Yeah.
So right on.
And mahalo to White Claw. They are a sponsor here. XL Haleiwa, still doing it after all these decades. Haleiwa Distillery, the Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and also Na Menehune Umi Kumaono. And Hawaiian Water Patrol, obviously, always involved. And Dr. Leland Dow and our folks on the beach, our medical team. And Brother Jeremy Rice, owner of Flow Performance Medicine and athletic trainer. He's on site right downstairs here at the Volcom House, providing some care as well. So thank you to all of our supporters and sponsors. Zone Media, of course, bringing you this epic broadcast along with Spectrum Surf Channel. And we're going to have possibly our first exchange here. A little bit of slow start to this heat number 7, 21 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Eli kind of patrolling that inside section, looking for an opportunity. Today's the kind of day you can kind of move outside, wait for that, that bomb gem, or kind of stay active on the inside and look for these ones on the first reef that aren't going to be the biggest waves, but could be the nice opportunity for a good lengthy barrel.
Yeah, North Shore boys, this team has done really well on day 1 and day 2.
NSB. I remember when NSB, I got to give a shout out to Kanoa Dolan from Haleiwa. The original NSB design and logo. I had the stickers on my board. It was a play off of the Life's a Beach Bad Boy. Right. And so kind of same font-ish kind of feel to it, but the guy with a bucket hat, just big moke grabbing his wrist, flexing his bicep on the other side, and really had that feel of, this is our waves, bro.
Right.
But, yeah, Kanoa, good fun.
Well, we have 20 minutes left in this heat, and we were talking earlier, Rocky, about 50 years of anniversary.
Yeah.
And we
talking
about 1970s, what was it like in Hawaii at that time, and the Hui BackDoor celebrating that in 1975-76. A lot of great surfing action that's taking place during that time. And I was mentioning to Ezra that even though some people refer to that as this renaissance of Hawaiian culture, this renaissance of surfing that often historians refer to as it was like 70 years earlier, right at the turn of the 20th century, with surfing in Waikiki in 1903 to 1907. You get the formation of these Hawaiian families and surfers that are organizing into a group of their own. Interestingly, the Hui BackDoor is the 70s group, but there's a Hui Nalu club that was formed at that time, and that was the likes of Duty Miller, of Kahanamoku brothers, the Keawe Mahis, and the Keao Picos. And so this group of community formed a club at that time to really celebrate surfing. I'm careful with the word. Sometimes people will say it's a restore, even the word renaissance. Revitalize is probably the better word because it wasn't dead. A lot of people were surfing in the late 1800s, especially in places like Hilo and outside of Waikiki. But nonetheless, there is a resurgence of surfing that takes place in the early 1900s. But you know what? We want to hear from the previous heat with our team Peru, and I believe Mahina is down on the beach with a beautiful Puakeni lay on. We'll go and throw it down to Mahina.
It's a yesa, blessa, no stressa kind of day on the beach. I'm here with Alonso Correa from Team Peru. It seems like that very last wave in that heat seemed like the highest score of the whole event. How do you feel after that?
It was my first one, and I was just so happy that I was able to get one of those waves. Those are the type of waves we dream of as a surfer that loves pipeline, that loves like good waves and love big barrels. And yeah, super happy to be here and be able to surf this amazing contest. I say it's like the best contest in the world for sure. You go out with all your team, your friends, best friends from all your life, and you share the lineup, and it's incredible and so grateful.
You're just coming off of a bronze medal from the Olympics, and it's a wave with consequence, and now you're here at Pipeline with just another wave with consequences. How do you prepare a wave like this. Do you have similar waves back in Peru?
Yeah, 4th place in the Olympics, almost. Yeah. No, but I mean, we grew up surfing barrels in Peru, searching. That's our passion. And you prepare by coming here 10 plus years, putting your time out there and loving it, loving the waves, loving what we do. You know that this is what we love the most. And yeah, also some really good surfboards. Super stoked with Eric's RPs and surfboards. These are the best for here, I think. And I think that's the only way. And yeah, it's incredible to be here.
Well, that's super good to hear. Great equipment under your feet. We do have a local shaper that you are writing for, Eric Arakawa. Just a shout out to him. And then I always ask this question to all the Peruvian boys. I want to hear your best pigeon, and right now.
What?
Your best pigeon.
What is that?
Your best pigeon. Let's go Hawaiian words.
Oh, my Hawaiian words. I don't know. All of them. Yeah, but I don't know.
I guess the best chihu from you.
Yeah. Chihu!
Yeah, we have a great chihu from Alonso, and hopefully he get more waves in the next couple heats. Thank you, guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thank you, Mahina. Mahalo, Mahina. And Alonso Correa, my nickname for him, could be maybe pick your Peruvian adult beverage of choice, but a shot of Zoco. Zoco. Man, that's like almost like So Glow. But Alonso Correa, Zoco, that was a shot of a nice pipe barrel. Good job. Well done. And Peru has lineage or has some kind of a connection as we watch Billy Kemper connecting with this pipe wave, defending champion. Beautiful work. And he does it well. Woo. A little backwash speed bump coming out, too, and hangs on. What a great ride for Billy Kemper. But there's, these crafts that they used to ride in Peru, I believe, that were kind of sometimes maybe historians were debating who the first surfers were, but
J.O.B.
we get no doubt and no debate of who that surfer is. That's J.O.B.
All right. Well, that heat was kind of slow to start, but we just kicked off the fireworks in that set.
Yeah, that was fuse was just waiting to be lit, and popping off was Billy Kemper and Jamie O'Brien. But you were talking about as we watch the replay of Billy. I like his ability to come around, be patient. The ability right there, ability. Billy Kemper with the ability.
Oh, J.O.B. riding that rodeo down the face, then pulls in the spit, makes him disappear and reemerges.
It's like the bucking bronco bucks you off and then spits on you after. Like, oh, thanks a lot. But that was a great ride from Jamie. Not as deep as we're used to seeing him get, but that wave just had just a really nasty, thick lip on it that looked almost impossible to make as far as the drop, which he pulled no problem.
And we know he's one of the best at, taking off under the lip and falling, literally free falling onto the wave, like body surf almost. Your whole body's on the water and then it bounces him back up, and he's able to slow down and be right in the right spot. So he's the best of the best. Jamie O'Brien is respected as one who's definitely a master here at Pipeline. So much so that he lives right here, right behind his house, right here on the beach.
And he is one of our kind of pipe trifecta. Triple pipe winners when you talk about the Masters, the Pro, and the Shootout.
Right.
So one of those surfers being able to accomplish that. And it would be cool at some point to get, just the folks who have been able to do that. Of course, the Shootout starting in 96. So a lot of our, surfers prior wouldn't have that opportunity. But I believe Slater's done it. I believe John has done it. J.O.B., of course. And, there's probably more.
Speaking of trifecta, John, J.O.B., and Kelly Slater definitely have the accolades for this wave to to show for sure.
And then getting back to our discussion prior to the interview with Zoko was the different clubs, and how surfing was still practiced. I know I read in some history books, and you even reference a book by Ben Finney with a little bit of a misleading title, but more of a catchy title. So watch Billy Kemper now at backdoor, so BK going backdoor just for a quick, slightly underneath, not really barreled, but just a feel out kind of backdoor wave. That there were times surfboards were like converted to like school tables, and like how they would, outlaw certain things or frown upon certain things. But surfing was always being performed, but maybe just not at the same levels all the time.
Yeah, so it did. There wasn't. I was talking with Ezra. A lot of it had to do with the struggles in the Hawaiian community in the mid 1800s of disease that was running rampant throughout the islands and the depopulation, and that contributed, of course. Like I always talk about, one of the reasons why surfing was thriving in ancient time was because the Ahupua'a system, you had a healthy ecosystem, but during the 1800s, things weren't so healthy as far as a lot of the introduced diseases and ailments that made it difficult for society to be thriving enough for everyone to be hanging out, spending time in the ocean. But nonetheless, surfing was still practiced, especially in outer islands like Hilo and Kona side, and there's a lot of stories of that. But yeah, certainly and also, as you referenced to, there was some frowning on it. I mentioned earlier how when the first Westerners came to Hawaii, they'd noted that Hawaiian women were very active in sports and in society and things of that sort. But eventually, Hawaii starts to adopt a bit more new cultural norms with the advent of Christianity and other Western norms and social customs. So you definitely saw fewer women surfing at that point. Although in the early 1900s with the Hui Club, and you can see photos of them, there were women surfing in their clubs at that time.
Yeah.
So you did have quite a bit of change, and in that time period.
We do have highlights from Team NSB that was from day one and day two, and we'll check those out while we wait for live action. And that looked like Billy Kemper straight off the grab and getting a nice one. Oh, sorry, that's Eli Olsen.
That was amazing double up. I've seen that one on a lot of the replays and Instagrams.
Yeah, Kala Grace getting some action and almost able to make it out of that one, but not quite. There's Billy on a beautiful grab. Sometimes in a flash of a moment, Eli and Billy have similar styles with a high five action there
from the second reef.
J.O.B. just playing with it. There's Eli Olsen, and there's a nice technique there, getting under the hook. And then this wave was the one he did everything right. There was just so much going on. This one didn't allow him to stand up until at the bottom of the wave to still have the wherewithal and skill to get in a meaningful position. Was just a very impressive in itself.
Could your body do that?
No.
Yeah. You have to be limber to get rolled in on a 12-foot wave at pipe by a whitewash.
Lay down,
and then stand up and somehow manage to still pull yourself around the section.
Yeah.
Man, I sure wish my body could still do that.
I ride big board, small waves, medium-sized dog on the front. A lot of my surfing today is performed that way, but very much a great show has been put on by Team NSB. And so far in this heat, Billy's got a really nice pipe wave. He's got a, probably in the big scheme of things, a throwaway wave for his backdoor attempt. But have yet to see from the other. Saw Jamie O'Brien on a pretty sick pipe wave, just not as deep as he's used to getting. Plenty of time. 8 minutes for this to happen for Team NSB.
You were talking earlier about arete.
Arete.
Arete, and the coastal, projects of restoring native plants and protecting our coastline. I want to, take us back to even before 1970, 1960s. You had a group of surfers that were doing similar things where they're protecting Hawaii's coastline and preserving surf spots. And this group was called Save Our Surf, formed by a Juilliard graduate. Juilliard is one of the top musical schools in the world, and he was the son of famous artists in Honolulu, and a guy named boy, my mind is just had a long morning already. I'll remember it in a second. John Kelly, excuse me.
Okay. Yep.
So John Kelly grows up in Waikiki and in town, and ends up surfing with a lot of Waikiki Beach Boys as a young man, and has a love for surfing. And then goes on to school at Juilliard. He was also worked as a lifeguard on December 7, 1941, when Pearl Harbor was bombed. Married a very smart woman from the Cook Islands, Rarotonga. She was a professor at UH Manoa. He eventually becomes one of the first professors of ethnic studies, which is a young kind of program in the 1960s. And then he gets all these young high school kids together and meets at these local libraries, at public libraries and schools, and kind of activates these young surfers to protect the surf from development.
Okay.
So one of the projects that really bummed him out was apparently there was a wave called garbage holes at Ala Moana, right at the tip where so Magic Island is a man-made project where when they built Magic Island.
It's not our ninth island.
Yeah, and it's not even an island; it's a peninsula. But anyway, semantics. Potato.
Yeah.
But anyway, they built this Magic Island right on top of a wave that was called garbage holes. And look at this backdoor. Looks like Billy Kemper trying to slow down, looking for a 2-for-1 special.
Yep, that was nicely done. Backdoor Billy BK just getting under the hood, checking the oil, making sure everything's running properly. And as Billy drops in, you can see it's all about the right. No flinch looking at the left, in position for that backdoor wave. Trying to do that double hand stall, looking at the speed his board was producing. But as we're back to live action here, looking at some sets rolling in, 5 minutes remaining. I want to give a shout out down to Huahine, but a Tepanyaha Teps watching down there. To our brothers and sisters of the South Pacific and in and around Tahiti. Huahine, what a beautiful place.
I've been to Huahine before, surfed Bali High, and beautiful place down there in Tahiti. It's been a while, but always love to go down to the South Pacific. So we're in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, above the equator.
Yeah.
Which Hawaii actually is quite isolated in relation to our sister nations of the Pacific. You go to the South Pacific, and majority of the islands of the Pacific are down there. I mean, we do have, in Micronesia and so forth, is in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, but still quite a distance,
quite way out west
from Hawaii, and so that's a product of a crack in the Earth's crust that has created this slowly seeping volcanic that we refer to as the Hawaiian hotspot. So if you ever look at a map of the Hawaiian Islands, the island chain is growing to the southeast. And that's why I talked about earlier, we're looking at Shado Picaro's waves, that he's from this very young and vibrant part of the island, and where the lava is still flowing and Madame Pele is still growing.
And a new island, Lo'ihi.
Lo'ihi is the next.
That's forming.
Island. I don't think we'll be selling any property there anytime soon.
Not anything usable anyway. It
hasn't emerged yet. It's
take a dive deep.
It's underwater.
Deep dive down there, but won't be breaking the surface for another 15,000 years or something like that. And
but it's beautiful to go to Volcanoes National Park and check out Halemaumau and Kilauea Crater. And if you haven't had a chance to to check out those spots, I encourage you to do so. It's a beautiful place, and show some respect while you're there. It's a very sacred area for a lot of our native populations. I know a lot of, I think of Kekuhi and some of the halau there that perform a lot of their hula that recognizes the mana and the power of that part of the island, and the pele and the lava that emerges on the southern part of Big Island. You're mentioning Miles Padaka as one of the judges.
Yeah.
He grew up in that area too. Actually, he's a few years older than me, but a couple years older than me. I remember surfing in competitions, and he was really great at surfing this spot called Drain Pipes.
Okay.
And Drain Pipe was like the South Shore Sunset Beach wave of Hawaii.
Okay.
It didn't get as big as Sunset, but nonetheless, it'd be 6'8", sometimes bigger surf with the south swell. It definitely, if Oahu was 6 feet on a south swell, it was bigger there. It was the first place to get the brunt of the swell, and it was a beautiful place. I was fortunate and blessed to be able to surf Kalapana and Pohoiki as a young man, because today neither of those places exist as far as waves concerned.
The new flow of lava has covered and changed the topography a lot.
Cliff Capono did a special with weird waves. You've checked that one out, where it shows you, and it gives kind of the story there of Kalapana, or not of of Pohoiki. Kalapana was taken a decade before,
right?
So our surf options on the Big Island have diminished.
As the island grows, the surf options diminish. Go juggle me, riddle me that. But nonetheless, fascinating things to learn from each and every one of our islands. And, of course, if you come here to Oahu, make sure you book a stay either at Keiki Beach Bungalows right here down the road, which is a beautiful place. And that will be your first choice, because it is just like staying at a friend's house. You've got the really low-scale development, kind of chill, kind of homey kind of vibe. Of course, Greg and Annie, our hosts there, do a great job. And check out Eli Olsen standing nice and firm in that backdoor barrel. And then, the 2-for-1 special. The second one, not as big of a helping of a serving as the first, but it's kind of like, Thanksgiving time, you go at everything on your plate for that opening barrel, and then you come out, you whack down, and then you go back in. The turkey was good, maybe some stuffing, and only small kind gravy. We're going to take a short commercial break as we watch Eli come in from his third round heat. We'll be right back with more the Hui BackDoor Shootout action after these messages. Stay tuned.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
And just like that, we are back, giving you drone footage flying over Kamehameha Highway and over JOB's house right there. Nice solar panels, getting the sun energy, and snapped 5. Trying to just harness this last heat energy right here of round number 3. Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin. Rounding out Team Snapped 5. Shout-outs to Logan, Chucky, Julian. Been doing it for decades, my brother. And another star-studded cast of players to round out Team Snap 5. This is our last heat of round 3, Isaiah. And we were just peeking over our shoulder. We're at the second story of the Volcom house. Impossible not to enjoy the view behind us, but we're focused on the screen that you all are watching, whether it's a Spectrum Surf channel, on the YouTube channel of Zone Media and Island Paddler TV, or on thehui.com, wherever you might be tuning in and watching from. We welcome and say mahalo to you as we're just in the first moments of this Heat 8 of round 3. But the wind, trade winds was the forecast. I saw a report of east, northeast, but this wind, as it looks now, has a little more hint of north than we would expect. But as we see, pipeline still very resilient with Benji Brandt opening up.
That is true. It's got a little northeast angle to it, but it's weird because when I stand up and I look, and even with these camera shots where you're looking out on the North Shore, it looks kind of windy and choppy, but every wave that you're seeing ridden here looks pretty smooth.
Right.
So we'll see a replay here. I believe this was Clay Marzo, actually.
Excuse me. Yep, I stand corrected.
And Captain Clay pulls in, pulls out, and man, this team snapped 5. They've won this event before.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of characters on their team, from Mason Ho to, as we just saw, Clay Marzo and so many others who have such personality. Now, my wife always is surprised. She's like, we'll watch somebody surf, like, how do you know who that is? Like, you can't see their face. Yeah. Like, how do you know? Every surfer has, a unique approach and style, the way their posture is, their hands are held and so forth, but some more than others. Some have, this is my own personal philosophy, but I believe that some of the best surfers are ones that people imitate rather than they're trying to imitate someone else.
Yeah.
So there's some people that definitely have a distinctive style.
Right.
And a lot of these are Mason Ho, for example, and the whole family has definitely this certain style. But anyway, speaking of style, we've got a stylish surfer down on the beach with Mahina. Again, notice the beautiful Puakeni lay on Mahina, and we're going to throw it down to her and Billy Kemper from that last heat.
Aloha, guys. Mahina here with Billy Kemper. You just mentioned that this heat was basically the start of the event for you. I know the last couple of days was really tough, so can you kind of just run me down through that last heat?
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple wild days, and that's what this event represents. It's not just perfection. It's a waterman event. You got to really earn it, and today we're blessed with some east winds. We got lefts, we got rights. There's plenty of different waves, north swell, west swell, and yeah, I didn't have anything on the board, and last year winning this event, I was so grateful that I just wanted to get to work and get some scores on the board. I found the left, found the low right, and just moving forward. My body feels good, my family's here, and just stoked. Beautiful day, bunch of fans on a tiny eroded beach enjoying a beautiful show.
So you are no stranger to big waves, obviously. You have a quite wide range of boards. You are riding guns, you're riding shorter boards, you're riding, those beater boards and stuff with your kids. Can you explain to me what's your equipment for today?
Yeah, I've rode 3 totally different boards over the last few days, actually 4 days. I went from chocolates with my kids to Jaws to yesterday, way too big Haleiwa. Today I'm on a 6'8" Glenpang. This is actually a step deck. It's similar to my Jaws boards, but a lot more refined and smaller, and it's not perfect pipeline, and when it's not perfect, I like having a little bit more foam to move around in the lineup, and there's no priority in this event. We are all friends, but when we do go to the lineup, I mean, it's who wants to win it the most, and you got to be hungry, and you got to position yourself for those waves. So went with a little more foam, and it worked great for me. I was stoked, got a few rides on the board, and looking forward to the next round.
Well, that's super good to hear, and the board looks amazing. Well, best wishes, and hopefully you get more barrels in the next couple heats. And back to you guys.
Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Mahina. Mahalo. And I can smell that pu'ukene from here. Fragrant, the bugger.
Sorry, I keep making reference to it. It's one of my other old man pastimes lately. Is I made that lei, and I'm kind of obsessed with my pu'ukene leis.
And we got a taste of your lilikoi butter the other day, bringing bananas from the home garden. Dr. Isaiah Walker, talk about Renaissance man over here.
Oh, it just means I'm getting old and picking up old people hobbies, baking and cooking.
Yeah, because your kids are, they're onto their own kind of stuff these days.
Grown up already. So, but I do enjoy the aina. So we have, banana trees and ulu breadfruit trees and pu'ukene. So I have like 3 or 4 pu'ukene trees in my yard. There's one that's the main one, the mothership that has been blooming right now. So
beautiful.
So in Hawaii, part of our Hawaiian culture too is the arts of from making lei and food and so forth. So also I like to cook in the imu. We have an imu in our yard, which is basically a traditional way of cooking where it's done with rocks. So you basically create a big fire in a pit in the underground, and you throw a bunch of rocks on top of that fire to heat the rocks. Then once the rocks are hot enough, so you get that glow to them, you lay, and this is unique. Most of the islands in the Pacific, they do similar cooking methods.
They have a version of that.
Yes, the umu in Samoa, the lovo in Fiji, and it's very similar. But the one thing that's distinctive and unique to Hawaii is that we throw the stumps of the banana onto the rocks. Whereas others will just put the food straight to the rocks.
Okay.
And if you look at a banana, it's not really a tree; it's a succulent plant.
Right.
And so if you ever cut a banana tree down and look at it, there's like these honeycombs of banana juice that's inside it. Sap. Yeah. So what we do is we cut those and we smash them and turn them into like this. Almost like a mulch.
Would be like a mat.
A mat. Yeah, and then you put it right on the hot rocks. Now what that does is it slows the cooking process. So Hawaiian imu takes a little longer than the Samoan
More
umu.
of a steaming effect.
It is a steaming. So that's what exactly those bananas are doing, is it brings that moisture into the oven. Because after you put the food on top, then you put leaves on top and you cover it. These days we get, simplify things. We put like a big tarp over it. And then it sits. It's like the Hawaiian pressure cooker. And it usually takes 5 to 10 hours, depends on how much you got in there. And then when you pull it out, it just falls apart. If you had the good fire, if you had hot wood, kiave wood, which is a version of like hickory, like really hard, dense wood, get the rocks really hot. And so the imu in Hawaii is something that's fun to do. And the food is delicious.
It takes a village too, Bob.
It does take a lot of work. All right. Speaking of which, apparently you have some Ono highlights. Coming
Team
up
Snap 5.
from day 1 and day 2 from Team Snap 5.
Hoffman and Coffin, excuse me, and want to give a shout out to brother Dude on the west side. He's watching from his office over there.
West side.
And always staying tuned in to what's going on around these parts. And of course, we got the Hui providing security. We've got Kanaka Solutions and all the gang providing security as well. So thank you to all of the team on site taking care. Dude, obviously part of that Kanaka Solutions crew as well. So brother dude, mahalo. And then the Hui Club members taking care of business. Uncle Tony, Uncle Tim. Yep.
Awesome.
Tim Shanley, Tony Naj. Mahalo, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the emo is cool because it's also, I'd say sort of, it's more like the guys, like, I guess around the barbecue, you get the brothers that cooking. And so likewise, the emu really sort of is a celebration of, kind of the guys that throw rocks on a fire, and it makes it, kind of a bit more dramatic.
We're easily entertained, bro. Us Kanakas, us boys, us Kanes. It doesn't take much.
Ooh, fire!
Yeah.
Like cavemen still.
Yeah, we're totally just cavemen.
There's a crew on my side of the island called the Halemua, and they've been making a lot of emus lately. Polynesian Cultural Center has an emu every day at their luau's. If you want to ever check out what it looks like to have a pig coming out of the emu every day, check them out. And but it's, I got on this from talking about lei making, and so surfing, we mentioned a lot, is one of the art forms in Hawaiian culture, but there's many, many kinds of art forms that aren't just in the ocean but on land, including the arts and crafts of lei making, of basket weaving, of
making the hat,
making feather capes,
hapale, the capes,
weaving, and so there's check it out if you. I always recommend going to the Bishop's Museum.
Oh gosh,
in fact, we
amazing.
We have some visitors visiting with us now, and the Whittakers that went down to Bishop Museum yesterday with my son, and they got the tour there, and it's you get to see all the arts and crafts of old Hawaii, from even stone making. So Hawaiians would carve stone to have different tools.
You're right.
Human hair. Right now there's a display at Bishop Museum where they have some traditional feather clothing, and one of my favorites is the sash of Umi Aliloa. And Umi was a powerful chief of old Hawaii. But if you go and check out his wardrobe, essentially, it's also a combination of bling, and on that you can see human teeth embedded into the sash, which probably is a sign of conquering another foe and embedding your the person you defeated in battle into your wardrobe. Kind of frightening, going into a fight with someone that is wearing someone else's teeth and bones. But here we go, Benji Brandt pulling into this one.
Oh, and you see the little bit of that northerly wind effect, having some, texture on that wave. And this morning, without the wind, it was very, glassy and open, and just a little bit more of a challenge heading into the afternoon with the wind section. You see that wave getting a bit chunky. Went from smooth and glassy to a little bit more baby bounce chunky. I guess slow and smooth, the kickball reference from back in the day. This morning, slow and smooth. Now a little bit baby bounce. And just another day at Pipeline for sure. Here's Benji from that reverse angle, getting very deep and unable to come out. And over time, the swell is on the decline from this huge 5-day run of warning level surf. And so we'll see how it develops into the afternoon. 14 minutes 45 seconds halfway through remaining here in heat number 8. Team Japan on deck, on standby. They were heat number 1 this morning, so we'll be going back to the top of the order, if you will.
So, Rocky, what was your order with the when you call up the on the kickball field? Did you order slow and smooth or baby bounce?
I mixed it up, kind of depending on the situation. Who's on first and second.
Okay.
Whether I wanted to keep it on the ground, probably be more of a slow and smooth. But if I wanted to try to blast one, always the kickball home run is like the greatest feeling ever.
Yeah.
Then you request a baby bounce.
Right.
Then you get some snarky pitchers that give you the extra.
I know.
Baby, like the more big
The giant
baby.
bounce.
But yeah, how about you?
I like the baby bounce, for sure.
Time it just right where you can get it right on the up kick.
Right.
Yeah, good fun days. The kickball.
Although-
Shout out to the All Bus team and the kickball tournament we had for a couple of years right here at Sunset
Right.
Field.
I think for most surfers,
There's the blades.
we abandoned team sports for a reason, you know? Yeah, shouts to the surfboards. Because surfing, even though, like, in this event, which is awesome, we've got this camaraderie group thing. In reality, and even though there's teams that work together to accrue points, surfing is mostly individual experience. You paddle out by yourself on a board, pick a spot you want to go to, and I don't know. Growing up, when I grew up, in Hilo and stuff, I remember coaches being pretty rugged sometimes up in riding.
Oh, Parker could not find the
Fortunately.
exit. And looks like some of that little chippiness of the wave kind of caught his rail a little.
Yeah.
And pulled him under. And we talked about the waves, coming off this big,
Big
5-day
run, yeah.
run of big swells, and Water Patrol pulling up gently to make sure they know where that surfer is, and getting on just in time.
Oof.
And to pull away right there.
So casual as that white water hits the back of the ski. Very nonchalant there.
Yeah.
So familiar and comfortable in the surf with the ski. I don't know, you do get some, some folks who are athletes by nature, and surfing became one of their pastimes. But I believe, for most of us surfers, it's the chance to be autonomous and to be an individualistic, not having a coach, so to speak. That there's part of the appeal to it.
Yeah, it does, create 100% accountability on yourself.
You cannot blame anybody else.
Yeah, so it is a very independent type of feeling.
Well, Team Snap 5, we were talking earlier about surf films, and the Snap series is definitely delivered over the last several years, and it's always fun to watch the segments there. I was mentioning how all these guys in the water have their own segments, and they are incredible. Each and every one of those segments in the Snap series, amazing. I mentioned Benji Brandt, but also with Clay Marzo. He's always one of the favorites to watch because his approach to surfing the wave is so unique. And we started this conversation earlier about how do you know who someone is when they're on the wave and you can't see their face. These guys, and Clay Marzo is definitely one of them, has such his own technique and style and approach to riding waves that as soon as you see him on the wave, it's clear and apparent that it is Clay Marzo. The way he barrel rides, we talked about how he does a layback on his outside rail while going frontside.
How's that body surf camera action right there? That's pretty talented too.
Yes, it is. Awesome.
We're going to queue up a little love and replay for one of our camera folks. Stroking into a nice little fun body surf wave. Looks like he's got his camera on the end of a stick as his lead and negotiating that one quite well. I got to say it's a good score.
I mean, do you have any? I mean, we talked about Wave Warriors as a surf film series.
Yeah.
Any other videos or films that you enjoyed?
You got to always, give props to the Billabong crew and the things they were putting out, and then the Taylor Steele, momentum series that really was during, a time when you had to hunt for surfing on TV.
Yes.
You know, 3 in the morning, way after it happened, some contest might be on, and the results have been out for months, so you know already, but you just want to watch.
Yep.
But yeah, those kinds of ones are put out, and then I was watching a Liam McNamara production of the Hawaii 9-1, 9-2, Hawaii 01 series, and then Jimmy Berlin from Haleiwa used to put out a couple cool videos too that were narrated, and I believe there was so much cool things to be filmed, and then there was a big space for it, and now like the content is just endless.
Yes.
Right? But I find myself nostalgically going back on YouTube to those older stuffs, and just remembering kind of where you were, what you were doing, the age you were when you first saw this wave of Davy Cantrell or pick your name or spot,
Did you, are you old enough to remember going to the theater and watching surf films?
I just remember watching Surfers the movie in the theater, but not before that.
So I remember when I was young, went to some of these, was it board stories, and a bunch of these older movies, which was interesting, because it usually had narration, it had a little bit of a story, someone talking through it. But I remember going into the old Hilo High School auditorium, watching my first surf movie as like a 10-year-old, and everyone in the theater was hooting and hollering.
Right. No, that's how it was. When you had surfing on a big screen, it was like the stoke just permeated through the screen.
Because we're spoiled today, like you said. Like we're overwhelmed almost with so much of the content. But check it out. We got a lot of spectators.
Yep, our beach crowd. There's us and the little blacked out deck area of the Volcom house right above the Derek Ho King of Pipeline poster at the right-of-way. And just a great scene on Aloha Friday for this third day of the Hui BackDoor Shootout 2025, all presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows and in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And I got a cool Duke story, just in case I want to get this in.
Okay.
I was talking downstairs with Balamom.
Balamom? Wait, is she back?
Auntie Mary is here, yeah. And so sharing some stories of Duke visiting New York and Jones State Beach up there.
Okay.
And spending time with the neighborhood, doing, swimming and surfing and all of that. And actually, one of her neighbors in that time where she grew up has these letters handwritten from Duke.
Oh, my gosh.
And Duke gave him a pair of shorts, I think, that they still have.
Holy cow.
Which is so amazing. And her one of her friends remembers, like her dad getting letters from Duke, getting visits, and then they would, all gather around for spaghetti dinner. That was like the main entree of choice way back when. But, this was, early days in New York. So, Auntie Mary, thank you for those cool stories and memoirs that we're, still enjoying and passing around today as we watch Clay Marzo somehow get in there. That was as sneaky as you could be. I mean, talk about sneaking in the back door.
Totally.
That bugger never make one sound, bro. Mom and Dad don't even have a clue where you was. Yeah.
No, that was incredible. And I mentioned earlier how he approaches the wave very differently. We'll watch a replay of this. Look his stance. Like, he's drop kneeing, just gets under there, makes it look so casual, but, man, just almost took his head off.
Yeah.
Came out of the barrel nice and smooth.
How to have that vision and timing on the backhand where you're just looking, with only like half your vision, basically. Because, turning your head like that, can't really get a full, clear look like you can going front side, but just kind of trusting his positioning and, a lot of that by feel. And even his board had a little hint of like an old school look. Like there are flashes of like some of those old surf movies we were just mentioning with the stance, the board, everything. Clay Marzo, vintage.
Yeah, Clay Marzo, one of my favorite surfers to watch, and I know many others would agree with me that he's a savant of sorts. He approaches the wave very differently, and really just knows how to read a wave. And I think I don't know if we recognize enough the value of reading waves. And you look at the best surfers in the world, and it's about knowing what the wave is going to do and how to react to it.
Yeah.
Right? I think a lot of that
being
comes from...
a couple steps ahead as well.
Right, and I think a lot of that comes from just being... you learn that as a baby, in fact, when you're in just the shore break and waves hitting you and learning how to dive under a little wave. And all of that, it trains you for understanding the flow of the ocean, and it becomes something that is instinctual rather than learned. And I think that's something that we see here with Clay Marzo. Great instincts with the ocean. Here he goes, pulls into another one.
That one having that little bit of, extended, difficult exit and bending in a certain way that wouldn't provide anything clean. It was going to have to be, a muscle power through the crashing lip if it was going to happen for an exit, but not that time for Clay Marzo. Yeah,
definitely a lot of warble on that one. You can see in the barrel, but right there you're talking about rocky. It kind of bends off into an unfavorable direction for Clay.
Yeah, if we were looking at these waves, some of them, from a straight-up aerial point of view, it would be not a perfect straight line.
Right.
There's a little bend and movement on some of those waves that are on the inside. Here we go, paddling and not going. But Clay is going to go on that end section, and he'll find a little tune-up on the inside. And showing that he's got other professions in mind, possibly if surfing runs its course, as Benji Brandt. It's a lot of
Elemu, not local.
Yeah, a lot of fun you could have with that shot right there. Get your quarters. 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. We're just cutting loose a little bit. At the end of round 3, 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining for Team Snaps 5, heat number 8 of round 3. And we have our Team Japan coming up next. And we have one of our surfers that will soon be joining us to help with some spotting. But Clay Marzo surviving some of the chandeliers right there. And live action, staying busy to bugger. And maybe ordered his shorts one size too big on purpose. Who knows? He's the savant in many ways.
For sure. We got back-to-back. Clay has been keeping busy here. Now, Clay Marzo is from Maui. Take a shot of the replay of what we missed. The second one. Look at that style, standing tall.
Gosh. Not
a long barrel, but a fun one. And Clay grew up on Maui, a windy part of the windy island.
Yeah.
And is no stranger to these types of winds.
Yeah, that was the end of heat number 8. So we'll take a short break and be back with potentially the start of round 4. We'll keep you posted. Stay tuned. The Hui BackDoor Shootout, back in a moment.
Snap two, bringing it back.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Aloha Avakea. Good midday to all of you joining us for the Hui BackDoor Shootout, the famed Kenui Road, right there off of Kamehameha Highway, fronting the pipeline. Team Japan is in the water right now. Shinpei Horiguchi, Ryaru Ito, Riku Matsumoto, and Shogo Harada. And we have also with us Guy Sato is helping us spot these Japanese surfers to make sure we get the proper ID for the call. Of course, our judges have a spotter up there as well, and as par for the course of the Hui BackDoor Shootout, we go with no jersey colors so surfers can display their own sponsors. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, and we've got Guy Sato up in the booth with us. Guy is without a mic. We just have our two mics hooked up with me and Isaiah, but we'll be talking and hearing from Guy who these surfers are in the water. It looks like we have 5 surfers, so who is the other? Is it Shohei Kato out there again?
Out.
Oh, he's not out. Is Kenshin Matsunaga in the heat?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're replacing Shohei with Kenshin. Okay, got it. So we have Kenshin Matsunaga in this heat, along with Shinpei, with Shogo, and Riku and Ryaru. And we saw these guys in heat number 1, first heat of the day, get some really nice waves. Starting to see that really nice, clean drone shot with the reef below, giving you an idea of just how shallow and treacherous, dangerous.
Yeah, Ryaru had one of the.
Can be.
Ryaru had like a 8.3 this morning.
Yeah, that
really
backdoor wave, really good. And speaking of really good beach interview, it'll be Mahina Maeda taking us downstairs. Let's hear it.
Aloha guys, Mahina here on the beach with Clay Marzo. This is the Snap T5 team. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of waves going by through each team. This heat kind of was a little bit slower on the slower side, but you managed to get like a couple sneaky pipe waves and stuff. Just talk me through some of the waves that you caught.
Yeah, just trying to pick and choose and look around and and found a few little one corners, but it was slow heat. Good fun.
Yeah, that's good. I've noticed that you're riding kind of like a funny, interesting looking board. Obviously a quad setup. Why did you choose this board out of all the boards that you have and brought over?
Just as a little more like paddle, like more to get into the wave, a little thicker, and just a little more safe for to catch waves.
You did mention that you wish you rode this board specifically on the other days. Why is that?
Just because it felt like I could get into the waves more, My other boards were a little small, and yeah, I definitely like this one. It was way better.
So you guys mentioned that you guys are having this new Snap movie coming out soon. Do you want to give out some sneaky little details on that?
Yeah, we've been filming for Snap 5, Logan. It's been 3-4 years, so I'm just excited to get it done with this year, one more year. But shout out Snap team.
So hopefully we see more of those crazy barrels that you guys get in those movie parts in this heat, in the next coming heats and stuff. So wish you all the best, and back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you. Mahalo Mahina. And sporting a beautiful homemade, handmade, man-made. Puakenikeni.
Yeah, so Puakenikeni, in my opinion, and I think many agree with, has the most beautiful fragrance of a flower. And it's related to the gardenia plant, so it has a little hint of gardenia-ish.
There's some variations of Puakenikeni.
There are. As you see, the flowers on my tree are a little bigger than, so there's different varieties, small, medium, and extra large. Mine was kind of like the, there we go.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome.
So, and I have my own theories on making those. To me, the gaps between each flower is more important than anything else.
Okay.
Because you want some, continuity with the lei to make it look like it's uniform.
Yeah.
But the smell of the puakenikeni, I love how you said that. I could smell it from here.
Yeah.
If you know the smell of puakenikeni, as soon as you see it, it triggers your senses, and you know what that smell is. Very beautiful type of flower. But we have a lot of different types of lei making tradition and skills, from lei po'o to maile lei to
you have
variety.
the open maile, which is just a drape over. Then any significance with connecting into a full circle. Theories on that.
So typically, when there's kind of a, I don't know if it's a superstition we'd call, but when women are hapai or pregnant, typically they would not have a closed lei on.
Okay.
So, and that's, I say superstition because oftentimes it may reference like the umbilical cord, don't want it getting wrapped around.
Got it.
And so having an open lei, usually most pregnant women will have a lei that's open.
Okay.
So otherwise, like with the maile, it's sort of a preference, I think. Maile are leaves, really, not flowers.
Correct.
But they're fragrant leaves of a vine that grow up in the mountains, and they're pretty rare, increasingly rare and hard to find. A beautiful, fragrant smell, and those are the priciest leis that I think you find at the maile.
Yeah.
And they're usually reserved for very special occasions like weddings. Usually a groom would wear a maile lei for a wedding.
Okay. And then you have the tea leaf, which is, I've seen closed and open.
Right. You just have preference on that.
Yeah.
So tea leaf lei, basically, it's woven almost like a braid but twisted.
Okay.
And you'll get some really cool varieties of tea leaf lei. There's different color tea leaf. There's the ula ula, the red tea leaf leis. So anyway, if you're interested in some of these things we're talking about, we do have in Hawaii a lot of places where you can learn more about some of our culture and our arts and customs. But the pinnacle of the Hawaiian arts takes place in the spring every year in Hilo for what we call the Merry Monarch Festival. Yes. And if you go down there, even if you cannot get tickets into the show for the hula competition, all the festivities going around in Hilo town, there's all these art, lei stands and kiosks and different people posted up selling stuff.
Yeah.
It's a real cool event, so if you have time to check that out, please do so.
It is more than just a hula competition. And I have one question, take it how you'd like, but I'm just so curious of, everything in there is so amazingly beautiful. And then I always wondered, how come they're dancing on plywood? I think but the way they tape it and it's marked, maybe it's for the squares and referencing your spacing. But I would I'm like, wow, everything is so beautiful. And then they showed us plywood stage. I thought maybe it would be covered with some maybe nice lauhala, something like that, or some nice but I know you want to get the good pounding when you're doing your steps and you're dancing, so the effect of the noise is good. But maybe some nice print over that, but just was always curious about that. Sorry, I'm not trying to make it
functional.
But it's a beautiful event, like you said, showcasing not only the amazing arts of dance, but just everything that happens around that event is quite the display of Hawaiian arts.
You know, and we have Team Japan in the water right now, and I've seen many, and we talked about this the other day, but many Japanese hula halau that come to Hawaii to perform. And Merry Monarch Festival, you'll see it's an international. You'll see a lot of people from around the world, but particularly get a lot of folks from Japan, folks from the United States. You have Hawaiian groups that halau that are from the United States. From, for example, in San Francisco, you have one of the more popular ones that show up to the Merry Monarch Festival every year. So a lot of great celebrations in Hawaiian culture, not just surfing, but all types of arts that we are known for here in Hawaii. Nei. Up and riding.
Shogo Harada.
Oh.
And brother was trying to work smarter, not harder. But Shogo Harada definitely earning.
Oh, Shogo.
Oh, he went, boo. Show went. And some photogs at the Volcom house posted up looking, but talk about a lot of courage going for that one.
See a replay of Shogo here. Takes the drop, steep and deep, underneath.
Yeah.
Steal a phrase from you.
Yeah. No, he can borrow. Easy kind. Don't worry about.
Easy, bro.
Yeah.
Borrow that one too. Just no sell them.
Yeah.
But a bit too deep on that one. He had the speed and the power and flow, but unfortunately, Pipeline out-raced him.
Yeah, there's the paddle back out with our Zone Media photographer on board with Hawaiian Water Patrol and our other swimming photographers that are kind of battling a little bit of that current on the end bowl right there, and our safety ski standing by.
So, yeah, Duke Kahanamoku. So we celebrate Duke Kahanamoku in this event. And Duke was also known to be a musician and hula dancer as well. If you go to YouTube, you'll find there's a special where he's honored on his TV show called This Is Your Life. And you'll get to see him do a little ami, which is a little hip shake on the show where he does a little hula dance and with his family and his sisters and aunties and his brothers. And so lots of tradition.
I would definitely recommend that Waterman movie. Huh?
Okay.
That was so cool.
Yeah, the film a couple years ago came out called Waterman.
Showed a lot of that This Is Your Life
It did.
Footage.
It did. So lots of arts and culture. We talked about the 50 years ago on the North Shore and this sometimes this phrase Hawaiian Renaissance. Good friend of mine lives in my neighborhood in Hauula, Uncle Cy Bridges, who's a kumuhula and a judge at the Merry Monarch. I remember talking to him one time. He goes, "What do you mean Hawaiian Renaissance? We never need that. We was already living our culture."
Yeah.
So it depends on where you lived. You know, he's like, where I lived in Hauula, we was fishing, making poi, doing everything in 1970s. I don't know who call him Renaissance. So it is it depends on who you're talking to. But we do have,
one of the best uncles, Cy Bridges. Yeah.
Oh, brother, he's a genealogist expert.
Just a gem.
Can talk for days on who's related to who and who came from who. But yeah, so this idea of of Renaissance is important. But I agree to some degree with him because there were a lot of, like I mentioned, surfing didn't really need a renaissance in 1970s, although the Hui Ohe'enalu was there to preserve and protect waves and particularly on the North Shore as the surf scene got increasingly more prevalent and surfing competitions started to, and some of them exclude some of the local community.
Right.
So the brothers got together and was like, I don't think so. In fact, some stories I've interviewed guys like Tom Pohaku and others, and they say like, bro, we would paddle out.
Yeah, right in the middle of the event, and just to make a statement.
Right.
You didn't invite us, but we are here because you guys are in a certain territory that at least invite us or hire us to be water safety and or involve us in some capacity.
Right, and then full circle. Well, because in the early events it was invite only, similar to this event. You have to be invited to be a part of it. But when they were inviting only out of island, off island people.
Yeah.
In fact, when the first Duke events, there was only one native Hawaiian that was invited into the entire event, and so guys like Eddie Aikau and Ben Aipa were trying to make their way in, and they did. The very next year, Eddie and Ben Aipa were included, but you could sense a little bit of frustration from the local brothers who were known as experts on the North Shore. You had the Kimo Hollingers and the Kealoha Ka'ios and a variety of other Hawaiian surfers that had been surfing on the North Shore through the 70s and the 60s, in fact. And here we go. Got a paddler.
Shinpei.
Oh, our Uncle Shinpei.
Oh, yeah.
Going for it. Ho!
Ooh.
Got a little high on that end section. But,
oh, man. He could start his own luxury brand,
Uh-oh,
It's
here comes.
not Gucci, but Horiguchi. Is that a Gucci bag? No, it's a Horiguchi bag. I got it from Shinpei-san.
Oh.
And, talk about just bravery and courage going up and into that barrel. After, his wipeout that was played multi times over, there's Cliff Botello. He was helping us with some MC and announcing over the last couple of days, and now
called up into the ski,
into the action on the ski. Good job, that a Cliff, and the rest of the gang, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
That was a real treat. Actually, I was excited to have Cliff in here because we could get kind of first account of primary source of him and what it's like being in the on the water ski and on the out there in the Hawaiian Water Patrol.
And speaking of water ski, we had
jet ski
Neely.
Yes,
that was our water ski professional,
that
world's best apparently. Came onto the scene and graced us with her presence. And I was, really hoping we would get a tow rope out there with her water skis to put on some pipeline display. But it is such a fun event to mix everything in and talk about a variety of subjects that you don't always get to hear at all surf events, So
but why not?
We run the gamut. We are Relevant Tangents is our new nickname.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new band name. Dude likes the Horiguchi. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Thanks, dude. Actually, Duty Miller was one of the original Waikiki Hui Nalu surfers from the club. Actually, he was known as the captain of the Hui Nalu Surf Club. We're talking earlier about 50 years ago at the Hui Ohe Nalu, but don't get them confused with the Hui Nalu, which was from 1906, the early 1900s. The Hui Nalu gang were some of our Hawaiian surfers down there in Waikiki were holding it down, became the local celebrities in Waikiki for also known as Beach Boys, Waikiki Beach Boys. But that was their monetized name of their club because the Waikiki Beach Boys would make money teaching people surf lessons and also quite the entertainers. I mentioned how Kahanamoku also was a singer and a dancer, which is kind of cool that this kind of tradition of surfers being rounded artists. Eddie Aikau himself was like a slack key guitar expert.
Wow.
And loved to play music.
There's a lot of images of him holding a guitar that you see from the past.
You know what's cool? I saw the same thing when I was doing my project interviewing folks for the book Waves of Resistance. I had a similar experience where I interviewed Kealoha Ka'i'o, who's passed, and he was one of the Hawaiian surfers who charged the waves alongside Greg Knoll and others in the 60s. And he had a guitar under his arm. And what I realized, for some folks, when they get some soft-spoken individuals, especially Hawaiians that maybe a little self-conscious with their English, and the thick pidgin and the Hawaiian language may feel like a barrier for them behind a camera or an interview. Anytime he would feel a little overwhelmed, he would just start playing his guitar.
Yeah,
and we're talking about Renaissance, something that I've always been fascinated with, and I hope some researcher will spend more time exploring as we see all our folks on the beach exploring this short beach.
Yeah, I like the kind of the steep berm gives them that stadium tiered type of seating,
Stadium seating.
Nobody blocking anybody.
Only bummers that get sand in the pants when you sit on the hill like that.
Yeah, the little small kind avalanche coming down.
But where I was going with this is Hawaiian music has been a place to preserve history, stories, and culture. It was one of those things, and I argue similar with surfing, that it was a cultural tradition that didn't die out, that persevered during, the mid and early 1900s. Was kind of a rough time for culture in Hawaii because there was a lot of change and kind of a sentiment of feeling, again, insecure, or like there's something inherently not smart about your culture. Up and riding, grabbing a rail.
Shogo again.
Keeping busy. But Hawaiian music is a place where that also doesn't really stop. And so a lot of the traditions and legends and stories and histories are preserved in music.
In song, yep, in mele. And, that is something else that our Japanese brethren have adopted a lot into is the music scene. I know Jake Shimabukuro, being of Japanese descent, but growing up here, has taken the ukulele to Japan and has made, many cool appearances in Japan. And, there's a lot of Japanese ukulele players that really enjoy the instrument and adopting into the Hawaiian culture. And we talked before of, Hawaiians going to Japan and then 3 very famous sumo wrestlers from Hawaii being in Japan. So there's always been a really, really fun, interesting cultural exchange. And then we talked about food. Some of my favorite things to eat come from the Japanese culture. And such a great blend of brotherhood and surfing. And then we go back to, as we watch, there's some Team Japan footage right there. You see the poster, the banner in the background with Japanese writing.
I've been to Japan, and I was blown away with 7-Eleven in Japan.
Yeah.
The food is so good there.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, we have 7-Eleven here, but over there, bro,
it's like,
all the different sushis and sandwiches, and it's incredible.
It's very upscale takeout for sure.
But on the topic of music, talked about how Duke Kahanamoku was a musician, the Beach Boys, the Waikiki Beach Boys, the Hui Nalu guys were musicians. Music is a cool place that did perpetuate culture. Actually, I come from a family of musicians. My grandfather and my aunties and uncles that were part of my grandpa's family were Hawaiian musicians that traveled around. And I'm so proud. I'm going to shout out here my daughter who plays the stand-up bass in a Hawaiian group. There's a trio called Kilia, Kilia.
Okay.
So Kilia Music, check them out. Actually, I'm so proud. They're going to be playing at the Atherton Studio next month in February, and the tickets go on sale. Hawaii Public Radio has a studio in town right across from Don Quixote, which is a Japanese store there. And check it out. Get some tickets. It's a beautiful concert. It's very proud of her.
Yeah.
And they're going to be sharing the stage. It's Olelo Hawaii Week, so my daughter and all of my kids speak Olelo Hawaii. And celebrating music, so love Hawaiian music, especially the older stuff. Love the old stuff.
Yeah, no, it's really nostalgic, takes you back, and just a very relaxing tone as we're kind of relaxing here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in heat number 1 of round 4. So we are well into the 4th round of the Hui BackDoor Shootout on day 3. So
Rocky.
Oh, man.
That was a slip there.
Wow.
Sorry.
Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, just off camera here. We got Guy Sato, guy get in
Come
here,
on in
man.
here.
There's been a guy helping us with the spotting of our surfers, but I'll take that as a compliment.
Sorry.
Good,
I don't know where that came from. Slip. Hopefully not a Freudian slip. But we were talking earlier, Rocky, and we were a little concerned about the winds. Looks smooth now.
Yeah, it's kind of coming and going, and clocking maybe a little more easterly, too, as we speak. So we'll see how the conditions hold up. Sporting the Oahu Golf apparel. Mahalo, guys. Keeping us nice and comfy and smooth. And, forgot to show you guys. Next time we'll get you guys get one more shot here of our Hui BackDoor Shootout gear, because this year is from artist Jack Soren. Check that out. That's the back of the shirt right there with the Kahanamoku and then the front logo you've been seeing on the screens and on the intros and outros. But just want to say mahalo to all of our supporters. 3 minutes to go. You see the clock right there and the beautiful view behind us. And look at that drone shot. It's
Let
epic.
me check out that shirt again.
Oh, yeah, bro. Check the shirt. Check them.
So, Jack Soren is a amazing artist. Look at this. Rider up.
Surfer backdoor getting crunched.
But I love how he integrates the stories into it. We have Kahanamoku in this shot. We've been talking about leis today.
Yeah.
So on the shirt, you got the lei. You also talk about the maile, which we have in this. We talk about petroglyphs or the ki'i that the Hui Ohe'enalu logo is on here. So there's a lot of meaning to this art here. Appreciate it. So go check it out. Actually, these shirts are hard to find. They sold out right away. And Jack Soren is a great artist, does mural work and a variety of other things. Go check out what he does. But Backdoor Shootout, love the imagery. Kahanamoku, also the coloring, right? So you got the red and yellow. We've talked about this before. I mentioned how my son took his friends down to the Bishop Museum yesterday. I know there's these feather capes. Most of those colors of red and yellow are colors of the li'i. And hundreds of thousands of these feathers required to make a cape, a Hawaiian cape. One of the most prized capes you'll see at the Bishop Museum is King Kamehameha's yellow cape. Yellow flowers were the hardest to come by. Oftentimes a bird was partly yellow, and you'd have to just pick the feathers off the bird that was yellow. Now, there's a lot of different talk of like whether the Hawaiians over-hunted these birds, but according to our traditions, they would capture and release a lot of these birds. So capture them, pluck the feathers, and then release.
Take what you need has always been a Hawaiian concept, I believe.
Right. And so make sure we're sustainable. Again, we live on an island. You have to treat it like an island. I mentioned on day one, I think, talked about Olelo no Eau. He wa'a, he moku, he moku, he wa'a. An island is a canoe, and a canoe is like your island. So in other words, you have to, when you're on a canoe, you have limited resources. Make the most of it and be sustainable.
That is a great point as we're looking at the island right now from that beautiful drone shot. And Shinpei Horiguchi gets out of a barrel nicely. So much like he finished the last heat, deja vu right now for Team Japan and Shinpei Horiguchi, because it was with just about 30 or 20 seconds left in Heat 1 early this morning. He finished with a nice little backdoor drainer and does the same here for Heat number 2 for Team Japan. Round 4, not as active as this morning. So, Guy Sato, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Volcom team rider and all-around Japan shredder, Guy Sato, helping us with some spotting. And we're going to take a short break here. We'll be right back with our next heat of Round 4, Northshore Surf Shop Ohana, coming up next. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui O'He'enalu and these great sponsors. Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Hey, welcome back. Here we are at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. This is the 50th anniversary of the Hui O'He'enalu, celebrating this event since 1996 as the BackDoor Shootout. Northshore Surf Shop, Ohana. The lineup right there, Ayala, Makai, Landon, Steve, and looks like Legend in there. So nice. It'll be the McNamara brothers with their Hanai brother, Ayala Stewart. And then also Legend Chandler, who has made great strides in the last couple of years as a young man here at Pipeline. And then Stevie Robes, coming over from Maui, part of that lineage of great surfing in the Roberson Ohana. And excited to see what these guys have in store for round 4. Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, and we are just strolling on through right into round 4.
Speaking of Hanai, there's terms for, people you're close to. Hanai, you got Calabash cousins, and here we go. Rider up. Looks like either one of the young guns.
One of the young boys, yeah. We definitely can ID, Landon, Ayala. They got the distinct hairdos. Makai with that more stately veteran backhand, barrels, grab rail technique, so he's recognizable. Then the young boys with the helmets and, little more zip in their step as they're still under the age of 17, bro.
Oh, wow.
They can't even buy cigarettes.
It was either Stevie or
Not that they
Legend.
wanted,
or Paddle. Look at this one. Late,
yeah.
steep, deep, grabbing rail.
Oh, nice.
Chew.
Oh, man. And, these boys are young, but they look so mature on waves like this and their styles.
Yeah, I believe that was Stevie Roberson.
Yeah, Stevie Robes. And
nice water angle.
Beautiful shot from Hawaiian Water Patrol and Zone Media getting right up in there, up close and personal.
So, yeah, Ohana in Hawaii is extended family, right? And sometimes it's blood, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's your Hanabara brada.
Yeah.
And,
I like that term.
Actually, I didn't realize. I learned recently that Hanabara is it's a mix of pidgin and Japanese.
Okay, yeah, because it's B-A-T-A.
Yes.
Hanabata.
And the bara is the Hawaiian pidgin for butter.
Yeah.
And apparently the hana is the Japanese for your nose.
Okay.
So it's nose butter,
okay.
which is talking about boogers, basically. And when people say, hana bara days, it means when you're so small and you had kind of runny noses and you grew up together. I have a hana bara brother who's shouting me out here, and brother Merv Kohivi Nui. He's also brother Merv from HIC Surf Shop in Haleiwa.
Yeah, bro, Merv. The bugger control sprayer, bro. I love watching him surf. He rips.
And he's with another friend, childhood friend Reagan, and others watching. So aloha to you guys. Thank you for watching us. And but this concept of wahana is really cool because extended takes a village to raise a child. Hanabara, calabash. That was one I always thought was a haole term because it's an English word. Till I learned recently that it's not. It's unique to Hawaii. Calabash is an English word for like a poi bowl.
Something,
yeah,
right?
Poi bowl. So if you're a calabash cousins with somebody, that means that you grew up eating out of the same poi bowl together.
And we've got Mahina Maeda. She is downstairs on the beach with an interview. Go ahead, Mahina.
Aloha guys, Mahina here down on the beach with Ryaru Ito from Team Japan. Ryaru, 最後のヒートは結構難しかったし、1本目のヒートと比べるとどっちの方が良かったですか
今日の朝の1個目のヒートの方が良くて、でも今はちょっと風も吹いてきて、で波もちょっとサイズダウンしたから、乗れなかったけど、楽しかったです。
この前のヒートと今日のヒートと比べるとやっぱり違う板乗ってて、どんな板乗ってますか？
この間は波のサイズがでかかったんでちょっと板でかくしたけど、今日はまだちょっとスモールサイズだからちょっと短めの板を買いました。
この前私が大阪会いに行った時もリアルのフリーバードのムービーって最近出てきて、結構パイプラインの映像いっぱいあったし、どこまでプッシュしました？
そうですね、まだオンラインで乗ってないですけど、もしかしたら今後乗るかもしれないんでチェックしといてください。 Thank you.
So Riata just came out with a new movie clip called Freebird. It's not out yet, but it does showcase a lot of the heavy slabs that he went and surfed over the years out here and as well as over in Tahiti. So hopefully you guys check it out. But best wishes for you to the next heat. 次のヒートも頑張ってください.
Thank you. ありがとう.
All right, Mahina. Glad to see the lei still kind of trying to hold on there.
Yeah,
and
bro.
One thing about the Pua Kenny,
short shelf life.
Whenever short shelf life, especially when it's touching your skin, you know. So something about that. In fact, my family laughs at me, but when I pick my flowers, I wear gloves. When I make the lei, I wear gloves. Trying to save as much as possible so the thing will start aging on you.
Just the skin oils, yeah.
The skin oils
mixing with the flowers. So, very concerted effort here. Much appreciated by Isaiah Walker.
So, I'm getting some texts here from some friends. Uncle Chuck Waipa Andres, who's a well-known, of course, surfboard shaper, shapes a lot of the boards for our surfers on the North Shore at Pipeline and also at Waimea Bay.
Yeah.
So he's known for shaping his surfboards. And he sent me some pictures of his tutu man or his grandfather, Arthur Waipa Parker, and says that is a picture of him rowing, looks like with Kahanamoku in the Alawai, when the Alawai was clean, he says.
Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago. Hopefully, those little like maki balls, whatever they're making, the genki balls,
yeah, the
are
genki
having
balls
effect.
hopefully
we'll see. I heard sightings of a monk seal
in the Alawai. That's a good sign.
So who knows? We may be onto something. I feel like my word to guests that come out with us on the canoe is always, mankind. We're here for better or for worse. We have some ways to make things problematic, but then got the ingenuity and wherewithal and technology to fix it or try to make it better. So hopefully that is what's happening. But I remember the first time I saw the Andres logo as we watch a paddler here. We'll get to that shortly, but the first time I saw that logo was on a fellow competitor's board by the name of Mikala Jones. Rest in peace, Mikala, dearly missed. And we watch Backdoor here, not missing this one. Beautiful. I think that is legend. So still
cool to be a legend still at 16.
Yeah, really. Yeah, still some nuggets with this northeasterly trade wind filling in. And the barrels at Pipe and Backdoor are still very resilient, holding open. Look at that beautiful entry. And then has to kind of sneak out the bottom of that. The Backdoor had the doggy door.
Yeah, as we talked about Backdoor, for many years, most people didn't even look at the right when they were surfing out at Pipeline. Till guys started doing it more and more because it looks like a closeout. You'll even hear the best surfers today. They'll say, like, that looked like a closeout. And you get guys like John who say those are the ones you want.
Yeah.
Look like they're going to close out. And then you have to sneak out the doggy door. There's no channel at Backdoor. So you just have to know the time to exit, when to pull the trigger to shoot out of the back door.
Yeah. And it's like Cliff Botello, Jarrett Lau trying to get a good grab, a good pickup right there of Legend Chandler. Get him back around the pipe side. So really, really amazing having Hawaiian Water Patrol, not only for safety, but also for efficiency. And whatever we can do to kind of keep the crowd entertained. You know, the less paddling, the more surfing. And so
that's cool.
As a sport, as surfing, the entertainment is mostly while you're surfing. You can have some pretty amazing paddle out moments of some carnage, but
I love that. You know, Cliff Kapono is moonlighting there, part-time in the booth and part-time on the ski, making it look easy.
And more sets approaching our surfers here in heat number 2 of round 4. This is Team Northshore Surf Shop Ohana. They've got a couple locations. Sharks Cove, right there on Kamehameha Highway, not hard to miss. And then you got to kind of venture into Haleiwa Town, right there near Ace Hardware, to find the other Northshore Surf Shop location. And a great selection of all kinds of things for the ocean.
Yeah, Uncle Chuck is blowing up my phone with all these cool historic photos he's sending me right now of his grandpa.
Oh, epic.
And one thing that stands out, look how fit these guys. There's Duke.
Oh, yeah.
Just ripped, you know. These guys, I don't know, like this is before, you know, I don't think they had gym memberships at that time.
No,
but
it was all natural.
All natural, just going out surfing every day.
Never have
and
McDonald's
swimming.
either, that's why.
Great pictures. Thank you, Uncle Chuck, for sharing of your
always,
tutu.
always a great source of, you know, craftsmanship, surf knowledge, historical knowledge, and, you know, a real fan of the culture and supporter of things of Polynesia. So thank you, Uncle Chuck.
Uncle Chuck, I mean, I don't mean to offend in any way, but I've noticed that some of the best shapers are also the most meticulous and almost a little OCD.
Yeah.
Like Chuck, you go to his house or ride in his car or whatever, just immaculate. Like nothing's out of place.
That's how Sino was too.
Yeah.
You know, it is a common trait, I believe.
I mean, I used to. Billy Kemper was referring to his Glen Pang board. Glen Pang took care of me when I was young. I was from Big Island, but I'd come and sleep at his house up in Wahiawa, and he'd take care of me and make surfboards. Same thing, just very, you know, nothing out of place. You could see him get annoyed if you were to, like, not wash your dish or, you know, put something in the wrong spot. And, like, you can see it just kind of, like, irking them.
You know, if Sino is probably rolling in his whatever he is, but he's not in a grave. He's out there in the ocean. But if he's seen my truck these days, how much sand I got in the truck as we watch Legend Chandler. Get catapulted to the exit. Looked like he was, you know, at a circus stunt show with the helmet on, getting shot out of a cannon. Right there, a pipeline cannon. But, oh my gosh, I am not that meticulous in the way I keep things.
So you're not going to have a career shaping boards.
And so I will not be a shaper.
Launched out of the cannon.
But it is that is an interesting common thread that you bring up there.
Speaking of reference to circus, I went to Awana recently. It's the Cirque du Soleil in Waikiki.
Oh, I've been thinking about that.
Bro,
my
that
daughters
show is awesome.
Have been kind of poking me to get two things, Moana 2 and Awana the show. My daughters really want to get me. Yeah.
Now, Awana will run you a bit more than the Moana tickets.
Okay. Because I was like, bro, movie theater is expensive these days. But yeah.
Awana is about $100.
Yeah.
But it doesn't disappoint. I mean, and they've done a really good job the way they're combining Hawaiian culture and like these acrobatic acts.
Okay.
And they have a surf one in there, which is cool. Like their interpretation of they take He'inalu and there's they integrate it into this acrobatic. I don't want to give it away.
Okay.
But it's jaw dropping where you're watching on the edge of your seat. You just think somebody's going to fall or get deathly injured at any given moment. But yeah, it was a really cool show. It's cool. They brought in, you know, I think Manaola did the costuming for them, which Manaola is one of our top. You know,
like Polynesian fashion.
Fashion, there we go. Designer, thank you, designer.
Yeah.
And also, you know, you have culture and hula and language. You got a lot of language advice from from some of our language experts out there. So it's a good show. I highly recommend it.
Okay, well, that settles it. We'll start saving up now. 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here for Team Northshore Surf Shop Ohana. And we have been kind of giving you some insights on the origins of the word Ohana and kind of the different subtle meanings and things like that. And, if you have a family member or someone extended that you've known for a long, long time, I guess you can blend it in Ohana Bara days. But
new t-shirt. You should come up with a new slogan.
Ideas,
Easy bra and Ohana Bara.
Ohana Bara brada from another Mara.
Hey, did you try my lilikoi butter yet or what?
I did.
You
so
did?
We both, my wife and I tried it. Yeah, and it's I just put on some toast, and it's man, it is like just bursting.
Yeah, lilikoi is passion fruit.
Yeah, and so it's tart by nature. But has a nice.
It is.
Smooth,
you add enough sugar to something tart, and it gives it that sweet and sour flavor.
Nice and smooth. Stuck it straight in the fridge.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it when it's cold. It's much better. So. Yeah, all my old man things I'm making ulu. Did I tell you about my ulu butter mochi?
No, okay.
You're gonna make a fortune off of your gimmicky shirts and hats, and those are awesome.
Okay.
My dream one day to open up like a little cafe that sells stuff like ulu and lilikoi and stuff like that. But breadfruit ulu, there's a lot of story. It must be lunchtime because I'm talking. 12 minutes left. So ulu or breadfruit is interesting because it's a starch, but it's a fruit.
Okay.
And you can do a lot of cool things with it. A lot of people have been using it for making flour out of it. It's an alternative. It's a gluten-free alternative. The best and the quickest and the most favored version of making ulu is ulu chips.
Okay.
So you fry them up. And I prefer coconut oil, and then you fry up ulu chips, and it's awesome. Better than potato chips.
Hey, so back to our New York story with Duke. Came to Long Island, New York, the same year as the East Coast Surfing Championship, 1964. And this is coming from Beth, so thank you for the stories. Just at 9 years old, in June, it was June 29th, visited Gilgo Beach, and Dick Bolton was a surf contest judge and coach, and Duke came to Jones Beach, where he was a lifeguard as well. And they would all bring the neighborhood kids to hang out and hang out at the Hannon Beach Surf Shack there. And they were all blessed to meet Duke. I mean, you can imagine this scene. There's this Hawaiian out at New York, and he was an Olympic champion by that time, and always marveling how tall he was, beautifully bronze skin, and made such an impression on all the kids there. And then this drove Beth to become a competitive pool swimmer.
Wow.
So that was really inspirational. And surfing and swimming became a national or a favorite pastime, and she passed it on to her 4 sons. There's a beautiful shot of the poster.
That's crazy because
Duke.
it shows a direct connection from Duke to Balaram Stack.
Yeah,
from his family, his mom.
Yeah, and so this is Mom's friend, and they're all cheering for Balaram. And thank you so much for the story, and just an incredible, range of reach that Duke had, across the world, even as far away from Hawaii as New York. So great to see. And then the connection with Balaram surfing for Team Volcom, becoming a pipe master a couple of years ago. And just always all-around classic character and great person, Balaram. And thank you for sharing the stories.
Beautiful.
Auntie Mary, Auntie Beth, you guys. Love from New York. We really appreciate it.
In 1964, Duke was an old man. He passed away in 1968. And I always think that's interesting because we, as surfers, we talk a lot about Duke often, but He was born in 1890 and passed away in 1968, where he was 78 years old. There's a poster there honoring Duke Pa'oa Kahanamoku, and he's such a mainstay and figurehead in our surfing community that I think we sometimes forget. 1968, he passed away at 78 years old. Pretty cool. So, but a lot of the guys that are around here, some older folks knew him, surfed with him.
Yeah.
And so it's cool that legacy lives on. Talked about how Eddie Aikau crossed paths with Duke on many occasions, and particularly at the Duke Invitational Competition, 1966, I believe, where Duke Kahanamoku gave a trophy to Eddie Aikau. Yeah. He didn't win that one. Eddie Aikau eventually won that event. He was trying to win it every year for many years. Interestingly, in 1973, his younger brother, Clyde, won it.
Right.
They surfed in the finals against each other. Eddie made the finals almost every year, but it seemed to just elude him.
His final year competing, or he kind of came back from doing other stuff and ended up winning.
Finally ended up winning, and he was very proud of that moment. And then after doing that, he really dedicated his time in life to Hokulea. So Eddie Aikau becomes a very important figure on Hokulea, the voyaging canoe that we talked about previously. So we're kind of connecting these generations, right? We're talking about Duke's era, and then also the Hui's era, which is also Eddie Aikau's era, 50 years ago. And, so there's a lot of connections, right? Yeah. And it's so cool. That's a beauty I love about history, is these connections. We'll see if this wave connects with the surfer. Not this time. But when you hear about Balaram Stack's mom and the connections she had with Duke Kahanamoku, it's always fun to make those connections with our experiences here on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much more that's connected as you start kind of feeling around and talking story and sharing exchanges, the connections that are made or that are revealed sometimes are so incredibly moving and powerful, and just thankful that you're able to know that or found that out or things like that. And just hearing those stories of Duke, in his travels around, and still how those things are still relevant to today. And we watch Ella Stewart trying to be relevant in this round 4, and just is going to hope to come up unscathed. There he is above water, so he's okay. That was a short but vigorous ride.
Yes. Yeah, Ayala is no stranger to late, steep, and deep waves here at Pipeline. Check out how he does this. Behind the peak backdoors it, but too steep and deep for him to keep those toes in the wax.
Yeah, and you saw him maybe even jump forward, just kind of throwing in the towel on that one, knowing how far back he was. And depending on, what the swell does this weekend, we'll see whether, Saturday or Sunday we're going to be continuing. We'll let you guys know. You can find out logging in at Surfline, too. They've been a great forecast partner for giving us the daily and a few days out forecasts for each day here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Keiki Beach Bungalows off to your right-hand side, panning over to proper Pipeline now at the beach with beautiful views coming from the Zone drone. Yeah. That drone is in the zone, getting some epic shots. Zone Media, Island Paddler TV, Hawaii Extreme Sports, a lot of the content that you find locally here dealing with the ocean are produced by Zone Media, so mahalo.
There's all the sand. It's over there at Ihukai.
Yeah, and then beyond. It might have moved way down. It's so much big swell. This is the coast or the shore of the shifting sands, even just at Cavella, where I launched my canoe for the folks at the Ritz-Carlton Turtle Bay at Cavella Bay. There's this stump that is washed up. It's been traveling up and down the beach in the bay the last year. It finally parked right in front of the spot where I launch, conveniently so. But it has been buried up to its very tip. And I'm telling you, it's like, solid, like 3 feet of sand.
Wow.
So that's tons of sand that has shifted around. Here we go. Check it out. Some paddlers.
It's a split peak, maybe.
Backdoor, maybe. No, just one rider. Makai McNamara. Can tell by the confident approach.
Oh,
and Makai. Nice work there.
Yeah, he went through a few different sections. We sometimes refer to this as a chandelier because kind of just like on top of your head.
Yeah, hanging right over the
Crystal
dining
ball.
table, yeah. And,
Little bunny hop.
Nicely done. You know, the wave size diminishing kind of quickly from this morning.
Yep.
You know, and here we are just about almost 1 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time. At 8 o'clock a.m. it was thumping, and now it is just coming in enough to give our surfers, you know, that last bit of barrel hopes for round number 4. We'll see if there's any keepers from this round because, you know, size of wave is going to matter for that type of score and the amount of scoring that you get. You can get a big bomb that is, you know, not as deep and get a good score, or get a small runner, you know, 4 foot, but just deep, doubtful. And we've talked about that variable, and I will take credit for coming up with DOD, degree of doubt, when you're judging barrel surfing. And so the more doubtful you are of the surfer coming out, and he does come out, the bigger the score will be. So the higher the degree of doubt correlates to the higher number of score. So there, Landon McNamara looked good. Amazing wave.
But
Any of us would be happy, but the degree of doubt, the DOD, very low on that scale.
Very low on the scale, like the DOD.
So you heard
you
it
could have
first.
been a linguist. You're so into these puns and word plays. A very good job.
Thank you, thank you.
It's funny. I was talking about how meticulous shapers are, and Uncle Chuck's still sending me stuff. He's like, "Bro, look, man, nothing out of place in my shaping room."
Gotta love it. That's exactly Sino, my stepdad. You know, from his vehicle, as we watch Landon, nothing out of place right there. Everything where it should be. Board, elemu, okole, head, po'o, everything in the barrel and coming out. So right on cue right there. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. And, you know, you get in Sino's car. His truck was just spotless, even though it was, you know, not like, you know, the fanciest vehicle. And then when we got our minivan, it was like, we're a surfing family. We go to the beach every day. How can you expect no sand to be in the car? But he had little brooms everywhere. To like when you step in, broom here, broom there. Everywhere we went surf. If we never was at one beach park, like we had to shower, we'd go like renegade somebody's fence and hose and just go borrow fast kind all the time. Like, no, we're just my friend. Like, oh, bro, I can tell already. Somebody come out. We got to run. Sino, man. Rest in peace, and all the Mags Ohana. We're just coming up on, I think it's 5 years of the passing. So speaking of passing, we're passing from this heat to the next heat. And we're going to pass you guys on to a short commercial break. We'll be back with more 2025, the Hui BackDoor Shootout. On the other side, stay tuned. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Oheinalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Oh, yes. Look at the beautiful scene. And welcome back. Looking from Rock Pile right there at the bottom of your screen out over towards the bonsai pipeline and the site of the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Team Volcom in the water. Balaram Stack, Moana Jones-Wong, Makana Pang, Jake Maki, and Mike Kai Burdine. The lineup there for Team Volcom are defending team champions. And the Aloha Friday beach crowd starting to build along the shoreline, that steep berm, with the gift, Makana Pang, getting started and sliding through nicely, and almost the 2-for-1 special.
That was cool. It's like two different sections. It's rare you get a growing wave at Pipeline. Usually the wave shrinks, but that was a grower. And the gift, Makana Pang, in this Volcom team. And got the replay here of that last one. You can see him pumping. He's deep on this one, comes out, and then finds this second grower section right here.
Yeah. And would have been really fun to see him pop out the other side of that one, but not quite enough speed. He was going as fast as he could. That was going to require.
Got a few paddlers here. We'll see if he gets into it.
Oh, ball stack.
Oh, baller stack.
Yeah,
comes in air.
Drop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it looked good, just in our narrow peripheral.
Good from far from good.
Straight up, classic cartoon T-shirts from Town and Country way back in the day. Those so funny, those shirts. The gorilla and all the characters. They had a Nintendo game.
They did have a Nintendo game. I love playing that.
Shout out to the Sugiharas, Uncle Craig, them, everybody, Ryan, Garrett, you guys, on to something from early on.
That was a classic video game. It was pretty tricky. You had to be in the right spot on the wave. Nothing comes close. I don't know why. This game is like 20 years old to Kelly Slater's surf game.
Oh, I know.
There's Moana Jones ejecting.
Yeah, not seeing.
I mean, do you ever play that like on Xbox or?
Every once in a while.
It's old. It's old. It's like the first Xbox. In fact, we recently bought the original Xbox #1 just to play that game because it's so fun.
Yeah. With the little barrel gauge, how do you stay in the middle
and just the feel of it feels very realistic. Even the new ones they have today, doesn't really come close to it, which is weird because the Tony Hawk skateboard game made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's been very, very successful. And I don't understand why it's.
Yeah, and I feel like the
surfing
Cool Borders snowboard game, all of that was kind of I feel like they're all on that same kind of template, But anyway, we're going to take you down to the beach and talk to a surfer from our last heat, Mahina. Who we got?
Aloha, guys. Mahina down here on the beach with Legend Chandler. Obviously, the conditions have changed quite a lot compared to this morning. I've noticed that when the waves do get smaller, it doesn't really get a lot of pipe waves, and you're kind of hunting a lot of the backdoor waves. Can you walk me through that backdoor wave that you caught?
Yeah, I kind of slowed down out there. It's a little windy, but there's still a couple inside backdoor waves. I got one that was pretty sketchy. I had to doggy door, but yeah, it was a fun one just to be in the barrel and get one.
How do you feel, your guys are so blessed to be able to spend your guys' winter the last couple years right on the beach, right in front of pipe, you and your brother. But yeah, so, wow. We did have a last wave. That was an amazing wave. So how lucky do you feel and blessed to feel that you and your brother get to share this moment to be able to surf out at Pipe every winter?
Yeah, we are so psyched and grateful to have this house at this beach and surf it every day. And to be in like events like this is just such an honor. So yeah, we're just psyched and grateful.
That's super good to hear. You and your brother are just well-rounded surfers and stuff, and hopefully we find more opportunities for you in the next coming days, and then wish you all the best, and back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow. Oh, during the interview, you guys saw it, heard it, everything. Here's the replay. This is why you enjoy watching from home or office, wherever you might be, comfortably situated. Maikai Burdine in the barrel with him at Pipeline, pumping and making it out. Burdine at Pipeline. The bird is the word from Maikai.
You know what? We were just talking about how the waves seem to get smaller and stuff, but that was one of the best barrel rides we've seen.
Yeah, that was had all the ingredients.
The DOD factor?
Yeah, degree of doubt. It was looking pretty doubtful 3/4 of the way, and then you almost kind of like either write them off or, turn to say something to your friend, and then out comes Maikai. So degree of doubt definitely high on that one, which will translate to a higher score.
Plus the technical barrel riding that he had to, he's pumping. I love that we get the water angle, because looking straight forward, it's like, oh, is he going to come out or not? But when you look into the barrel, you see all the work that's putting into getting out, and he was putting his pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Check out another replay of this.
So we'll look at the angle from the pipe side. And right there, you're thinking, oh, that's way deep. And then you see a glimmer of his board, but we've seen so many guys get clipped at that end section. And Maikai able to kind of squeeze out of that shrinking exit point, almost like, oh, man, I've compared it so many times, Independence Day. Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum are flying the alien ship, and the thing's closing, trying to get out. And it's like, when he gets out, it's like, and Elvis has left the building. And right there, Maikai has left the barrel. So Burdine at Pipeline, get used to that, because that kid is not only up and coming, he is here and ready to go.
I would think of the Millennium Falcon, right, getting out of the Death Star right after they blow it up. There's many movies like that.
Yep. Classic escape.
That was an amazing ride, though. I mean, that was and plus the shimmer of the water from on the beautiful day at 1:00 in Hawaii. Just had all the elements of very photogenic wave, and then he rode it so well with managing to get through those sections, and so well done, Maikai.
Yeah, he's still on the move. Look at him.
He is.
He's not sitting still.
He got energized from that.
Definitely, like we gave the basketball analogy, when you make the shot, you're the first guy down the court to play defense. He came out of that barrel.
Even running backwards, he's still running faster than everyone.
You are just blazing down. The hustle is on, and the adrenaline, I think, just still, the leftover just pumping through,
Yep. So there's still a lot of great waves out there, and Maikai's wave just confirmed that.
Yeah. I mean, it was looking, marginal at best in some points, but that is a pipe in a nutshell. It's going to have its on and off moments, kind of mid-grade to high grade.
Here we go.
Everything in between.
Makana.
Oh, wow.
He's steep in deep,
he's coming out. Oh, my gosh. See right there, that clip. Oh.
Guillotined.
I thought he had a chance, and that was another good steep one. Super deep. And then what happened there, Makana and Maikai going to get those tongue twisted, I'm sure, over the next 18 minutes or so. But, that was a threat of what could have happened to Maikai at the end,
Yeah.
And I thought Makana was going to duplicate Maikai's exit. Yeah. But unfortunately for Makana, That'll go as probably one of his throwaway scores. He's got some great waves on the board already, but definitely wanted to keep that one.
Shucks, yeah. Had a high DOD number there, too.
So do you think Maikai's name is intended to be Maikai, which is the Hawaiian word for good? Or is there a word like Maikai that is, I know Mai seemingly sometimes to like come to a person towards, and Kai, obviously the ocean, which I believe that name has gotten around quite a bit, to different folks on the mainland, Australians, the word Kai, and then we got, different versions of it around, but just a thinking out loud kind of moment for Maikai Birdine.
It depends. Like with Hawaiian names, there's what you call kauna. In other words, it may have a deeper meaning depending on what the family intended. Mm-hmm. You are right. Sometimes people will pronounce a name, I don't want to say incorrectly, but I've heard people, for example, I knew this girl who lived in California. She said, "My name is Naya." Right. And it means dolphin. I was like, I don't mean to correct you,
right.
But Naya is the, well, I didn't like the way that sounded. That's a different word. But,
right.
So maybe Maikai, but Maikai, you're right, break up those, Maikai, you'd have to ask the family their intentions on that.
Right. Even in the island of Molokai,
right.
Have heard two different explanations that, I guess maybe both are correct in a sense. There's Hawaiian songs that say Molokai, and then there's, folks that are living there or that tell stories of,
Molokai.
what the pronunciation is to them.
Yeah, and what you don't ever want to do is correct uncle or auntie.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to be respectful. And we have to be mindful, too, that the generations before us, unfortunately, like my mom and even my grandma, were part of that generation where they didn't learn to speak Hawaiian. Right?
Yeah, it wasn't part of the daily vernacular or teachings.
And in fact, discouraged from it. And that's something that's kind of cool about Duke Kahanamoku. Duke was a manaleo. In other words, Hawaiian was his first language. The generation just after that wasn't the case. In fact, my grandmother, Abigail Ka'ehukalani Cutter, she grew up in Waikiki. She, just a little younger than Duke, so probably 10, 15 years younger. And enough, though, that 10, 15 years was enough to where Hawaiian was no longer spoken to her, even though her parents, it was their first language. So...
We're about halfway through this Team Volcom heat, and so far the wave of the heat is Maikai Birdine with that pipe wave that has been shown on replay a couple times. The water angle looking into the barrel has really been a great bit of coverage from Zone Media. There's Maikai, zoomed in on him and his patrolling of the lineup, seeing where his next source of scoring will come from. Could be pipeline, could be backdoor. And we'll check it out again just because it was so lovely.
And cavernous, too, right there, bouncing over the foam ball, dodging the spit.
And he was like, now you see me, now you don't. Just a pure magic trick. Abracadabra.
Yeah, right now he's just hunting for another one. Sitting wider than the rest of his team. Somebody's hunting this one. Looks like they're looking at backdoor, going right on this one. Looks like Mokana Pang grabbing a rail.
Oh, good technique.
Oh, comes
wow.
out.
So battling through that really frothy end section. And that's almost just close your eyes and hold on.
That had a DOD level that was pretty high.
Yeah. And it was replay, checking out the slow-mo of that part right there. You thought he might have got clamped. And then I thought he was going to go for more, and decided to kind of quit while he was ahead.
Oh, now he's paying the price.
Yeah, the price of admission sometimes comes after the wave. You play first, then you pay later.
Oh, yeah, there's not a channel.
But it
at
is
Backdoor.
and it is a pay-to-play surf spot. No matter, when it demands your payment, it's coming soon or at any moment. But you do get your play card and enjoy for a while. But then when it's time to pay the piper, pay the pipeline, it is going to be a hefty, deep pocket reaching.
Makana is more likely to go left at pipeline.
Right.
So it was cool to watch his backhand attack because it's not every day that you see him going backdoor.
Right.
At least in the events where, the shootout where we've been watching him over the last several days. Granted, the day 1, day 2, no one was going right.
Yeah.
But over the years, even, it seems like Makana's really dialed into going left, but did an amazing job on that right, going backdoor.
Yeah, we saw Jake Maki having a look right there. He would like to get something meaningful if he can. We saw Balaram take off on one that didn't quite produce the wall that he was hoping for. Moana caught one that she had to bail off on. So right now, Makana and Maikai carrying the load for Team Volcom. But here is a chance. We'll see who's in the spot.
Unfortunately, no one in the spot for that one. That was interesting. Earlier in the day, Shaden Picaro was talking about how the pipeline chooses you.
Yeah.
And we've heard that a lot, you never know who's going to get the waves. And it's amazing because it's just a matter of, maybe they're sitting total, 30 feet from each other in that circle of, a radius of about 20 feet or whatever. And yet, just being 5-6 feet in a different spot than your competitor, and that wave will let you in and not the other person.
Yeah, positioning is so oftentimes what leads to a great wave or a not so great wave, and can be the make or break for some of these epic rides with that, like you said, that space that's occupied for, considered the peak or the lineup, as we call it. There's not a lot of moving around, and it's this very small area, but even within that small zone, there are these little spots that are better for other directions or angles of the swell.
Here we go.
And grabbing a rail. Oh, going switch stance.
I was like, that's Maikai, and then he stood up regular foot, and I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah, right? Who was that? And then does a little
switcheroo.
Fun switcheroo, and comes out goofy, goes in regular, comes out goofy, goes in normal, comes out goofy.
That takes some skill.
Yeah, it does.
On Instagram, I follow a Nalu TV, which shows all these old surf clips and footage, and they had a kind of an homage to the Keolanas, and so they're showing some clips of the Keolanas. All of them switched foot master. They didn't realize Uncle Buff was like a switch. I knew everybody knows that, Rusty Keolana is so good at switching stance when he surfs. You honestly can't tell which one he naturally
favors,
is. But old footage of Buffalo doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Switching stance. Here we go.
That's Jake. And Jake looking solid until the end right there. Gets a little shaky jakey on that last section. Good positioning, did everything correct. The wave just wasn't going to cooperate. And looking from the water cam from Hawaiian Water Patrol, looking pretty solid right there, and then it just gets a little bumpy. Finally, the board gets too low. The wave crashes. Moana Jones-Wong. MJ Dubs trying to bring the mojo, almost taking out a couple fellow competitors, maybe photographers, but not a barrel for her to be on offer. That was a photographer right there. And
I think Jake was there too.
And Jake Maki, so a couple of obstacles.
Traffic on the highway.
Here we go, Makana.
Stroking. Oh, my goodness. Come on. Pulls in deep. Let's make it.
Oh, that one just got too crazy in there. Oh, man, he had a really good chance. I like the switch to the water cam looking in. And he got kind of picked up and tossed around.
So close.
It was not going to be an easy one. He knew from the start.
That one would have topped Maikai's, too, because it was bigger.
Yeah, it had a little more size. And the lip kind of a little bit more thick. So he was definitely up against a difficult situation. And Jake swinging his board around, just trying not to get it away.
There it is.
And then
what
Makana,
happens here?
He just gets upended.
Oh.
You know, the wave, so much power. And, like, you know, before.
Threw him up to the roof.
Well, before the wave blows out all that spit, I feel like it takes a big inhale.
A breath, huh?
And it sucks in a little bit. So the force is going against you for a second. If you can power through that, you get the extra, you get the wave on the exhale. That one breathed in, and then Makana got sucked up the face a little bit with that, and was not able to push through that last part.
Maikai again on a hoe, pulls into this one. Nice and smooth.
He's in the zone.
He is.
You know, and a baseball player just sees the ball, you know, just coming 100-mile-an-hour pitch. Looks like it's 5 miles an hour. The ball's bigger than anything, like a grapefruit. And Maikai right now, pipeline just is like the Matrix for him. Everything's slowing down. He's seeing everything really nicely and feeling in a good flow and in the zone with 5:45 remaining.
Yeah, it wasn't a long barrel, but especially when he first pulled into it, it had some size to it.
Yeah, and just for him to kind of work on his comfortability, build the relationship with Pipeline. I mean, it's going to be an up and down roller coaster relationship if you surf this place long enough. It's not a honeymoon forever, bro.
Here's a deep one.
Just like getting married, right, Isaiah?
Is Jake Maki?
And Jake. Just a little too deep, but you know, there's going to be
just like getting married.
It's not a honeymoon forever, bro. And we watch Balaram. He's had many amazing days here, and there's that Mr. Ballstack coming out. So parked it nice and well. You know, being from New York, he can fit in tight places. Not a lot of space there.
Is this Maikai again?
That is Maikai again. And nearly making one that he shouldn't have even made that far. Like, he's just in the zone. But Balaram, what a nice job coming around the section, being patient. And, you know, like driving around the Costco parking lot a couple times. You got to look for an open spot. And finally you see it. Be polite. Make sure you got it. There's nobody else going for it. Okay, I'm in there. Nice job.
No, it's interesting. And Moana did the same thing where normally when you're surfing a wave, you would go out to the shoulder and do a turn or something. But look how he's intentionally just staying as close as possible to the whitewash, waiting for that moment to take place. Degree of difficulty kicked in right there in the end and ends up riding out of it.
Yeah, here's
Maikai. They almost came out of. I did come out of. Just his board didn't.
Yeah, he just got clipped by that little chandelier, kind of highline, pinchy exit. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. But, yeah, I like Balaram being patient. I like the familiarity with the wave, knowing exactly where it's going to pitch and curl and to be there. Here's Makana Pang. And Makana had the right pump. Was right there at the exit. But it is getting a little stingy right now.
Right. I'm feeling for Makana because he's gotten so many good waves in this heat, but the same result on each one of them is just not quite coming out of that end section that keeps clamping on him. So hopefully he'll get a chance in the next 3 minutes to make one out. Beautiful day in Hawaii. We were earlier a little nervous about the winds, but it's cleaned up quite nicely.
Yeah, and the swell's holding some juice still, just enough to still produce some really great scores. Maikai Burdine, I mean, he's going to walk away with
a keeper,
something really nice that will stay in his score line. Makana may have one of those at backdoor. That was from earlier. And he and Jake, though, were so close to making just amazing barrels, but not quite able to come out.
A few of the riders are looking for this one. Yeah, the sun has come out nicely too. Earlier we had a few squalls. Last couple of days we had some, I mean, even this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, but some lightning and thunder. Keeping our Aina nice and refreshed, though. I know a lot of the yards are nice and trees are nice and green right now, which is always nice. And one of the beauties of living out on this side of the island, keeping it green. Those those trade winds that blow from the east northeast blow onto the east side. We call the windward side. And so we get those rains that come and unload, and then they kind of deflate all their water. And as it moves through to the other side of the island, we have the leeward side, which the leeward sides of our islands are typically much drier than you would see on the windward sides, and it's because of that wind.
Yeah, there's a great shot looking north towards Rocky Point and Sunset Point, swinging the drone around to get a shot of a paddler, and it looks like it'll be Balaram at backdoor.
Woo!
And showing us a beautiful backhand technique before getting sucked up and over. So valiant attempt there. We'll make sure he's okay. It does get very shallow in that zone. There he is, back up on his board. Looks to be fine with 50 seconds remaining.
Moana trying to get one here. Gets covered. Comes out.
Okay.
Probably lay a turn right here. Schwack! Oh!
Gets a little too steep on that end section. The beach crowd enjoying
the stadium seats.
Yeah, live surf action. Can't get much better than this with no admission fee. You know, if you can find free parking, that's a bonus. Walk on down to the beach. No tickets required. And just your interest and your attention. That is all we ask. And you guys have been giving it. We appreciate it so much. We'll get more surfing action for you from the Hui BackDoor Shootout with the next heat. Got to be up in the water. Team 96712 is The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. check it out. It is live action from the Hui BackDoor Shootout. We hope you enjoyed those that highlight reel.
Oh, yeah. You know, CMC Media, at CMC Media, Brother Chance Oz, Eli Visions, and Tomo McPhoto, along with T. Tapasua and Brother Blaze.
Yeah, that was a great bit of, healthy dose of highlights. Here we go. We got the Florence brothers with Cora Rothman and Jose Angel Morales, Team 96712. They are in the water right now. This is their fourth round endeavor. And we've seen some productive work from Team Volcom.
Big time.
And Northshore Surf Shop Ohana before that, a couple of rides. But overall, I think Maikai Burdine has been really putting it to it. And this is Cole Rothman, yep.
Yeah, squared out stance.
And there's Ivan Florence. And Ivan just continuing. He's in the zone.
He is in the zone.
You know, his first heat, 4 bangers out the gates, right into round 4. Still holding that really nice flow. Jose Angel Morales, not much happening there for our Puerto Rican surfer, but he'll be on the hunt for more. Still early on in this heat. But, man, I got to feel like Ivan Florence might be somewhere in the lead. We don't have anything official as of yet for those announcements, nor do we know exactly how many waves are going to count for each surfer. We've seen it go up to 6 waves, I think, before.
Okay.
So, but before we get to any of those particulars, we'd like to take you down to the beach with Mahina Maeda standing by with a surfer from the last heat.
It's Aloha Friday here down on the beach at Pipeline. My name's Mahina. I'm here down with Maikai Burdine. He's a local boy of the North Shore. I feel like he had the best opportunity out of the last 3 heats, and especially with this format. Do you think that with your last wave you kind of got the best score?
Yeah, it's been kind of hard the last few days. There's been a couple really, really good waves and heats, and then a lot of paddling. So I'm just kind of been paddling out. I don't want to catch too many waves. I know need big scores if I want to place in this contest because everyone in this comp is so good. So I kind of just am going out there waiting for the best wave that I think comes to me, and hopefully it works out.
How does this format suit you in this particular event? Why is it so different and so special?
Oh, well, you get to surf. I mean, I don't know exactly how many heats we're surfing this year, but it's something around like maybe 6 heats. So you get to surf. You don't have to worry about losing. You have no pressure on you. I'm on Team Volcom, so I'm pretty much surfing with my family, friends, teammates. So it's like, makes it really easy, less stressful. You're kind of just watching your friends get barreled, and couldn't really ask for much more.
Well, that's super great to hear. I definitely noticed the family vibe. Obviously, you're spending half of your time here in North Shore and then the other half in Bali. Yeah. So do you feel like you kind of travel around the world spending the same people?
Yeah, I try to travel as much as possible because it gets pretty slow over here in the summertime. So spend half the year in Indo and just try to keep on getting barreled all summer long, and helps out a little bit out here. Nothing really to compare pipe to, but just keep getting barreled and it kind of figures it out.
Well, that's Maikai Burdine for you guys. He had an amazing wave in that last heat, so hopefully we can up all his scores and he can get in the top 3. So back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. I just thought of a new nickname for Maikai, and it's My Kind of Guy.
My kind of guy.
My kind of guy, Maikai Burdine at Pipeline.
He's acting up.
That is going to be a lot of name calling there for Maikai. He's, like you said, you're just trying to get in the barrel as much as possible. I like the philosophy.
Love it.
And
young guy, been
really
putting in the time.
Great words from Maikai, and his round 4 is in the books. So he's got possibly a couple of keepers, and we'll see where he is. But man, it is really been a up and down round 4. Team Japan started. They got maybe 1 or 2 in there.
Shogo Harada has an 8.88 and another high 8, so I heard he's kind of in the top 5 as well.
And then, Northshore Surf Shop Ohana, couple of decent opportunities.
Yeah.
Then, Maikai busted out with that Volcom last round, or last heat with
Beach went crazy.
Beautiful, beautiful ride. And then we'll see who can jump out. Well, Ivan, man, he has been in the
He has
zone
been.
with the flow. The
Yes.
IV flow.
The
Ivan
IV
Florence.
flow. Such a talented Florence brother he is.
Yeah, and we've been kind of nicknaming him the Pipeline Pirate with that
Yep.
big old beard he's sporting, and
Yep.
just has been really, really exciting to watch, and has already a great wave again in this heat.
Yeah, so missing Makuakai Rothman. But, yeah, he will be back. There's a lot going on right now as they're ready to drop their album with Wiz Khalifa. But due to the L.A. County fires, it's not the right time. So we're going to move on and set another date.
Check it out, paddling on the inside. That's Jose Angel Morales.
Yep. He, on the unruly day, Sunday, he was shopping with his teammates, and I think out of the team, Koa Rothman got a couple packed bombs, and then Ivan, right off the get-go this morning, in and out of tubes. It's kind of like how Snap 5's right inside of his teammates, and there were double overhead, but there were smaller pipe waves. Clay Marzo collecting.
Yeah.
Collecting. And, you know, with the being in the fourth round right now with the conditions, these guys have surfed more massive conditions in previous backdoors, but this is good pipeline and backdoor. So what a great round 4. But it is, you know, few and far in between here and there, and certain guys the waves are coming to, and certain guys that haven't performed at a high level on Sunday are still looking to get top 4 waves under their belt.
And it's been a little bit shifty as well, but this is
Big
from
time.
earlier today, this morning in round 3, and Ivan just really parking it nicely.
I like that wave.
Everything has been clicking, firing on all cylinders. All of those kind of phrases come to mind watching Ivan operate.
Getting
here at
spit
the
out
backdoor
proper.
shootout at Pipeline,
And a little balanced steez on the way over that rut. But he get him, man. This guy understands a number of things, not just in wave riding, but he's also an amazing skateboarder like his brother. So, you know, those two positive opposites of tracks, he knows those kind of differentials with the equipment. He goes to those places that, you know, it's hard to do. So his barrel riding is, bar none, awesome.
Yeah, and proving that is the case with a great wave here in round 4 and a couple rides in round 3. He's had things from day 1 and day 2. So, man, it'd be really interesting to see how his scores have been stacking up, because he's been a really consistent performer for this event so far. I think he's got really good waves on each of the days.
Yeah.
And like we said, just kind of
that's beautiful.
Standing by on how many waves are going to count per surfer. That'll factor in as a beautiful drone shot there gets that incoming wave. Looking over towards the channel, Hawaiian Water Patrol. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and keeping everybody safe and protected as much as you can.
They look far out right there.
It is.
They look like they're on
job that they
second
do.
reef, but they're not from the drone angle. So it just looks
blue skies, green mountains.
Oh yeah, there's
white
sunset.
sand, blue ocean. Just a beautiful mix of island colors.
Only 143, guys. Shut that TV down and come on out. You like?
Yeah, it's only a Friday, but the weekend's around the corner. I think it's a 3-day weekend too. With
it is
MLK Day coming up on Monday.
Wow! Thank you for reminding me, Rock. I'm gonna draw them out. You know, just talking to the uncles downstairs and some of the athletes. I mean, we still got great surf for Saturday, and then it gets bigger on Sunday. We still got a whole playing field of next weekend, all the way to the 16th. So that is, you know, part of being a surfer. That's what's super cool. Not just inspired by the elements, but inspired by making this thing get the best waves possible. The different differentials of big, perfect pipeline, sometimes dark and ominous and blustery, but barreling. Nonetheless, the objective at this event is to get slotted, tubed, and barreled the best of your ability.
I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Keiki Beach Bungalows.
Yes.
The Northshore Club is a community over there up at Turtle Bay Resort by the Ritz-Carlton Club, Northshore Club by Arete. And there are units that are permitted that'll be coming in there, but very low scale. And also some affordable housing that'll be popping up there as well. But for now, what they're doing is replacing invasive species with native species.
Yep.
We're talking plants and botany and plant life. So that is the first phase of the project that is allowed to happen up there. So I want to thank the North Shore Club for sponsoring this year's the Hui BackDoor Shootout.
And helping Kahuku High School. That's huge.
That is another contribution. The North Shore Club is contributing.
Pono.
So thank you. Look at that barrel. That is awesome.
You were in there.
White Claw. We're going to get in there later in some of those White Claws.
Yeah.
Bombay,
Surf
XL
Potty
Haleiwa, and Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water, and Namenehune Umi Kumaono. Thank you so much for your contributions.
Thank you.
And of
Jack
course,
Soren for the art this year.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Shirts are flying off the shelves.
And the Hui O'Hitinalu club members, thank you so much, providing support, security, and all that.
50-year anniversary, brother.
50 years of being around and taking care of our North Shore and
Big
other
time.
parts
Mahalo.
of the island. And also Hawaiian Water Patrol, Kanaka Solutions, and also our medical staff and teams on site.
Hey, Uncle
Anakai
Kimo
Clinic,
looking sharp, isn't he?
Very
Kanaka
sharp.
Solutions.
Quite
looking
sharp.
good.
And
Him and
also
Brother
mahalo
Kobe.
to Dr. Leland Dow.
Yes.
And also Brother Jeremy Rice, the Flow Performance Medicine athletic trainer, and providing some services too. So thank you guys. And
Thank you.
it is past the halfway point here of Team 96712. That is our North Shore zip code, at least coming from Haleiwa all the way up to Velziland. You know, you go over to Wailua, Mokuleia, you get a different code over there. Wrap around to Kahuku, it's a different code, but majority
Once
of the
you pass
entire North
Velziland,
Shore,
it changes right
yep,
there.
it'll
yeah?
go. You'll be in Kahuku after that. Beautiful drone shot from behind. Look at the judges in the scaffolding there.
Right there.
Flynn Novak, Love Hodel, Miles Padaka, Barton Lynch, all-star crew of judges.
All-star. And Brother Jerry up there, the numbers, computer guy, always making everything tech, running smooth.
Yep. Thank you very much.
And Brother Landon, you killing it, beach announcer.
Yeah,
Man.
Anti-Faith is down there too. So we got the crew back
ASP.
together.
Yeah.
And enjoying the beautiful scenes, sights, and sounds of
Look how it's beautiful
Bonsai
it is.
Pipeline.
The palm trees are moving, but it is still nicely groomed, gang. And what a nice drone shot from behind the trees right over the main road right there, the PCH. We got some ribs approaching. And, this is your area code for you. Koa Rotman Mokua is not present, so Ivan, Nathan, and Jose all sitting in the pack. But, you know, as team events, Rocky, I do a lot of team events. Even though, you know, when you win team events, you got to know, like, each member needs to produce 2 waves each, you know. But, you know, there's situations out in this lineup where you are trying to win as an individual, too, you know, and there is no priority. So sometimes some of these guys are going to put their head down and know what they need and, you know, turn off all the lights, dig into that big wave, and
the blinders go up a little bit.
Exactly. It's still competition at a team-friendly format, but there are those certain guys, and we all know them, you know, they want to win. You know? They don't want to play a team.
Yeah, they're there to fulfill a purpose.
Yeah.
And everybody tightly packed right now, shoulder to shoulder.
Right in outside the boil.
Round 4.
Yeah. Look at that. Ivan's frothing. He's already got some beautiful waves. I've seen some good rides. Billy Kemper's ride was also factored into my memory bank today.
Yep.
That was a Packer, legitimate. He eyed us out, kicking out for a good, you know, few seconds.
Yeah. Making sure.
Just making sure we know that he got packed a pipe bomb. Billy Kemper. You know that guy. But, yeah, it is a hot, sunny day. It's not as crisp and cool as the morning. It's beautiful out here on the North Shore. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting. And don't forget that we are still on board of another day. Or if we split a day in half, you never know. So super exciting about the backdoor shootout. surf community working together to just put on a cultural prestige event for our local surfers and our surfers that come from around the world that put in their time and respect and love for the art of barrel riding.
Yeah, it is a chosen, selected few that get
Big
the
time.
invite. There is Billy
There he
Kemper,
is.
talking story, and some Grom.
Nalo Diodato.
One of the Kemper Groms climbing on board.
Changing company logos, that kid.
Giving his board a little test.
There's
Making
Iala.
sure it's strong enough.
Talking to his
That's Team
wife,
NSB.
saying everything's all good over here at the Ohana Shop House. Shout out to you, Chandlers.
Yeah.
Big time aloha. You know, North Shore, like if you're like an introvert and not that social, bro, people are going to be coming through your fence unannounced. You know? Daylight vampires. But yeah, Ohana Shop, those Chandlers, amazing stuff. As Legend had a great performance today, I feel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put some scores on the board. Had a good interview afterwards, and just talking us through the ons and offs, the ups and downs. It's a little bit shifty out there. There's moments to be had for sure, and when that moment comes, you be ready for it, and kind of strike while the iron is hot, as they say. And then during the times it's not, you be patient. Kind of pick your lines accordingly, but definitely still some servings. Super Ono out there.
Look at our four guys. It's like groomed, pristine conditions. They are cruising. I feel that there's a sense of they're not relaxed, but they're on to round 4. The waves aren't just second reefing over their head where there's a lot of board bailing and duck diving. They get to stay out past that boil as a team and just kind of take turns, gentlemen, if you will, like how the Duke Kahanamoku would surf. But yeah, beautiful drone footage. As the drone can also be an illusion sometimes. As the drone drops low, you can see the size of the waves. Some of these bumps coming in aren't as small as they look. They'll be breaking on the inside of our surfers. 9 minutes left. And if you guys didn't check out our logo to the top left of the screen, that is done by the Jack Soren Legacy. The Soren's part of the club, Hui Nalu, and since 1975, a lot of roots and culture and rich history. The Black Shorts gang, Hui Nalu. Some waves approaching, but nothing what we've seen in that last heat.
Yeah, I feel like Pipeline's taking a little bit of a breather at the moment, and you'll see that on these, declining swells. We had the extra large, huge waves all week.
Yeah,
and then this is just a small kind, last gasp of this is what I got left in the tank as far as the swell and the energy and the juice. We call it the juice plenty times.
Did you guys do one day at Piahi or a couple days?
No, just one day.
That was the biggest day, huh?
It was the conditions were clean. It wasn't huge by any stretch, but it was the conditions that kind of drew us to that day. That was on Wednesday, and so got half a day sesh, a little tow in the morning, and then some paddle in the mid-morning to the noon hour.
Do they plan that as a community? Tow at this hour, and then, or do they mix it up? It's actually
I think,
they have rules and regulations.
Yeah, I mean, it all spots in Hawaii. It's not meant to be mixing towing and paddling.
Yeah, can be dangerous.
So in a sense, once a paddle surfer shows up, the tow team's got to give way. And I think the swell expectation for that day was such that it would be better, or the more opportunity for paddling in was going to be later mid-morning.
I hear you.
And I think the tow teams get word. And you got guys like, here we go, this is Ivan Florence.
Smooth paddle.
Jeez, are you kidding me,
that was
bro?
A 1-2 stroke
bit,
to celebration on the eye.
A little bit too casual.
Yeah.
And got the clothesline right there. Pipeline said...
just got hit.
Take it easy, bro.
Hitting the lower tummy, getting all steezed out of that thing. That was a nice read, though. Look at this. Boom. Yeah. Jive. Hand just touching it. Doesn't need to drag too much. And
he's going to watch the replay and just kick himself. for not hunkering down a little more. And, needless to say, Ivan's got some of the best collection of highlights from this year's shootout so far.
Yeah, I would say.
Don't fret too much, Ivan, but, he's a guy that is always looking to improve and wants to make sure he's representing the Florence family in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And just a little hiccup there. Nothing, that we're going to beat him up too bad
No,
over.
not at all.
Definitely was like, I get him. No worries. Boop. Off the board.
Yeah. Turning out of it, too.
Yeah. The rug just got pulled out from under him. With, it's like the kind like when they do those funny videos and they put the saran wrap across the doorway.
Oh, I love that.
People walk in normal speed.
It'll take
and
their
boom.
lipstick, their eyelash, everything off of that.
And
I've been wanting to do that.
Small kind saran wrap prank across the doorway for Ivan
you better
Florence.
be careful. I might need to set up the staircase over here in the Volcom house.
Kid you, bro. We're going to be walking with our hands in front of us.
But, as surfers, once you start that kind of stuff around the world, it just transcends, and then every country's involved.
Yeah.
On the, you know what I mean? Everybody wants to make a statement, even in the jokes.
Yeah.
Here we go. Nathan. Where's he going? Backdoor or pipeline? He's going backdoor. Florence Marine, double grab. And, oof.
Yeah,
acting like your brother Ivan.
Even he got clipped on that exit right there. It was a little
almost
tougher.
Almost there. This guy's frothing. I seen a bunch of kids younger. We'll do the replay first. Yeah, rock. Nice bottom turn, double drag, GoPro angle.
Yeah, and then tried the high line. That was really a tough, heavy chandelier.
He rode by.
That was coming down.
He rode by on his bike this morning, and everybody that was going out to pipe, some Nubians and stuff, starstruck watching Nathan ride by on his little blue creaker of a cruiser. But guy's the real deal. He'll take you around the world with his GoPro, and you will get barreled with him. Surfer pole winner last year as well.
Yeah.
Brothers world champion. They're running the clothing company together, so, surfing created. It's always the best.
Okay, let's see if this one will produce any opportunity. 350 remaining. And looked like Jose Angel Morales was taking a look, but did not like what he saw. And you see Ivan off in the distance getting some feedback from Nathan.
And Jose, real good surfer, surfing with the world's best to be in this team, this area code,
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico, you said?
Yeah, special invite for Jose Angel Morales.
Oh, Shaden P. frothing, huh? That's him, huh?
Yep,
he's dancing. Look at him.
A New Earth project coming up next.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody tuning in from around the world. Mad appreciation and love and aloha for you guys supporting the Hui BackDoor Shootout. And all about surf culture. We hope to see you guys this 2025. As right out of February, we're going to get into the Kama'aina season of the North Shore, or island-wide.
Yeah.
Where there's late swells, and I don't want summer to come around too quick. I'm liking this.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting, action-packed winter so far.
As quick as it comes, it just goes away.
It is,
and everybody loves summer, but we live in a seasonal summer all the time over here.
Yeah, it's always 80 degrees as we look at backdoor. Nathan Florence pumping. Come on, Nate. Let's keep it going. Oh, my gosh. Degree of doubt was very high right there.
That was, but Dane K. Aloha just pumping his style. Guy's no stranger. He needed a little bit more speed, and that thing was a long one. Long shot into Aints.
It really stretched out much further down the line than I think he anticipated. Mm-hmm. But still, he was going to give it his best run, and check it out on the replay. We just got about a minute remaining in the heat and fully disappeared, committed.
It bent in on him. He was doing everything proper to come out, but the wave wasn't that wave to let him out right there.
So we got under a minute remaining. The clock in your upper left-hand corner, just a fraction of a moment from our actual time on the ground here as we look at a paddle for Jose Angel Morales.
Nice.
And Jose, come on, brother.
Oh, wonky one on a schmedium one, but he was in there.
Yeah.
He had to go over 2 little catacombs to... Oh, IV leagues right here.
I think that's Koa Rothman.
Oh, that's Koa. Nice. Here we go. He's going to do his turn. Psha! Speed float. Koa Rothman has about 3 waves under his belt. Probably looking for a significant 4th wave. You know?
Yeah. The other day he got a really nice one.
Mm-hmm.
And day 1 had
30
one as
seconds.
well. And then, was able to pick a couple today. Not anything like his one that was really the gem.
Gotcha.
I think from day 2, snuck into one that was really deep, had all the ingredients for a good score. And surfing team 96712 is coming down to the end of their round 4.
5 seconds for these guys, Rock. And New Earth Project up next, gang.
So with that end of heat number 4 of this round 4, we're going to come up with heat 5 next after a short commercial break. We'll be back with more action from the Hui BackDoor Shootout after this.
Aloha.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
Aloha Ohana and welcome back. Good afternoon. It is 2:03. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. Welcome back to the 2025 shootout into the Hui BackDoor Shootout. With me back in the booth is Isaiah Walker. What's up, brother?
How's it? Yep. Exciting surf. New Earth Project is in the water right now. And it's really cool. On the other days that we ran, we only ran 1 round. Today we're getting 2 complete rounds in there.
And we're in round 4.
Round 4. New Earth Project. Kalona Poe and Shaden Picaro sitting there talking story. We also have Bethany Hamilton. Luke Tima, I believe, is out there today.
Such a rad team. These guys got some scores on their board. But if you guys are home on watching on Spectrum and you guys are also scrolling, go log on and go check out what New Earth Project is doing. It's amazing stuff.
Koa Smith out there also.
Yeah, Koa Smith, he's definitely one of those guys to watch for. It's just he's packed some significant bombs, no exit. Still get awarded, but not into that high excellent range. There's Bethany Hamilton in the yellow helmet right there. And, man, just one of our 2 wahines in this event.
Yeah, I was watching from downstairs the Ivan Florence. I saw him get quite a few good ones.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the one he just kind of got clipped on the end.
So relaxed and steezed, and he got hit right there.
Right, it's interesting. There's certain folks who've been kind of wave magnets, we sometimes call them.
Yep.
And here we have
He's
Bethany Hamilton on the drop. See if you get around this.
Did you guys see that? And shout out to all you surfing wahine. I know, Carissa, you probably tuned in. What's up, girl? I know you'd be out there. But, yeah, there she goes, up and under. Mana wahine.
See what happened here again. She gets up. It's a late drop.
She needs to. She has no hand drag, so she's going to backdoor every section. But that was a bit too deep, my friend Isaiah.
That was in late, too.
Oh, there's NK and the gang. Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Nolan Keolana.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about some old surf films and stuff. And saw on there's an Instagram site they follow. Nalu.
That was good. I watched that.
You see the Keolana one?
Oh, I love it. Uncle Buffalo. Switch stance. He shreds it. You seen that backside snap? How big of a web he threw? That's where his boys get it from.
I know. And I didn't realize. I mean, I knew Rusty was like the switch stance master, but it was
and
cool
don't forget about Brian. Brian's got action.
You
know, Waterman's good. Still innovating and creating risk assessment.
But he was ripping in that video, yeah.
You know it. Good times.
Keolanas are mainstays, of course, in Hawaii, and particularly out there on the west side, Makaha. Everything ocean, from ocean safety to ocean surfing to
this guy wants this
so
one.
Forth. It's a hard paddle. Strokes in there. Looks like Luke Tima.
Tima, beautiful. Some Uncle Jamie Stees. You seen that confidence when he stuck his knee in the wall? He extended his neck. He was proud in the barrel, and he came out. So, Tima, impressive, buddy.
This morning in his earlier heat, he was getting most of the good ones on his team too. So here we go, Bethany Hamilton looking to this one.
We all hate getting old, but there's something about being young. You know what I mean? And then you can be young and.
It's a replay from the water angle.
Oh yes.
He said dragging, put the head up. I don't know how he came out. It looked like he was gonna get chopped.
He got chopped, but he handled it.
Oh, Bethany pulls into it.
Textbook pull in. I'm telling you, we call backdoor, but Bethany, when she takes off, for her to get barreled, she takes off slow, late, under the hood, very critical section. If you see what she is doing, her dynamic is next level. And that whitewater is, nothing to be playing around with. Would take somebody 50 yards in. So New Earth Project with the drone flying over Beth. One-arm duck dive. Now, all you guys over here, try duck dive your arm behind your back and just try to do it. I know one athlete that gets close to doing what she's doing because they all tried. Kelly Slater.
Really?
But that's so Kelly of them. You know what I mean?
Natural. No, that's
so
very impressive, and it's a sign of resilience and determination and.
Big time.
That's why she's so inspirational. As we watch her surfing pipeline, showing us how it's done.
Shout out to the Hamiltons. What's up, brother Noah? You guys came over a couple weekends ago and won the canoe portion of Mel's contest. So awesome stuff. He also wrote to me and said, when you guys are talking about boards and how, length, I like when Kelly's riding it at 6'0", 6'2". He's like, I've been telling her she should be riding a little bit more foam like Mason, but look at her. She doesn't do that.
Yeah, it's a pretty small
It's
board.
amazing what she does. Oh, she's bringing the diamond tip back. Now I want a diamond tip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I haven't seen a nose guard in a while.
Me neither. That's usually when you get a ding, you suck it up and go, okay, I'm going to put this nose guard on. To hide them. Right? I tell you, surfing has come such a long way. There is oversaturation, but if you know how to play chess in the lineup, everything is okay. Well, let's all remember is to, use water etiquette in the lineup and respect our elders and kapuna and people that have just given their life to the surfing lifestyle.
Yeah, for sure.
You wouldn't want a surfer to come in your office, mess up all your papers, would you? Huh? Sacre bleu.
Great drone shots of the afternoon as the sun is starting to head toward the horizon. See a little of that beautiful shimmer of the sun on the water.
So nice.
Beautiful drone shot looking toward the beach where he looks like Rocky Point on
Look at
shore,
all those
but
houses.
it's not.
One of them are for sale, too. I seen Sean
that.
Wingate. Yeah, that was a nice picture. Who's host that, Sean? How you, Sean Wingate? No, you're probably joining us online or on Channel 1020. Mahalo, you guys, for tuning in around the world. Mad appreciation and love for you guys.
Did a full circle there.
Yeah, Rothman Legacy downstairs with our interviewee down there. Check it out.
We're down here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Koa, how were the waves out there, and how much Celsius did you drink before that? Because you got a really big one.
The waves were actually really fun. It was kind of looking a little funky before the start of our heat, and then it got really nice out. And we luckily all found a couple fun waves. I had 1 Celsius today. Yeah.
Well, it kind of looked like you had 4.
Yeah, I know. I was definitely amped up to catch a few waves, but in the middle of our heat, it kind of went a little bit slow. Oh, here's a nice wave right here. Koa Smith, maybe. Yeah, it's fun. It's like 6 to 8 foot, perfect pipeline kind of. So this is a good time for sure.
Yeah. Back to you, Rocky.
Hey, right on, Malia Gonzalez. It's your Uncle Ez and Uncle Isaiah, but hey, great job interviewing those guys. And Koa, he's going to drink 1 Celsius. He don't need to get skitsy. He's already got some good scores under his belt. And shout out to the Rothman Legacy.
Awesome.
Here we go. Into the tube, Koa, during the interview. And that's what this young man has been looking for. He's packed some mean no-makes, and then he's got one under his belt. And the way this 8-team format and to win individually is done, now he can just all of a sudden, late in the contest, in the 4th round, you never know. He's going to start getting his wheels turning, and the next surf, we don't know if it's going to happen day 4 towards the week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. You never know. But we all meet up here early in the morning. But Koa is on his way. He's got a score on the board, and watch it just catapult from here.
Well, the kid with the long hair on the beach that was doing interviews remind me of another kid. I want to shout out to my nephew.
Nice.
Tava Boy, Kahaliumi, Brother Kalani's son. He's in Hilo. Apparently got hurt in the water today.
Oh, no.
Get better. He's in the hospital. But watching us from the ER, hope you get better. And watch this wave here. It's Koa Smith.
Oh,
barrel to air.
Air almost ridden out. That's the kind son.
Kalani.
Oh, yeah, brother Kalani, wishing you guys the best. Waterman grade, those guys. Always coming over here helping his waterman.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
yeah,
Kalani,
always.
I've known him since we were small kid time, and he used to be a professional bodyboarder. And,
that's right, huh?
Yeah, he's a pro bodyboarder.
Hey, just give me chicken. I mean, I forgot about that
there we
part.
Go. Pulls into the barrel. Koa Smith, nice and smooth. Does a little pop air here.
Mean. On his album surfboard. Almost rode out of it. Another guy taking the GoPro in his mouth, too. I would love to see some of that footage, collecting history for their personal preference here at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Koa Smith has been making a big name for himself the last 3 years, but I always knew of him from back in the Uncle Ben Ipa coaching days.
Oh.
You know how Uncle Ben and those guys, they always told me, bro, the way Bruce surfs, he said that Koa Smith has that in him as well.
I don't know.
There is a thing, and
Yeah, I don't know if a lot of people realize that Ben Ipo coached so many pro surfers.
Amazing. And even if you weren't on his roster, he would help you.
Yeah.
If he liked you, he would help you. And amazing. You know, guys like Kalani Rob, his son Akila Ipa.
Man, Sonny Garcia going
world
back
team.
to then.
Yeah, world team. And he was a really good
Irons.
coach.
Yeah.
He wasn't soft on you, man. He'd make you work hard. Taught us how to surf Huntington Beach in the U.S. Open.
I remember the first time seeing Ben Ipa, flew up to surf on Oahu when I was probably 12 and surfed at Alamoana Bowls and watched him on a longboard just 12 o'clock, just hitting the lip every turn. And,
Ben Ipa Stinger
big
bevel
brother
rail.
too,
Yep.
but whipped that tail around and threw it straight up 12 o'clock.
We got to keep all these guys in memory, man, and just keep talking about their legacy like old Coconut Wireless days because, these guys were a force to be reckoned with, let me tell you.
I'll tell you, it's cool. Also at that time, probably that first session I ever surfed out at Bowls when I was a kid and coming up from Hilo.
Who was out? Everybody.
Larry
Intensity.
Rios.
Oh, bro, he's one of the best
Which
out
is
there,
so cool
too,
because I've been seeing Larry a lot lately.
Larry Boy Surf School
Bro,
now.
he's ripping
Back.
it.
Yeah.
Saw him working with my friend Matt Kester as a show.
Oh, yeah.
Rescue High Surf. And
I like Matt. I met him at Tamayos and
Memorial.
the 4th of July. The guy's a really good rider. Dig it.
Really cool, a good friend. But yeah, that's where I've seen Larry hanging out there, and it's nice to see him surfing and staying young. And again, I really encourage those of you that, especially from our Hawaiian and Pacific communities, the ocean is your friend when it comes to your health. So the more you can stay in the water, the more it extends your life.
Whilst we're in the 1800s, last I was sitting with you in the booth talking about Duke and his crew, the Moana, things were starting to captivate iconically. Like there was history being made and they didn't even know it. It was just that kind, frothy surf guys, right? Like how was the Hawaiian diet and stuff back then? Where everything just trucking, everything was good? Well, I know we touch on so much of our culture, but those guys were solid, huh?
Yeah,
maybe
for
they
sure.
didn't eat enough.
Actually, Uncle Chuck Andres has been texting me photos of his kupuna. Here we go, live action. Luke Tima.
Tima has got something in him. He's been watching. He's been absorbing knowledge, and this guy looks like the world's best. Just dropping in, and this is his first backdoor shootout.
Kalana Apo. Standing tall.
Apo.
Smooth.
Let me see that. Oh, Larry Lay to re-divert, lost the fins, and then that pipe section right there, rebound, it's hard to ride out of. But that was Kaulana Apo Steez.
Yeah, I love
let me see this photo.
Yeah, this photo from Uncle Chuck. I mean, this
looks
his
like
grandpa, Waipa Parker, his last name, and then he's with Kahanamoku.
These guys look like they're training for Sparta.
I know. Look at how fit. You
put a Hawaiian helmet on them.
And that's the thing. I mean, it wasn't like they had membership to 24-hour fitness or taking steroids or anything. But, the healthy lifestyle, living on the ocean, eating healthy foods out of the ocean. And, Hawaiian diet involved a lot of taro, kalo we call it, and a variety of other things. But here comes some replays. Yeah, Tima.
Oh, good negotiation. He reached for that pump.
Kaulana in this one.
Wow.
Lays this turn. Wham.
And there's something about to happen because I seen our crew paddling out to the lineup. So we'll see. Ooh, Tima taking another look on a hole, but that barrel's too small for you, kid.
No, it's fun to see the different generations of surfers in this event. We were watching earlier the team Volcom, pretty young team, and watching them get all frothy. Mike
Kai's on
was just like
scorecard
on a roll, and then to watch Luke Tima out here staying busy. Koa Smith being more patient.
Yeah, he's been patient the whole event, but now he's taken. I mean, he packed some bombs, but then he's been shopping.
And Shaden had a lot of waves in the round this morning, so maybe he's giving way to his team members to have some waves.
He's a little quiet right now.
But cruising.
Good balance, though. You know what I mean? One on, one off, but you never know. If it's a regular contest and you're just being greedy and catching all the waves, by the time you make the final, what happens? Mother Ocean just dissipates and it goes to luck. So you can never control a heat or the ocean, but you can know how to play with it.
Shaden's also rocking a beard. He's got that castaway look right now.
Yeah. He'd be frustrated if he couldn't make the connection.
So there's still a lot of waves out there. And I know, we have a waning swell, but nonetheless, there's still a lot of energy in the water. And, there was a moment there where we thought the winds were turning a little unfavorable, but that didn't last too long. So winds have been good for us.
Wind a little bit more down. And there's a current rip, too, right off the wall.
These drone shots are great. Get to see the bird's eye view and perspective looking towards the land.
Yeah. And this is their fourth round, and this is the fourth heat to the last heat, as Snap is going to wrap up the day with their fourth surf. Koa Smith, furthest out, taking a look on his pink board. They're going to take a half a knot paddle, just kind of negotiate, get over this wave, see what's going to start forming in front of them.
We have a few Koas in this event, right?
Yeah,
Koa Smith, Koa Rothman.
Yeah.
And Koa is typically word referring to a warrior. So Koa, you hear that name commonly. Koa is also a wood, a really hard wood that is also sometimes used for weapons because it's a heavy wood. So in Hawaiian history, we got a lot of stories of Nakoa, or warriors. And I guess most famous among them would be Kamehameha.
Yes.
And the Kamehameha becomes a dynasty, meaning like Kamehameha the First, after he conquers all of the island chains, institutes a monarchy based off of actually with some influence from the British, in fact.
Yes.
After Kamehameha becomes king, there is a slow increase of folks coming to Hawaii from England, and so some of the constitutions Hawaii was a constitutional monarchy, and so there were some things that, and in fact, Hawaii was a protectorate, even though it was independent as a monarchy. It was a protectorate for a while with the British, and so even if you look at the Hawaiian flag, it has British, the Jack, the Union Jack, and so there were some similarities and exchanges with that, but it becomes a dynasty. So Kamehameha the First, all the way down through the second, third, fourth, fifth, and then and eventually the kingdom of Hawaii closes out with Lili'uokalani and 1893. So 100-year time period. Again, go check out Bishop Museum. You can walk on the third floor of the Hawaiian Hall, and it walks you through from Kamehameha all the way to Lili'u.
I gotta go. Yeah. I gotta check it out. I mean, there should be functions where I walk in there and here we go, Luke Tima. Ooh, no Shinpei Horiguchi. Shinpei, he's body surfing it, so he all good. He got lipped, and then he Mark Cunningham'd up into the mid-face bowl.
Split peak here.
Split
Shado
peak.
And Koa.
Shado throwing out the tail full extension.
Pulls
and
it.
another one. This guy's
sending it. Here
going
we go.
for the two bucaloos.
Bethany Hamilton.
You seen that?
Pull in.
Yes.
Woo.
You seen that? Just her significant takeoff to hand plant to up. Jedi. Jedi-like reflexes. Huge smile. Let's go, Beth. She also writes children's books. Go check it out. I always say on all my commentaries, do not forget about reading to your children, reading to yourself. Well, I'm talking to not just a professor, but somebody that writes amazing history and things that you've seen in all your travels.
Yeah, I mean, reading is very important for brain development and for intellect, and so,
Koa Smith went right, and Hawaiian Water Patrol got him. That is Foster Bloomfield.
See what happened here.
And Nolan Kilana. Little bit of a twist there. No matter how much you train, you train so hard every day, and then you get fed a different situation at Pipeline.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Looked like might have broken a leash.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Gotcha.
Look, this is very unusual for Pipeline. See how
Over
he's
the
doing
rocks.
the rock walk? We don't normally have rocks right there. Let's check it out. That's how much sand has eroded.
Oh my gosh!
And that looks like Rocky Point. This is pipeline.
And that's why the sandbar is absolute fire if you're above intermediate grade level. There's his second board. Looks like he's dropping down in size. Don't forget, Koa Smith comes from a Smith legacy. They're all models. He's got 2 more brothers. They all shred.
Yeah.
You know?
Kauai, right?
Yeah. I've watched them surf. Good performances at Sunset, big Sunset pros, and here we go. But, yeah, he's going to get back out there through Aints. Oh, no, right through the middle. But, Isaiah, as I'm looking off the second floor balcony, there is so many new rocks. I mean, off the wall has rocks.
And we were talking about the other day how when this happened last time down the beach toward Keiki, it exposed a bunch of ki'i or petroglyphs that were not seen in recent memory. And so you never know what you're going to get.
Skin, man. Would you say that there is some on the tabletop reef past Keiki Beach on the way where you can see Sharks Cove and the caves? You think if you knew where to look for Shado P, here we go. Your Big Island is in the house. Pipe cone. What's up, Big Island boys? You know who you are. You guys are ledges.
Awesome.
And,
yeah, so, I mean, archaeology is a really cool field in Hawaii. University of Hawaii at Hilo has a great program there, and also at Manoa. Kathy Kavelu, I grew up with her in Kilka'a.
There he is.
She's a professor there at UH Hilo. Shout out to their program.
Nice.
He made that. That was
I know.
sick.
I like that. That was his first wave. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to tail turn this thing.
And then and then he pulled it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, he wants to get barreled for the contest, but look at his photos that he got from the photo bowl. You know what I mean? That tail turn must have been hacha.
Hacha.
Eric Arakawa, 2-page spread, maybe. You know that guy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, man.
Got some paddlers.
The playing
here.
field is just cleaned up. Here we go. Oh.
Left and right.
Oh.
Luke
McFadden.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Will he ride out? Oh, he does it. Count it.
Oh, and that's part of being how much competitions this kid does. That's what he wants to be, a pro surfer. He can compete. He's taking his competition into a backdoor shootout. Look how he rode out of it. That's a point. There's points there.
Kind of cool. You saw him stand up. People don't realize how shallow it is out there.
Yeah. I can't believe his Blue Rail HIC board is in one piece. Luke Tima took some on the head as well on heavy occasions. There's the
Nolan Keolana. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Wow, I wonder who went back door. We'll see right there. Luke. That was Luke's split.
That was the one who came out right here. Doggy doored it. Boosh.
Smart. That would have hurt. A couple more yards. Good job.
So we call that the doggy door. Back door is basically a closeout. I mean, it allows you to ride it for a bit. And you got to sneak out usually through what we call the doggy door at back door. And that's a beautiful pipe way. Which way is he going?
Oh, here we go.
Kaulana
Apo. In. And the way it's chandeliered, beautiful vision. He got covered up.
Bethany
he did the job.
Looking at this one.
But, yeah.
Bit of a flurry with these waves.
Oh, that was a beautiful little mini one just to watch and mind surf. Oh, very exciting. Another replay right here. Kaulana Apo as that thing just went over a rib and had like a backwash flare over it as he exited. So super awesome. 2:22 remaining on the left top of your screen. And don't forget to check us out at dahui.com. Stuff is going really fast. We still also have the Jason Momoa Aloha J collection, where Uncle Eddie Rothman and Jason Momoa collaborated, and all of the proceeds from each item of that on the internet, the Aloha J collection, goes straight to the Maui Lahaina fire victims. And man, look at that. There's our Hawaiian Water Patrol, and there's the infamous sandbar. Ehukai Sandbar has collected so much sand. When the swells start to subside, it's going to be like crazy out there. Everybody's going to be out there with their cameramen trying to get sandy bottom blues right there. Beautiful, photogenic place. But don't forget, there's going to be a bunch of kama'aina trying to pour out their feelings and just have a good time making a connection with the waves.
It's kind of cool. Kaulana. Kaulana means famous. I'm sure most Hawaiians, when they have a name, there's more to it, right? So a lot of times you have a name, Kaulana, I wouldn't be surprised there's more to it. Common title to a Hawaiian song, an old Hawaiian song, Kaulana Napua. Kaulana Napua o Hawaii. It's basically famous are the flowers. And it's a really cool song because it's also has a political message, a kauna to it. Basically, where it talks about eating stones, that they'd rather eat stones than sign over their allegiance to the provisional government, the government that overthrew Hawaii. And kind of cool story about the Hawaiian Royal Hawaiian Band. Anyway, there's some cool stories. But holy smoke, look at these beautiful lines coming in.
Wow. Let's go. I see people looking off over the balcony. Oh, man. It is as real as it looks on your screen, gang. She's a-coming with seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. And, but you know that horn signifies the next heat is going right in, but, yeah, we are going to throw it to break. You guys stay tuned. We'll come right back, right into the locked into.
Snap two, bring it back.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. All right, bro, we are back and right back into the action for the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Pipeline is happening right now. And what a great barrel. Sick wave. Opening up for a goofy foot Peruvian. The Cristobal
de Cole.
All right, Cristobal de Cole rubbing his crystal ball and seeing a beautiful barrel in his future. And that was amazing. A nice shot of Cristobal coming flying out of a pipe barrel. Team Peru, the grooving Peruvians. Cristobal de Cole in a
crystal
not
barrel.
So crystal barrel, I was
so
going to
crystal.
say, just a little foam, but well negotiated. You know, it doesn't matter what the wave looks like. It's all about getting in the barrel and getting out. Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, and there is Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Cristobal de Cole, Gabriel Villaran, and Alvaro Malpartida. Talk about a tongue twister of pronunciations of this heat. And it is always a pleasure to watch these Peruvians shredding.
Yeah, Peru has always had a strong showing here on the North Shore. Actually, Peru does have a deep history of surfing, even in the modern era. There's some professional world championship titles way back when in Peru. They have big hollow waves down there, too. And so Peru definitely has its culture of surfing. And here we have rider up in this barrel, pulls in, stalls, beautiful crystal ball there.
I think that's Alonso. Zoko. Alonso Correa. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're great at giving nicknames.
Yeah. But, yeah, just a way to start for a couple of goofy foots in this heat. And Zoko getting a nice, beautiful view from inside that pipe barrel. Seems like there's a little bit of new energy in the water, in the waves. I was watching off camera as I was waiting for my cue to come back in here, looking at having the last heat off, looking at the waves over the balcony, and this beautiful westerly set came in right at the end of the end of the heat for New Earth Project and right before the beginning of Team Peru, and it did have an appearance of new energy.
Yeah, it's really cool, and conditions have stayed really nice, and the swell is still here. Every heat we've seen waves ridden, some great barrels, and so it was awesome call today.
Yeah.
We're fortunate and blessed. The backdoor shootout usually is blessed with great waves, and so continuing on that tradition of the shootout, getting some solid waves, some clean waves, and we still have time to go. We still have to the 16th, right?
Back at the beach from that drone shot, and mixed with a holiday, MLK Day on a Monday, so just one of those days we're not able to run due to the holiday, but what a great run of ample swell that we've been seeing. And it's always better to have too much than not enough, I feel like, when you're running surf events here on the North Shore. So having the selection, the option of days to have the event has been a great run of swell to help us with that. So that's very much appreciated to Keokua, Mother Nature, whoever you like to refer to. I always, think it is Mahina on the beach. She's standing by with Koa Smith. Always a great thing to hear from him. Take it away, Mahina.
Aloha here, guys. Mahina here with Koa Smith. It looked like you kind of had like a little board problem. You ended up breaking your leash, so tell me what happened.
It's pretty wild. I haven't really gotten a major score yet, and I feel like this heat, I was like, I just gotta let go. Like, the intention was to just stay super present, but then if I'm a little too deep, like, still go. If I'm a little too far in, still go. And I just went on this right, and it just, like, wasn't very good. Took a late drop, and then I ended up having to, like, dive through the wave. And then I watched the next one. Bethany went on it, just sent it, and that wave just landed right on my head and broke my leash. But it's really interesting doing little board changes here because there's so much, like, rocks on the beach. It's, like, pretty hectic, so it kind of took me a while to get back out there.
So where did your board go then?
That is a good question. I think by now it's probably at sunset. I'm going to have to go for a long walk on the beach to find it.
That's what Pipeline is. It's the long walks on the beach. I noticed that you had a GoPro in your mouth. What was that all about?
I'm pretty much like a GoPro just lives. It's a part of me right here. I mean, with my YouTube channel and social media, like, that stuff's so funny and demanding that I just, like, film everything every time I surf. And by now, like, I've broken a couple, like, mouth mounts, like, in my teeth. I did one in the last session, but other than that, like, never lost a GoPro before, and I've taken some pretty bad wipeouts, so.
I feel like you and Jamie are the only ones who are kind of, like, sending it with GoPros and somehow managing not to lose it, so I give you guys all that props on that. And then also, too, with your little funky boards and stuff. How's that going?
Yeah, I just, like, try to experiment and maximize it, but I'm just finding, like, this one has a little beak nose. It's, like, wider up the front, and, like, when you're paddling, there's just so much glide, and so, like, this is a 6.2, but it feels like a 6.6, you know? So you can get
you can catch the waves, but then once you're standing up, it's like so fast and zoomy. So, yeah, it's fun.
Well, hopefully you get more visions with your GoPro mount, and obviously get maybe the perfect 12 with that vision. So hopefully we'll get more waves going through the rest of the week, and back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina. And Koa seeking perfection for a second time this winter. Already had a perfect wave at the Pipe Masters and a grab rail. Perfect technique right there.
Oh, Cristobal.
For Cristobal de Cole.
Boy, and he did find the crystal ball. He's getting the good ones in this
Yeah,
heat.
man. He has really been taking that name to heart.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful glass ball that we have here. Part of our set decorations, courtesy of the Hui Ohe'enalu. Thank you very much. And
Cole Smith talked about how he, uses a GoPro mount in his mouth. I think Nate Florence is also one of those guys. And here we go. Replay during the interview.
Yeah, and Team Peru starting to come alive here. Woo. And getting close to resembling their heat a couple of years ago when Pipe just turned on. And they had about, a dozen quality rides. All surfers were getting in on the action. It was like almost like when the bait ball and all the seals and dolphins and everybody's just getting a piece of it. I feel like that heat a couple of years ago, Team Peru really it was the bait ball that came in, and they were each representing a different animal and just taking part of it, getting their fill. And that was a heat to remember for sure. And they've been a little bit, less lucky this year, I feel like, with the treacherous conditions and testy conditions of day one and day two. But right now, I feel like they're starting to make up for a little bit of lost ground here.
Yeah. And, their heat this morning was pretty good. They got a lot of good waves. I think everybody today, there was no real skunk heats today, which is always great because we talk about how, the ocean changes with tide, with wind, with swell. And so sometimes, like you were saying a couple years ago, in the sort of this magical window of a heat for them turned on. But I think today has been pretty steady. It has tapered off a little from this morning.
Yeah. But
nonetheless, everyone seems to be getting opportunities for good scores. We just saw Cristobal on the backdoor and hit it. Looks like they're another wave coming through here. See if a rider gets this one.
Yep, switching to the land angle, and looks like Alonso, possibly. We'll wait for the beach call there, because we can kind of hear Iolani Adams handling beach duties. Mahalo to Brother Landon Iolani Adams from the west side, and Hui Club member doing an excellent job on the beach announcing.
Replay here, gets under that curtain.
Yeah, just a little fun little pit ride at Pipeline. That's always going to improve your day.
Yep. It's worse things to do for sure.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Worst places to be as well. But we're thankful to be here. We're thankful that you guys are joining us on the live broadcast and catching all the replay action as well as the action has been really consistent. And we said, there hasn't been any heat that's gotten like fully skunked. Everybody has gotten something.
Yep.
And, it maybe just comes down to what players in the heat may have scored more than others. But I tell you, watching Ivan in the previous couple heats, Ivan's been on a tear. I feel like each and every day he's got something to show for.
Yeah, he's been wave magnet in all of his heats.
Yeah.
And even in the trying days and trying conditions, he seemed to find the diamond in the rough or the needle in the haystack. Yeah. And he's been, consistent, right? Very consistent. I think Luke Tima has been pretty consistent throughout the event as well. That kind of young froth, maybe it pays off when you're hunting and looking. Actually, Shaden Pucaro talked about how this morning he felt like if he's replacing Kelly Slater's spot, that he's going to try and channel what Kelly would do.
Yeah.
And basically says he keeps busy. And so I'm just going to keep busy. And sure enough, that's what happened. Koa Smith talked about a different approach. He said, I'm just going to kind of zen, meditate, and be in the moment. He said it didn't really pay off because he ended up going on a wave that broke his leash, and watched Bethany get a good one right after him. But here we go, live action from behind the section, pulls into this
beautiful.
Inside, launches
Just
out.
Really nice conditions right now. It's turning around for the better. I believe the winds look like they've clocked a little more east to proper trades. When they came up this morning, you and I noticed a little bit of tint and hint of the north in the wind, but it is now clocked around more easterly and has really opened up that end of the barrel nicely. Wow. And a good negotiation right before the closeout. Everybody loves the big flyaway kickout. You can still hear the beach. You know, it's almost like our Team Japan, you know, every photograph, they're going to throw the peace sign still to this day. And still to this day, people are going to get so excited on the beach for that big flyaway kickout.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean a wipeout like in the movie North Shore. They make it sound like it's actually you're getting away from the wave. You're jumping over it and getting into safe zone. So, all right, we got 16 minutes and 40 seconds in this heat, and no takers on that wave. We're here on the North Shore of Oahu in the moku of Ko'olauloa on the Mokupuni o Oahu. So Mokupuni is referring to the whole island, and the Moku is a district. So in Hawaii, and this is tradition times, and for us today, you break up an island into different districts. And so the Mokupuni is the island, Moku is the district, and on Oahu, we are in Ko'olauloa. So Ko'olau is the name of our mountain ranges. And there's two sections, though, of Moku in Ko'olau. So there's Ko'olauloa, which is the northern part, and Ko'olaupoko, which is the Kaneohe Kailua
So we're currently in Ko'olauloa.
Correct.
And some love from the UK, once again, from Brother Dave Hunt. He wants to shout out the Hawaiian Water Patrol and the water safety and all of our lifeguards. You know, the daily duty is beach and ocean safety here. I've been hearing a lot of sirens up and down the coast, you know, where I live at Velzy Land, and you know, every time I hear that, I'm always, just hoping everybody's okay. And Dave, thank you for tuning in from way over on the other island across the Pacific and Atlantic, the UK, and looking at a paddle for this wave here. Ooh. And a beautiful drop in, but nothing much happening except a nice Papa Wheelie bunny hop right there. And, just reading some of the messages coming in at Rocky Cannon on Instagram, as well as my NSOG Hawaii at Gmail is also where you can reach us too.
It's like a wave here. Got a paddle. Oh, not going to come to fruition for this rider, but we can watch and mind surf that wave as it spits out there. Yeah, here on Oahu's North Shore, technically the northwest shore. And we are blessed to be out in the, oftentimes called the countryside out here. We had the old surf brand that's still around today, of course, is Town and Country, referring to, the kind of duality of personalities between town and country.
Yeah.
And you do kind of get there's people identify with, like, I'm a townie.
I'm a townie, or I'm a country guy, or country person, or country folk, and there's some kind of I don't know, stereotypes about each of these. But let's check out this one. Oh, beautiful! Backdooring the pipeline and standing tall, loving it. Man, this is getting a lot reminiscent of that heat a couple years ago, Isaiah. Team Peru getting the benefit of the switch turning on here at Pipeline and Backdoor.
Yeah, look at that. Ehukai misting off the back of the wave, which is a signal that the trade winds are hitting us from the right direction. How smooth that is.
The correct direction, the correct technique, and just a very, very stylish exit. Stoked. Very awesome.
Yeah, it's just, sheer elation coming out of a barrel. And, you get some folks that debate and talk about how they don't like claims. I personally have no problem with it.
Yeah.
I could see where if it's disingenuous, anything or anyone that's not genuine,
right,
that feels fake, That's sometimes it's a little
contrived. Yeah,
it doesn't feel as meaningful. But you coming out of a pipe barrel like that, and your arms naturally come up. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, especially one of those that was a little shaky. Well, not shaky, but just like the way he knifed into it. It could have been any type of result right there. But he held strong and steady. And, that adrenaline and the stoke, like you said earlier, it just carries right on with you, even into the paddle back out, where you're like, oh, my gosh, that felt so good.
New energy. I want to get back out there.
Yeah, so big props to Team Peru getting it done right now. Beautiful conditions, stacking up. This is heat number 6. We'll have Team NSB. I know they're licking their chops right now. Billy Kemper, Baron Mamiya, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, J.O.B., Jamie O'Brien is looking at these conditions going, oh, please.
Stay
like this. I want to get out there. So just a little over the halfway point for Team Peru. 11:50 remaining, I believe. Looking at the beautiful, picturesque scenery of the pipeline and the beach down towards off the wall. You see all those rocks and bones and skeletons exposed down there. It's like really, I heard Koa Smith talk about it, trying to get his board and get back out. He had to really watch his step, and, your board can take some damage. You could pop a fin off really easily jumping in at the wrong time.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking earlier about the barrel we just saw and we came out, and we also were talking before that about how each surfer has their own distinctive style. And when he came out, it kind of reminded me, Duke had a certain style of surfing too, where he would kind of have like this, almost like he was flexing his pecs, and arms sort of to the side. We see that the logo or the artwork done by Jack Soren, who I was talking to earlier, but his arms out. Really, though, if you look at photos of Duke surfing, his arms are out, but usually down.
Okay.
And he kind of like flexing his abs sort of look.
Okay.
So when he came out of that barrel, his claim sort of had that same sort of like low arm spread flex.
Oh,
Here we go
wow.
again.
Come on, please come out. That was almost super exciting. Way to get into it. But just couldn't find his way out. And there's another nice drop. Oh, gosh, these guys it's turning on. It is doing it. The grooving Peruvians, I'm telling you, they've got the secret spell they can cast onto pipeline before they paddle out.
Backside drops in, grabs the rail.
Wow.
Gabriel
Villaran.
More out the back.
Look at this.
This is a party.
Stacking up.
Oh, side slips.
Holding it.
Stands tall.
No way. Oh, my gosh. The judges have their hands full, as the saying goes, for looking at all these incredible waves ridden by Team Peru. They've probably scored exponentially above what they've done the first couple of rounds.
You're right, Rocky. Look at and it's still coming here. Hopefully, I mean, oftentimes it's notorious in surfing competitions where if one heat is going, the next heat's not.
It kind of alternates and, goes heat by heat. But here we go. Check out this nice positioning right there. And then Gabe getting right underneath the hook. And then side slipping, almost lost it.
Almost.
Just the presence of skill to hold that line and not get distracted. Stay true to the task at hand. Really impressive.
Yeah, I love that. The drop was late. Here we go, live action again.
And just a little late drop, but that spit is still quite vigorous for such a, marginal wave. Pipeline really just over and over. It never gets old watching that pressure washer just shoot out all that water.
Yeah. I love it. I feel like when
so I heard a time call of 7 minutes, so just a little discrepancy on the clock there, but close enough for our sake.
Enough. Good enough.
Good enough for us. Oh, yeah. We're just enjoying the action. I mean, seeing this many barrels in this short amount of time is definitely what it's all about, putting on a good show. And that's something about surfing that never gets old, is watching people get barreled, especially, you know, as surfers, if you're not doing it yourself, you want to watch somebody in the action, and you're kind of almost living vicariously through other people that are surfing these kinds of waves. And just what an opportunity and a great way to showcase this type of surfing and being able to put it on so many platforms. Zone Media getting all the angles, top-notch production. I mean, the amount of wires and screens and lights and everything that it's taken, all the cameras, all the equipment. It is top-notch production here by Zone Media. So make sure you check their YouTube channels out, Hawaiian Extreme Sports, Island Paddler TV, all of the cultural interactions going on around the islands. Zone Media is there, so we want to say mahalo and check out more action. Look at this, bro.
Deep and deep,
no
standing
way.
tall.
It's just getting ridiculous.
Oh, my gosh.
Even they're like, okay, am I going to stand tall in this barrel again? It's getting a little redundant, but it feels good. It looks good.
Like, what can I do next? Maybe twiddle my thumbs
I
in the
don't
barrel?
know. Yeah, exactly. Just have the full, like...
Love it. And that's
wow.
how you get deep at pipe, right? You take off behind the peak, which is counterintuitive to, you know, our survival instincts. You typically don't want to be behind a treacherous curtain that's like lurking and crashing down on you. But that's what it takes to get deep into these pipeline waves. And so, well done, and traversed that one exceptionally. Well, we've got probably 5 minutes left. Even though the clock says 6, it looks like we're down to our 5-minute warning. And looking out at the horizon, we have got more waves on offer. And Team Peru is bringing some mojo. They've got the mana, and the ocean is awake and alert. And hopefully it continues on this trajectory. We'd love to see our next heat in the water of North Shore boys to get in some this action as well.
Team NSB, strong team.
Yep, he's saying Jamie O'Brien and the crew of Billy Kemper, and those guys are in the channel or on the shoulder right now, waiting to get out there soon. And so, exciting day for surf.
Yeah, definitely the one we've been waiting for. You know, we had 4 days off. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Which worked out perfectly for me at work.
That's good.
Yeah. So it was nice. We had the weekend, and I was able to go to my day job, my real job.
Yeah, I had things to handle, and the chores got done, and
look at
different things like that, and Christmas lights came down. All the fun stuff after the holidays. Here we go. Check this out. Live action. Nice. And grabbing the rail, Gabriel Villaran. And nice little run down the pipeline. Left-hander on the backhand. There's Team Peru represented on the beach. Waving the flag proudly, as they should. Always really classic representation here on the North Shore. And I like Mahina asking them what their pigeon word is, as we see Villaran. The pigeon word for you, brah, is mean.
Mean, Klaus.
That was mean.
That was funny. She's like, pigeon. He's like, what?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Nice. Late drop.
Oh, wow. Come on.
Wow,
Come on, just for fun.
Almost.
He just
had to roll up the windows on the bottom of that one.
A little bit steep on that one. I think it was a little steeper than he anticipated.
Lean back. Oh, he's kicking himself.
Got his body a little stretched out. You'll see it here. It comes into it all nice and cash.
Leans
and
back
then
Yep. Oh. Tries to pull up high, but his body momentum was going the opposite direction.
Pretty much dropped into the barrel.
Gabriel Villaran
again,
a deep one. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, close.
That was really, really a great effort. And Peruvians are just getting a lot of good tube time here.
This is action.
Scoring. 1:30 on the clock. So they're going to be hustling to get at least maybe one or two more. We'll see. Team NSB eagerly standing by. See him starting to sneak over into the lineup right now and get a jump on their time and be in the right spot as soon as that horn blows, because it is the kind of day where once that horn sounds, you could be 3 strokes into a good pipe wave.
You want to wait. No wave is going to be wasted today.
Yeah, for sure. And there they are, just
I think we're doing that just to
waiting
maximize our time today. So usually there'll be a break in between each of the heats, but now it's like, nah, we got to maximize our time today.
Yeah, we'll basically almost run it back to back. And there comes a wave with no riders. That one swung out a little bit wide. You saw the photographers on your right-hand side of your screen. They were scrambling to get under that wave. Someone on the inside right there getting another barrel. Sure. Might as well, bro.
Might as well.
So 30 seconds remaining for Team Peru, who has scored in round 4. They have kind of reminiscent of a couple years ago, like we've been saying. They had this magical heat that turned on, and so far they've been a little bit on the other side of the luck of the draw. But in this round 4, they made up for it in a big way.
It delivered.
So as Team Peru's heat comes to a close, we'll be moving right into Team NSB. And before we watch the next heat, though, we'll take you to a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more round 4 action at the Hui BackDoor Shootout. Stay right there.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Namenihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Oh, welcome back. Look at that shot. The drone over Pipeline. The Hui BackDoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Team NSB in the place to be at Pipeline. Ready to rock and roll. Watching Team Peru get barreled out of their brains.
Oh, yeah.
And Rocky Cannon with Isaiah Walker, Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, and J.O.B. in the water right now. This is heat number 7. Second to last heat of the day. Snapped 5 coming up next. Want to give some shout-outs and aloha to North Florida, Jacksonville, Graham, Brother G, watching late night over there, East Coast time. And check it out, Baron Mamiya, I believe. That was Barrel and Baron. Mamiya. Getting some tube time action. But mahalo for watching, Graham. And hopefully you can get some barrels in the frigid waters of Jack's Beach. It is cold that time of year, this time of year over there. Whew, man, I've been there in winter. Full suit action, not for the faint of heart, but man, such a good crew of shredders up in the North Florida complex. And glad to have you guys tuning in, watching live wherever you might be. We got the UK tuning in. We got all kind of brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties watching from around Hawaii. And always a pleasure to bring this action to you.
Check out this replay. This is Baron Mamiya. Baron is one of our World Tour Title Championship Tour competitors, showing us how it's done. Behind him, we have a goofy footer who I don't know. Fells from the last heat, maybe. Still going in, possibly. All right, and we've got 25 minutes on the clock. And as you said, Rocky, the last heat was a firecracker of a heat, like endless barrels back to back to back, and Team Peru was able to really enjoy that. And we're hoping that doesn't mean that this heat will slow down. As we said, oftentimes that's the story in surfing competitions. One heat will be on and the other heat will kind of slow down, but we shall see. Hopefully the ocean cooperates for our team here with North Shore boys. But Baron Mamiya already got a really good wave, so that's a good sign that there are lots of waves out there. Very cool that we are here on the North Shore of Oahu. I was talking earlier about Ko'olauloa and this district here. Within a moku, you have what called ahupua'a.
Yeah.
And so you start with the mokupuni, which is the whole island, which is Oahu. The moku is the district, Ko'olauloa, and then within Ko'olauloa you have different ahupua'a. So it's kind of like they're pie-shaped, and it's really kind of cool if you have like a round island. It's like slicing out of a pie. It goes from mountain to the sea, and so that when you get to the sea, the shape is pretty wide. It usually follows along rivers and different streams, and we're going to take a look at this rider here.
That looks like Baron again. So Baron, not much from round 3 from him, but here in round 4 already with 2 barrels within the first 7 minutes of the heat. So a bit more active.
Yeah,
for Baron Mamiya.
Riding a short board, a really small board, and he's a master at surfing this place. Done so many events over the years, and he's still a young man, but one of Hawaii's accomplished professional surfers. Knows how to go left, knows how to go right, knows how to do errors, knows how to get barreled. He's got it all. Very well rounded, and then you see this pipeline barrel quite well rounded itself. With a beautiful shape, and sounds like my friend Graham at home is tussling for the remote control right now, watching this live on hour number 6. Baron on barrel number 3 coming out at pipe. So definitely somehow staying so busy, just coming out of that backdoor wave right into another pipe wave. Maybe we'll catch this one
How is he doing that? But yeah, it's all G, Graham. Give up the remote, but you can still jump on your phone and catch the action. But Mom and daughter want to check out the action, too, on different channels. But check out Baron Mamiya tuning in right now, in tune, in the barrel, doing a beautiful job. And here we go. That might be Conrad Carr.
Oh,
it could be, because he was in the first round way back on last Saturday, and then they mixed up the team. So we got a cool scenario for this year's shootout, and it's been this way the last couple of years, where you have multiple team members, up to 5 or 6 or 7 team members, but only 5 allowed in the water at a time. And that number has gone up from before. I know it was 4 before, now it's 5. And while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, we're going to take you down to the beach and talk to Mahina and Joaquin.
Aloha, guys. Mahina here. This is round 4, Team Peru, Joaquin de Castillo. You did mention that you had an injury last year where it was days before this event. How does it feel to get a really good wave in this last round?
It means all for me right now. This is round 4, right? And I didn't get nothing the first days. Even this morning I got a fun one, but finally I get a really wave that I really like it. So stoked for the next rounds. The team is strong. Everybody surf amazing here. It's an honor for me to compete here. Yes, this is my 7th season in Hawaii, and that means all for me.
Tell me a little bit about what happened last year going into this event. You did mention that you had a hip injury just days before. What does it mean with your health right now going into this event?
Well, that happened to me 1 week before the shootout. I took a backdoor wave and I broke my iliac bone in 10 pieces. And after 3 months I was surfing, so thank God it was not that bad. I feel like maybe better than before, so I'm here making my dreams come true. I'm so happy.
Well, that's super great to hear, and I'm glad that your hip is all good and you were able to get one solid wave. Let's hope that you get more waves throughout the rest of the event. And I've been kind of doing this to all the Peruvian boys. I want to hear your best chihu.
Arriba Peru. Vamos, Peru. Woo. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Back to the booth.
I got one for Peru with the chihu, because that rhymes. Chihu, Peru. Too easy, bro. But thank you, Mahina. Joaquin, stoked to be back in the water after injury. Live action. Check this out. Scrambling, paddling.
Of course.
Up and riding.
Eli Olsen.
Oh, beautiful job there.
I almost thought it was Barron again. I was like, oh, my goodness. Oh, going for a little pop air. That was a beautiful wave, Eli Olsen. Did I hear him right when he said, I broke my femur in 9 places. Thank goodness it wasn't that bad.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. He's just stoked to be back out there. Look at that.
Oh, there he is.
Wow, barreling Baron. Oh, my gosh. Talk about the sleeping giant. Just was cruising through the first few rounds.
He could win this event in this one heat.
And all the scores could be coming from round 4. I mean, that is entirely possible. We've seen it happen in this event where the heat or the moments just turn on and really on fire at the moment from last heat to this heat.
Yeah, Barron, oh, man, you can tell how technical of a tube rider he is. We'll see the replay. Excuse me, this is starting off with another surfer, sorry. But Barron, when I say technical, we were talking about all day. There are several surfers who are struggling to come out because the pipeline has a tendency to clamp and get really almond at the end of the barrel.
Yeah.
We saw like McConaughey and others getting sick barrels, but then struggling to kind of punch through that last part. On that, Barron has a way of like going up so high and just squeezing out of the very top corner of that barrel. And that last one, I honestly didn't think he was coming out. That the DOD level is pretty high, and it spit, and then he managed to come out. And you see, he was riding so high that when he tried to after he pulled out of the barrel, he was a little out of sorts,
right?
Because he had gone to kind of contort himself so high up on the top that when he uncoiled his body, it threw him off a little bit. But, a lot of technique involved with this. You don't always just pick a line and go straight, right? The more challenging and more higher scoring waves are ones where the surfer is wrestling the foam ball, climbing over it, pumping, and letting go of the rail and doing a bunch of very technical moves. And we'll see it here. There it is. Barron, we'll see how he starts off low. Then he has these. I mean, he's got so many waves. This is Eli's wave, and nice barrel. Well, he does a little air right here.
Nice.
Why not
Yep.
use the wind? Here's the one of Barron. So he slows down there, drags the leg. It gets Almany here, pops up way up high.
Yeah, kind of almost went over his outside rail, but held it nicely. And almost a little deja vu with that little pop air on that side chop that Eli used for a little elevation and some fun. And there's a live shot with the drone and a beautiful looking day here as Team NSB trying to get some scoring in. You know, Billy Kemper is on the hunt, on the prowl, looking for something big, something barrel-y, and something deep if he can.
Yep. You can see, Billy and Jamie are being a bit more patient, while Barron's just sitting on the inside having a blast, just picking off whatever nobody else wants. And I suppose if you're trying to win the event, you'd probably be wise to wait for the bigger waves.
Yeah.
But if you're out there just to enjoy yourself, why not stay busy?
Yeah, and on a day like today, as you'll even see after the event, Pipeline's going to fill up with 50 to 60 individuals trying to get just one of these waves. And on this one, JOB in the place to be. Dropping in the drone shot, following nicely. He's deep. He's barreled. He's coming out.
Oh, yeah.
And sitting.
Floater.
Going to do a float.
Barrel
going
roll.
for the Rolo.
Outside. Eli Olsen stalling for this one.
Good technique there for Eli. And then up and over. Flying out above the lip.
Yeah, that was the wave Jamie was waiting for. In this heat, he was patient and timed it right, rode it right, and came out sitting down, which is still super cool.
Yeah, and in any other events that are super technical in the scoring would not be considering that, a clean make or maybe an incomplete ride. But here at the Backdoor Shootout, everything's counted and noted. And that was a reappearance on the board. So I think he would have scored better if he could have been remaining standing. But look at how deep in the wave he was. And only JOB and a select few others would have been able to even come out the other side of that one. And whether it's sitting, standing, laying, whatever, Eli Olsen working hard to fit in that barrel, but not getting as deep as his previous wave. So we know he's got better scores out there, and time remaining is just under 13 minutes.
Looks like
Barron's so much action. We're watching replays, and then there's live stuff coming from while we're watching replays. So we've got replays that were happening during the previous replay, and Barron Mamiya staying busy. And look at that, how he just so easily traverses a super big backdoor section.
Yeah, that was nice. And again, Barron, that's like his fifth or sixth barrel make in this heat.
Yep.
So he's staying busy, and it's paying off. He's having fun, just picking off whatever the boys on the outside don't want.
Yeah, you saw Jamie stroking into that one prior. He was really hungry for that one and gave it a good, solid effort. And then on the inside, I believe that could be Conrad Carr, who's decided to jump back in the spot. And looking at this wave, is that Billy Kemper? No.
Beautiful conditions. The beautiful trade winds keeping the barrel open.
Yeah, a lot of times, it's the patience between the good waves, and even for the beach crowd, and even those of you watching from home or the office, wherever you might be. There's so many waves that come through that, okay, yeah, that was okay. And then you get the flurry of really good waves, or you get that one that's just like, oh my gosh, the mind-blowing, worth the wait kind of wave where, sometimes like baseball, you're watching, okay, there's a pitch, and then there's a big drive, to the upper deck. And you're like, oh yeah, that is why I was waiting, and wanted to see that. So you'll see the big hit coming every so often, and Pipeline being the pitcher, throwing the waves at these surfers, and they're looking for the big connection.
Yep, so this is round number 4. We ran round 3 and 4 today, and this is looking at the bottom of the half of the event here. Northshore boys, Heat 7, remember Heat 8 coming up next. Snap 5 will be, looks like the last heat of the day. We have surfer here looks like Baron Mamiya, Mr. Busy Baron, pulling in the back door.
Oh, no way.
Oh, sick. Let's see what he... Oh, run away from that. Barrel number 20.
Yeah, geez. In the time frame, I mean, it is becoming a scientific phenomenon here. How many barrels can you get in the number of minutes? I think Baron is approaching the White Claw world record, because we're not sponsored by Guinness over here.
Nice. You see how he goes high. Let's try to avoid this closing doggy door here. And
the nice little step off.
Very technical surfing from Baron. Just lining up the drop well and picking the right line. And so he's definitely enjoying himself out there in this heat. And we're enjoying watching you, so keep it up.
Yeah, Baron. The show goes on, my friend, and Hawaiian Water Patrol helping a great deal with the production of this event, not only for safety, but for efficiency, getting our surfers back out there for more. And I think everybody would agree we'd love to see more Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Eli Olsen, Conrad Carr, as well as Jamie O'Brien. Always a pleasure watching those fellas as well. But right now, it's the Baron Show.
Yeah. Well, shout out to the Water Patrol. Staying busy today. There's no break for this crew. You got to make sure that you're always alert and ready to be there at anyone's beck and call who needs your assistance.
Yeah, and getting the epic water shots right there. You see the camera ski to the left-hand side of the screen, and really nicely positioned. The coordination it takes to have that antenna beam back to the studio here, and then beyond. Oh, J.O.B. at backdoor.
There it is.
Oh, and he's liking that one. He's feeling it with that casual exit, little stylish pose.
Well done. Try and see if we can get the replay too shortly, but Jamie getting caught here on that backdoor shallow section.
All right, let's see the drop here. Just really excellent positioning, looking into the barrel. I bet you straight on he was really, and that's Eli Olsen, I believe. And sometimes the rail of his board and his style and stature, him and Billy, I said it earlier, have a little similarities.
Billy.
But there's Billy Kemper, looking very unique and individual right there. Billy not able to make it out of that barrel, but nice effort from Billy K, BK at Pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was going to make it, but unfortunately right at the end, the wave kind of gurgled on itself. And because he was trying to stay in the barrel as long as possible,
right?
He kind of closed the door on the opportunity to get out there. We'll watch these replays here. This is Eli Olsen dragging that front leg, front thigh, trying to get in the barrel.
Yeah, another similar one to his last one. Billy Kemper, this is the one that it kind of just shut down right at the end right there. It looked like it was going to stay open, and then it has a tricky way of doing a last-moment pinch on you right there. And I think even to our vantage point from here and from Billy's, point of view, it looked like it was going to just be a nice, wide-open, red carpet exit. But it was a blustery, whitewater, slam the curtain shut kind of attempt there.
Also seemed a little like there was a cross wave that came and cut off his exit for him, but sometimes that comes from backwash or from some different swell angle coming in, and anyway.
Yeah, a lot of variables here at Pipeline. Not a perfect wave at all times. So there is some surfer technical skill required. Barron again. Oh, my gosh. He's going to stay in it.
Why not?
Wow. He has just pretty much brought his tent, his camping materials, his bonfire wood. He's just making house inside these barrels, residing in the barrel at pipe and backdoor. And here we go. Hanaho, Baron Mamiya at the back door. Doing the backdoor shootout. Staying in it. Camping out. Roasting a marshmallow.
Oh, yeah, Baron. I've lost count already of how many barrels he's gotten.
Yeah, well, I'm on down to my toes now.
He's coming out of them, too, which is cool.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've seen a lot of folks get barrel today, and I'd say, the percentage of making them is, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40, maybe 50% on a good heat, but Bretta's got like a 90% make rate in this heat, so he's figured out how to get out of these things. And look how much further in he's sitting than everyone else. And I don't know if right now his teammates are like, maybe going to try and get closer to him. They're like, bro, the ocean's magnetized to this, brother. Let's go sit by him.
It's definitely, such a that kind of extra X factor, if you will, in surfing, especially, obviously, surfing in the ocean. That is, some people just are feeling it. The waves are coming to them. Or, in the case growing up competing against Andy, irons consistently seemed like any time he needed a wave, it was coming, and just really had that. And Kelly, I feel like, has that kind of relationship with the ocean, whether given or whether harnessed somehow. Who knows? But it is some extra forces at work, I feel like there.
Right. Look at this thing wedge around. Oh. Barron's maybe getting tired.
I think I'm getting tired watching it.
He let one go.
He might be in the spot for this one. Let's see.
Might as well.
And he's going to take it. Nope, he won't. Had the intentive paddle going on, that paddle stroke, but decided it wasn't going to be another one to chalk. It wasn't going to be number 17 in this heat. He's definitely gotten near 10 waves of barrels, I would say, just in the off the top of my head recounting. Our highlight reel is going to be just full of Barron.
But we've also seen, Jamie's had a couple really good ones.
Jamie has two really good waves.
And so there's, again, a good sign.
Eli's been busy, too.
Eli's had some waves. Billy almost made one, but hasn't had as much luck in this heat. But looks like he's considering this wave, taking a look. Oh, that would be Conrad, sorry. Beautiful evening on the North Shore. Love the way the light hits the ocean in this time of the evening.
Yeah.
That golden hour, I suppose they call it. Here we go. And this is Conrad. Oh.
Just got a little slippery on the bottom of that wave. And the board skirted out from under him, which can happen when you hit the trough and that acceleration picks up.
Turned out to be not so rad.
Got to be ready for it. And everything was nice up until right there, and then just got a little excited and maybe settling of the nerves a little bit. You know, a lot of people watching on the beach. It's an aquatic stage out there. You're performing. You know, it's like going out there to do a routine, and then all of a sudden you get a little stage fright, you know. Jamie O'Brien.
Here he goes.
No stage fright for this fella.
Slowing down, pulls up high.
Oh, wow.
Classic pipe barrel
Just
spit.
a beautiful cylinder.
His pink boards that he likes to ride. His signature.
Yep, and all of the staff over at the JOB Surf Experience. Mahalo for you guys' daily hard work with our Ritz-Carlton guests and everybody who comes out to surf with us and with you guys. I work alongside the crew, and we're often collaborating out there, and it's great to have good, reliable instructors and crew to work alongside. So JOB crew, Scotty, you guys, mahalo, brother Chris, everybody. Thanks so much for Jake Maki, part of that crew too.
Yeah,
you know, back in the day, Jack Soren was over there teaching surfing too. So
nice.
I feel like everybody's done a little bit of time and shared a little bit as we watch Baron Mamiya again. Just nothing new, bro. Another walk in the park, day at the office, another
Eli.
tent in the campsite.
Going backdoor, pumps it.
Beautiful.
Riding it. Come on. Oh, still in there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Goes for the air. Double grab.
Okay. We'll call it a burial. Backdoor burial.
Oh,
getting the air, getting the aerial right at the horn. Great timing. What a great heat. Pipeline is turning on for the afternoon. We'll be right back with more. The Hui BackDoor Shootout presented by Keiki Bungalows, Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Heat number 8, Snaps 5, coming up next. Stay tuned. Don't go away. The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Welcome back to the Backdoor Hui Shootout 2025. We are in round 4. Our final heat of the day is Snap 5. Team Snap 5. We got Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin. We just finished up the Northshore Boys heat, and waves are still firing. This is Isaiah Walker with Rocky Cannon and also Ezra Rodriguez. We're privileged to provide to you the surf footage today and our live action here at Pipeline. 5 gentlemen out there in this heat enjoying this one. And we, while we're on break, we had a wave by Mason Ho. We're going to check out this replay. So you can see Mason still opting to ride the bigger board. And even though the waves have dropped a bit, he's enjoying that extra length on this day at the Backdoor Shootout. Able to drag, and we have a rider up here. Looks like a rider from the last heat, Conrad Carr. Conrad coming from Malibu. Prayers to the families out there in the region. All the unfortunate fires, and thoughts and prayers are with them. And Conrad's from that neck of the woods, and hopefully all is well with them. Team Snap 5 in the water. That last 2 heats have turned on, and we have a paddler here. Looks like Josh Moniz. Side slips down, drags, stands in that barrel, spits out. Classic Josh Moniz. Next out the back, looks like we have Clay Marzo standing tall in this barrel, traveling, comes out with a spit. As Mahina pointed out,
floater.
Mahina pointed out that he was riding a pretty unconventional board. He says a quad, a little thicker, a little wider.
He rides album boards, so they're all in the ASIMs. Well-made boards, but Clay, that last heat, 3 back-to-back barrels, just playing underneath the curtain as if it was under priority.
Benji Brand straightens out and gets exploded.
Ejected, kind of uncharacteristic of Benji Brand. Let's see if his equipment is intact or we got to do a board change. Looks pretty good. Not used to him riding the faded pink tails, but he changed up his board, I noticed, from the first heat. Excuse me, from Sunday.
Right.
Of course, the waves are totally different at 6 to 8.
Replays here of this one. We had a grab rail
Beautiful.
backside.
Oh, that looked like Moniz.
Yeah, that was Josh's wave.
Oh,
and this
nice.
one, of course, is Clay Marzo gliding
Super
through that
steez.
late drop.
Oh, man.
I think it was just so steep he couldn't engage
Yeah,
the fins.
too tall, too
get
steep,
under.
and it ran on him. But, yeah, here they go. There's a crease in front of this one as these guys are going to look to get into position. Parker Coffin got a good stand-up pipe wave on his 3rd round, and you guys are watching their 4th surf, 2nd surf of today at 30-minute heats each.
Somebody's whipping around here.
Spinning around.
Inside
Mr. Moniz.
You see that last heat, how busy Barron was? He had,
oh, my gosh.
100 barrels.
What did you think about that weird pocket obtuse one at backdoor? He came flying out of that thing.
Insane.
Eli Olsen, too, getting
Olsen.
on the scorecard. Super patient, but really on it.
Jamie got a couple
huge
good
entertainer.
ones.
Jamie O'Brien back from after Sunday. He worked as a waterman.
Here's Mason.
I love the boards he rides.
Dragging, slowing down, hair in the wind. Oh.
I give him my 9-1 longboard. He probably pulled that thing in there. He just has a great understanding of his equipment.
Yeah, really cool.
That was rare for Mason. He's really cat-like when he comes out. He can land things in the air. That's mind-boggling.
Let's see what happens in the barrel.
He faded.
Yeah, he's a lot of board. Tried to stay high, which was the right technique, but
Yeah.
there was just so much pinch on it.
And he kind of faded like his dad and uncle, the way he wanted to get more barreled at the time. 24:20 left on the clock as Parker Coffin is furthest out to the left. He's going to initiate half a knot paddle and start paddling into position.
Somebody's looking at this one. It's a little too west, too deep on this one.
Yeah. Because when you guys are teammates, as much as you guys are just surfing as a team, you know, each individual, these guys want to try to get into position.
Got a bunch of whistles going on now.
Yeah.
That's usually a sign that
Chandler
there's
house going off.
sets coming. You can see the lines out the back. Interesting, you know, like we talked about how the energy was waning on a steady, slow but steady decline. But I mean, Rocky pointed out, it looks like in the last couple hours, there's been like a new energy.
Yeah.
Like the last 3-4 heats, starting with Peru, it just kind of turned back on.
But it's pretty good. Like, Pipeline's showing back up. I totally hear you. Cole Rothman looks really refreshed down there with his team, Dark Sport, and his camera crew.
Look at this.
Things are happening. That's them whistling over there. Who's going to get into this one?
In the spot.
Beautiful drone footage.
Oh, from behind the peak, Clay Marzo.
Here
there
we
he goes
go.
with that layback. Clayback.
Clayback. Oh, nice sag.
My gosh.
Underneath. How's this Maui boy go? How's that snap underneath the hood? It wasn't like a safety ride out of it. He gouged it a little.
It's like a cutback under the lip.
Guy swings a different kind of pendulum, but right now we got Mahina Maeda with Stay Sykes, Jamie O'Brien.
It's Aloha Friday here, Mahina, on the beach with Jamie O'Brien. Obviously, you got a lot of your scores in this last heat. How did you feel out there?
I felt good, actually. It looked a little funky a couple heats before that, but the heat right before ours started firing the Peru team. We're getting some amazing waves and just kind of channeled everything from their heat and ours. And, I got a fun right. I got a fun left, and then I had another left that came out sitting down. I had some opportunity out there, and that's what this event's all about. It's not about winning your heat. It's about just getting good waves and giving yourself an opportunity to, be in the top 6.
Do you think that wave that you were on your butt, do you think that was a make?
No. But I think it would have been a good video clip, like good content, kind of funny laughter. And then I kind of went for like a sit-down barrel roll. Didn't end well, but I thought I was going to get a little bit more lift.
Yeah, I definitely saw that little butt floater kind of going on that on that last wave. But you mentioned that obviously everyone knows where you kind of live, which is pretty hard to be a little bit more private. But you've mentioned that it's hard to almost get out of your house, and then you tend to forget you have a heat.
Yeah, honestly, I just sit there because the live streams so well. I mean, shout out to everyone that's all in behind the scenes over there doing all the magic. But I'm sitting on my couch at Pipeline watching the live stream. We got like 5-6 different angles. Next thing you know, I'm like, okay, I got 15 minutes, and then I'm like, oh my God, 10 minutes, and I run downstairs, and then I'm almost late for my heat all the time.
Well, let's hope that you don't miss your next heat, and it's obviously going to be pumping in the next day, and hopefully we get more barrels, more waves, and hopefully you get in the top 3. So I wish you all the best, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Wow, Jamie O'Brien. Always a pleasure to watch this man do his thing. The JOB, the original freak show. And, yeah, he just lives not even like a quarter of a block right there.
Stone throw from where we're sitting right now.
But if I was a Simon Cowell of surfing, I would say, Jamie, you sat down on that one. But no, that was awesome. I mean, what I would say is turn around dead cockroach all the way through the gums area. But Jamie.
Oh, this was Clay's.
Beautiful.
From the get-go, doing that layback comes
almost
out.
Got clipped.
Here's that turn you appreciated. Oh.
That is legit. Like,
and had the wave not clamped, he would come out of that. But
he swings it like a pendulum. He knows where his nose is. He knows where his toe weight's going to go back and lash into the wave. A lot of people would not recover from that with that much water moving.
And what was cool about that wave that he caught, like right off the get-go, it was already breaking.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought maybe most people would have allowed it, like, because it kind of crumbled, like kind of broke over his head, on his back, and most people would have gone straight and then bottom turned into the section.
Mm-hmm.
But he held his line right off the get-go and just stalled in the barrel right off the takeoff from right under the lip. Maximized his time in the barrel, and very, very well done. I love those laybacks. Like, he does that layback in the barrel.
That is a weird balancing thing.
Here we go.
It is amazing.
Benji. Parker or Benji?
Benji with that front leg, styly. These guys, when they get up, some of these guys, like Ivan Florence is one of them. They're like mid-deck, locked and loaded.
It's like a cat just getting
but
right to their feet.
They can also know how to turn their step up or their pipe boards from that. They don't need to be all the way on the grip. Yeah, they have this, but they have nice control, nice planing through the tube.
There it is.
Kalag Race is like that too.
Benji, nice one.
Yeah.
Real low center of gravity.
Yep. South African too. Those guys know how to surf. It's like our Australian brothers and our brothers from around the world. Brazil tuning in. Obrigado, mahalo, and shout out to a guy that's been trying to make it here for years to come visit us live, Mr. Yuri. You're here. You're present on the North Shore. You're probably watching from your phone and enjoying the beach. I haven't seen you, but thank you for supporting the Hui Ohe'inalu. I know you've been collecting a bunch of merchandise from all these amazing events, and big fan, and we aloha you, bro. I hope to see you before this event is over.
Oh, we have paddle here.
Yeah,
my guess is Josh Moniz going backdoor, gets under it, pulls into it.
Josh, a little bit of a board change maybe.
You know what I like is in that last heat, you had Baron Mamiya who was way inside from everybody and just catching waves. It looks like Josh is kind of following that strategy, and he's keeping busy. So it's entertaining for us to watch, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these guys are catching some of the medium-sized waves and getting
turning into a mini-man, too. Look at this guy squaring up, looking like Uncle Tone.
There's that drop, falls right into the backdoor pit, comes out in the foam, opts to paddle around pipeline instead of going through the gauntlet there of closeouts at backdoor.
Yeah, you know, even though it looks beautiful, calm from Sunday, but I'll tell you, man, there's still a lot of water moving over there.
There is.
Yeah.
Oh, if he's waiting for a taxi ride here.
Wow, yeah, he is in the taxi zone. You go past our Volcom house right here, Clay.
Clay staying busy, too.
Yeah. Wow.
Just that picturesque golden hour on the North Shore, and the sun is headed down towards Kaena Point. And you get the light hitting the barrels very nicely, and these offshore Kamwa'e trade wind breezes.
Yes. You know, you can't keep Clay, even in regular contests. You can't have him settle down.
Here we go.
There he
Speaking
goes.
Of can't settle down.
He's going to be
What's
underneath
he gonna do?
the curtain.
Clay back.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that term, I think, the clay back.
I don't know.
It has a ring to it.
He's been like that for years. One of these guys that once you get your tail thrust out, he snaps it so hard that he's just on his nose.
There he goes.
Kissing the coping, doing a full rotation.
There it is. Schwack. He somehow pulls those normally, but the
he
wave died
does.
out. He would have made that if the wave made it.
He'll 180 out of them. He'll do Clay Marzo club sandwiches that are just mind-boggling. Gets Dane Reynolds and Kelly like, wait a minute. Yeah. But then, you know, that layback, the front side layback. Are you kidding me? Like,
in the barrel.
In the barrel. Like,
outside rail, going front side.
When you teach somebody how to surf, you tell them you're going to lean forward, but you know, basically moving forward, bending your knees makes you want to fall backwards. So
here comes something. We'll see if one of our surfers is in the position for any of these waves coming through. It's like Mason having a paddle.
Mason taking a dig.
Big board.
Butt in the wave.
Slows down.
He's going to go for something mind-blowing. Oh, too much wind there.
The crowd
they
loves
love it too, though. Right on, guys. You know, usually he lands those. I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him. Look at him smiling. I love it. Right there. Butt in the wave. Drags his hand really quick. He knows this wave's so good, he was just going to go for something spectacular. He knew the barrel wasn't going to happen, but the wind is not in his favor as well. Next time, if he was to readjust, he would probably go for a grab and hang on to that thing. Mason Ho. Shout out to you, Pop Shakur, Michael Ho. All right. Seriously. Awesome.
Yeah, it's been a great day here at the Backdoor Shootout at
Yeah.
Pipeline. We started right on time at 8 o'clock, and we're running a full day here, and every heat has been a banger. We've had barrels in every heat. First heat of the morning,
Sheesh.
Ryuru Ito had like a 8-point-something ride going backdoor. We had some amazing rides today. I'm just thinking ones that stood out to me. We also had Maikai Birdine that had like an incredible one in round 4, which is the second round of today. So a lot of exciting action today. The highlights should be incredible.
Yeah. You know this guy, Shogo Harada.
Yep.
He's 19 years old. You know that guy has 2 significant scores on the board, and then from his 4th surf, I didn't get to see this. He's up there. He's up in the top 5.
And then we saw Baron Mamiya get like a bunch of keepers in that
Billy's
last
been
heat.
patient. He packed a couple today. Jamie O'Brien's happy with his last session. So there's a lot of things going on tonight. As we don't know
Shaden
when
Picaro this morning had tons of
another
good
one.
waves.
That's another one, too. And don't forget, on the bigger day, he packed one, too. And he escaped out the back. So super exciting. Cole Rothman's in the talk. Makua Kai couldn't make it into the third round due to he is an amazing musician. He has some things to take care of, but that guy caught a bomb on Sunday as well.
Mason's looking to go right on this one.
Yeah. Backdoor.
Picks his line, stalls, gets the shade.
So colorful in the foam.
Beautiful.
Yeah. This is awesome and great quality footage by our killer team, Ocean Paddler, Zone Media, Alex, and the gang. I can't thank you guys enough. The way you guys are like an orchestra working together at the Pipe House.
Watch that again where he stalls, hands out.
That was beautiful. I'd like to get barreled like that and then, head home.
I would assume that the longer board is probably more advantageous when you're going left.
Right.
Backdoor requires it seems like backdoor requires a lot more movement and pumping. And
you know your nephew. I'm really surprised he's still riding this board. I almost thought, knowing Mason, have you ever seen his class act at Alamoana Bowl? He could fish this. You know what I mean? He's like that.
Right.
But he's riding a significant step up, and I always tell my nephews, learn about the foam. That was ridiculous. That was Josh Moniz. Him and his brother's looking more and more like dad every day. This guy looked, a lot like his mom, but I see a lot of Uncle Tony in him.
Yeah.
One of my favorite uncles.
Yeah, the Moniz family, very talented. We'll show you what happened at the beginning of that wave. Josh in backdoor, pulls in deep.
That was
it's
a good
gone.
backdoor
He's gone.
wave.
Houdini comes out.
Houdini. And don't forget, if it was just ripper shred kind waves, this guy is amazing.
Somebody's paddling, looking to get deeper on this one.
Perfect. All by himself. Looks like Mason Ho. How did you get out there so
I
quick?
think
Oh, no.
Benji.
Beautiful.
Oh, come on, Benji. Get under that. Pulls in.
Isaiah, that was nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. That was nice. He was late. He went around that first thing and only surfing pipe you can know to go around that first section.
See how this happens.
He's like, not yet.
There
Bang.
it is.
Locked in. Quick, but awesome and significant with some rooster tail kick out. Gotta love the kick out. You're not done yet until you just kick out and you glide a few yards,
Yep, that's a nice feeling.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes together.
And pipeline like that wave is kind of classic, that westerly angle where it starts off big and gnarly, and then when you're kicking out, it looks very small and friendly.
Oh, yeah, big time. Big time.
10 feet to 2 feet.
Yeah, look at these groom conditions. I can tell you right now, this is the third day of the backdoor shootout, but the day that when we close down, turn off the lights, land the drone, start surf potty cruise, everybody's going to be out there tonight.
Side slip, Parker Coffin.
Parker Coffin, first wave of his fourth round, not going his way.
That was rough. The fins just disengaged and side slipping like that.
I believe he's riding a quad, possibly. It wasn't flipped over, but Parker, been wearing the black singlet for the last 3 years with the black helmet. Part of a brother legacy. And Connor Coffin, WSL Tour vet. This guy's searing cutties, big barrels. Awesome.
Yep, so 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in the last heat of round 4, which will be the last heat of the day.
I was really seeing Harry Bryant as their alternate. I don't know if you ever seen his video, but this guy, outstanding Aussie performer, also scored a 30 at the Masters.
Wow.
And he's an amazing barrel riding surfer.
Right.
Part of Snap 5, so he's got a segment in Snap 5, so very exciting. The guys that go into the video, those are usually the hottest guys doing the most innovative things. So
here we go.
Oh, look,
Got a
crowded
paddle
really
here.
quick.
It's a camera, guys. This is Parker again.
Hanaho.
Trying to make up for that last one. Unfortunately, that one pinches on the end for
Yeah,
him.
that one barreled over its ending barrel, so there was no exit. Oh, who almost went over?
Josh was looking at that one, I
really?
think.
Pipe Predator, investigative look.
Mind surf that backdoor wave.
Yeah. You guys got to know this whitewater ball gives you so much speed. You know, there's people that surf and then surf at a real top speed. There's a big difference there. Don't be that delusional guy. Know that you're going at top speed. Then you really feel that feeling in surfing when you're buckle loose and it feels crazy. That's the good feeling.
Check that out. Clay just whipped around.
Wow,
decided
fader.
to take it. Slows down. There's that layback. Front side layback.
Whoa, Annie comes
Here goes.
out.
Whack.
Nothing huge, but cosmetically beautiful surfing, Isaiah.
Yeah, that technique. No one else does that.
You know, talking
literally no one else. I mean, you've seen laybacks before. You had guys like, we're talking about Marvin Foster. He was the classic at laying back, going backside.
Backside, right.
Yeah, you go because your back is facing the wave. You just you lean back. Matt Archibald has some great footage of him and Wave Warriors videos where he's laying back in the barrel.
Anyone front side?
Front side? No,
yeah?
it just doesn't happen.
Right.
But we'll see it. Pulls in here. There it is. The front side layback in the barrel. Comes out.
You know, talking to ancient Hawaiian board design, that was radical. Ancient Hawaiian board design, and say there was a plethora of boards that you had out, and you wanted a surfer to ride it. He's one of my picks, brother.
There you go.
You know, because he's real diverse and understanding different things. Some surfers can't stand up on a bodyboard or an alaya, and they're amazing surfers. And then there's those ones that can and understand those little hints.
Yep.
Like our Shell Doggy Door from the west side. What's up, Makaha? That guy, Alaya, is amazing.
Amazing.
And, you know.
Probably, I mean, arguably the best.
One of the best,
The
yeah.
best.
You know who's coming for him, though?
Who?
Dwayne's son, Kala,
Oh,
DeSoto.
okay.
Oh, they battle. I would like to see a man-on-man Alaya Heat.
Okay.
Junior and Sheldon. I mean,
you know, else
entertaining.
I mean, Jamie O'Brien, I bet he'd be good at it because I've seen, he'd
Finless.
just ride a boogie board.
Yeah, finless,
and like rips backdoor on a boogie board with no fins.
Yeah. Yep, I got you. Yeah, that guy understands a great deal, and he's one of those guys that took off on a 15-foot season on a sub-squatch with Team North Shore. That's why I always egg on the North Shore boys, bro. They're not scared. And they need to go out to the Wild West and play with the wild things. We all brought us.
You're right,
6
though.
minutes.
I think some of the best surfers are able to ride anything. Like, and it just really makes them versatile in the way that they approach the wave. That is very different. So guys like Jamie, you mentioned Clay Marzo, and other folks who you see them ride anything. Longboard, shortboard, bodyboard, canoe, sub-squatch, whatever, and they're somehow making it work.
Yeah, and body surfing is the most humblest way to catch a wave.
Here we go. Mason stroking on
Nice
this
dig.
one. Committed, slows
Boom.
down in the barrel. It clinches, but he comes out high.
How's that wonky went over?
Yep.
That's the thing with his arm in the wave, his knee in his butt. Ooh, someone just said no to that one.
For good reason, too.
Yeah, but how gnarly was that one?
Oh, we wanted to watch it.
I know. No, but I just wanted to tell you out there in the lineup, you were good enough to go on that one. That was just my honest opinion. But, yeah.
Awesome heat in the water. Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, Parker Coffin, and this
Right
is a
here.
replay of Mason.
Bum slide over the wonk. Just, so Mason.
And his uncle Derek used to ride big boards out at Pipe all the time. And I think, he's probably taking a page out of his family's notebook. And there is something about riding a bigger board out at Pipe. Especially, a lot of guys are getting clamped at the end. And having that shorter board, you're unable to maintain the momentum. Because a smaller board slows down quicker. Which is advantageous if you're trying to slow down. So you see guys like Barry Mamiya in that last heat. He was able to slow down and
like
get
a
in the
ball.
right spot because the board is small. Now, but the disadvantage of that is you're on a tiny board. It's harder to get out of these clampy ones that are pinching at the end. But whereas Mason on that bigger board was able to just come out of where a lot of people were getting clamped today.
But they're also paddling 50 yards, 20 yards here, too. You know, that piece of foam, too. You know, every surfer is different. Right. There's amazing surfers that don't paddle that good, but if they catch a wave like you, they are next level. And then there's those guys that can paddle, they train. Oh, man. Look at this action out here. They're just having a good time. It is absolutely beautiful out there. Clay and Mason Ho. You know, Clay is probably frothing to be in a team with Mason. These guys, knowing Clay from little boy days.
And the first time I really saw a video of Clay was it's like a Young Guns Quicksilver movie that came out in like 2001 or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was just killing it. And that was also Dane Reynolds, part of that contingency of surfers that
Young Dane,
But Clay had some of my favorite sections of that whole video because he was doing this stuff like these laybacks that no one else does, and here he goes again showing us how it's done.
Jeez.
Airdrop. There's that front side layback.
Are you guys watching this technique? He just sprayed a photographer too. I bet he's kind of thinking one guy is kind of like in his line, because if you know how creative Clay is, it's not about the competition. There's sections that he probably wants to obliterate just because that's who he is. See, even look back like, who's that guy? That's the second time he was in my line.
And that's my definition of kind of genius mindset, is someone who is doing things that no one has ever thought of doing before.
Exactly.
And making it work for you. Whereas innovation is like taking something that's already been done and, you know, adding some flavor to it. But Clay has a way of rewriting the manual for surfing. And no one else is even trying to do. We haven't even figured it out yet because it's not in the manual.
I hear you. Oh, and just like that, Josh really wanted that after the seconds. Oh, hey guys, that was an awesome heat and an awesome day. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
The 2025 Hui BackDoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: Northshore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Well, happy Aloha Friday. We're here at Pipeline for the Backdoor Shootout 2025. We just wrapped up round number 4, Ezra, and it was action.
Action. 2 rounds today, and we got one more day to go. We got some amazing highlights from you. It's been an amazing 3 days as we started Saturday, Sunday, 4 days off. Happy Aloha Friday, crew. You guys are about to hit the weekend. It's about to get real, and we're not too sure. Here's the highlights, gang. Check them out.
Man, we start off early this morning. We had beautiful, sizable waves coming from Backdoor and Pipeline. Team Japan in the water.
Yala. Beautiful.
You see the conditions all day were optimal. It started off buttery. Here you had Maikai Burdine, who had several smokers and keepers today. Ivan Florence was on point in both of his heats.
Top 5 for sure. Shado P in the place to be, right?
A beastly one. Came out of that.
He was a showstopper, too. The guy was on.
Oh, my goodness. Look at these highlights. Team Peru.
Yes, Billy Kemper's packed bomb. This one put him on the scorecard, and he is coming. So be careful. He eyed us out and said, "What's up, gang? Let's go."
Clay Marzo just ended a heat in round 4, but this is round 3 of him. Showing us how it's done at backdoor. Got a little, the wind got a little choppily in the middle of the day, but it's still
McNamara legacy.
Highly contestable and great waves. A little bunny hop here from Makai. This was one of my favorite waves today from Maikai Burdine. Comes out, hands
I heard
up.
you guys screaming this one.
Koa Rothman.
Koa. He's got some under his belt. Watch out for Koa. He's just winding up his wheels. Speed floater. Koa Smith.
Koa Smith with the GoPro in the mouth.
Nice. I like this straight air. No landing, but celebrate surfing.
Our team from Peru.
Oof. That was awesome.
That's when it turned on. We have Baron Mamiya, who caught a million barrels in this one round heat. Was just hunting for the inside waves.
Clay, I really like this. Are you going to try that tomorrow if you're free? Because
my back won't allow me to do that, unfortunately.
So you guys, it's been an amazing 3 days. We have Saturday and Sunday. There's amazing waves on Saturday. Sunday is going to get bigger. Talking to the Hui O'He'enalu, we also have Monday and Tuesday, all the way to the 16th.
No, it's great because we ran on the first 2 days of the waiting period. And then we got this day, Friday, Aloha Friday. Great conditions. The first 2 days were pretty spooky.
Spooky.
And it was more like warriors in the lineup. Trying to survive, but today a lot of action, and so we're looking forward to more opportunity coming up soon.
So you guys, make sure you guys stay tuned. We're going to be back in the next couple of days. Check out our IGs and stay tuned for an amazing day 4. Aloha.
Ahui ho.